What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, September 13th. Did I guess right? It's a day ahead for me, so it's a little tricky. Usually about a day ahead unless I start streaming super late. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Amami City. We are live, or at least that is how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere, don't know. Don't really care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out, to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyberbrain body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com. I really should make a story or something, post on Twitch to let people know. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever chicken jockey. I'm sorry, I had to. Whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Don't forget to like the stream, says Buffy Geek. Yeah, I gotta remind you of that. Oh my god, chat. How's everybody doing? I am slightly hot, but hopefully that'll calm down. I just need to get some water and wait, what? Oh my god, of all the things, chat, I thought I had everything ready. You're getting ready to dye your hair pink, purple, and blue? That's high level, high reward. High risk, high reward? I don't know, it depends on what field you work in. But, high level, I think, is also something that I did indeed mean to imply, because I don't know. I'm not great at dyeing my hair. You're dog sitting, that's a wholesome activity. I mean, assuming that the dog is not a handful to deal with, Buffy. So sick of the liberal media doing their whitewashing. Yeah, well, they're whitewashing a very... Anyway. How is Vietnam? I mean, it's good. I'm just a little bit worried about the whole visa thing. I mean, I probably shouldn't be. I talked to a friend I met on the plane, on the plane ride over, who was looking to get his visa from actually the same language school as me, and he already got it on Thursday. I don't understand. I'm really hoping it comes in on Monday, because like, if we get to Tuesday, I'm gonna be thinking about maybe extending, possibly extending having to extend my stay, right? Because I basically gotta stay until the embassy gives me my visa, right? I mean, I don't know. Can I go back to Thailand? If I went back to Thailand, I'd have to come back here to pick up my visa. I don't think I could go in on a tourist visa and then start my education visa. I don't think that's how it works. Anyway, I'll touch base with the school on Monday. The dog is well behaved and very sweet. That's awesome. I actually like bad dogs too, right? There was this one dog that I dog sat before, and she was a big dog, but she didn't know she was a big dog. She felt like a puppy somehow, and she didn't realize that, but yeah, she would knock you over. She would knock you the fuck over. Alright, mods, let's see how good you are. Let's see how good you... Okay, a little slow to the draw today, I see. We have a celebrity in here with us today. Everybody, oh no! That is not No More Heroes. Jeez. Good song, though. I don't know. I don't know if we got the rights for that one. I'm just gonna wait. See what happens. Okay, there we go. I don't know. Maybe I just can't see. Maybe the mods are not slow, and my software is just slow and letting me know that the mods are not slow. But yeah, welcome to the stream, creator of Fallout. Not the good Fallout, but some Fallouts. Wait, which Fallouts, chat? Which Fallouts did Todd create? Anybody know? I'm sorry for doubting you, mods. I should doubt my software more and doubt my mods less. I was surprised, actually, yeah, because I was like, no, the mods, like, it's like a, I don't know, chat, it's like a tank of like barracudas and piranhas, and it, like, as soon as the, you know, it hits the water, it's just, like, picked apart. Still adjusting to your meds. Okay, good luck with that. Yeah, that is, can be difficult. Oh my god, yeah, what did I want to do? Okay, so, yeah, let me really quickly grab... I'm just gonna speak from here. Can you hear me okay? I'm just gonna... No, it's just because I had to walk upstairs to get... I had to walk upstairs to replenish my water supply. You know the band Air Supply? I feel like if I was gonna start a 70s themed band, did I blow dry my hair? Does it look like it? No, you know what I did, chat? I think I washed my hair twice. I think that's why it looks like this, right? You're seeing a lot more body in my hair. I'm guessing that's what chat is reacting to. I think I washed it twice with 2 different shampoos. I was trying to just wash it and condition it because the you know, the woman I'm staying with was nice enough to leave some what I thought to be shampoo and conditioner in the bathroom, and it turns out I think it was shampoo and shampoo. Look, I judge conditioner like this, chat. When I can't read a bottle because it's in Vietnamese or it's in Thai, right? When I can't read you know, I can't tell whether it's shampoo or conditioner, I just go pump, pump, smell, smell, and if it smells sweet, then it's conditioner. If it smells soapy, then it's shampoo, right? That's what I always think. My hair always looks nice and fluffy, really? Wait, what? That explains it? Well, I don't know. This is me without conditioner, Chad. I mean, this is a little dry. Just a little, I mean, it's not frizzy, it's not a mess, it's not, I love Air Supply. Yeah, all their songs are about love. Every single, like, I think they had a rule when they're writing songs, they were like, all right, first rule, you gotta mention love, right? People love love. That's a relatable experience. We want people to think of our songs as their song. Like, our song is about your relationship. Our song is about your sweetie, right? And we're gonna associate your love that you feel for, you know, your lover, as it were, with the band Air Supply. But I want to make a band called Water Supply. I think that's kind of important too, right? Water Supply. Was Paul McCartney involved with the band? I don't know. Is there lore behind this that I don't know? Was it the Band on the Run, or was that Wings? Wait, Wings was the Paul McCartney band, right? Are Vietnam and Cambodia at war? Oh my god, Sassy, is there new news that I need to be apprised of? Oh my god, you're not coming up in here. I'm gonna take this opportunity to switch myself from top chat, which is the default, for some ungodly reason. Thailand and Cambodia, oh no, not again. Not again, chat. Look, I mean, it could be worse if it was Vietnam and Cambodia. If it was Vietnam and Thailand, that would be a bad deal. I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't be completely out of the blue, right? I think there was maybe some bad blood during the Vietnam War. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, Thailand, was Thailand and Vietnam were not on the same side in that war. But people are saying there's new stuff going on with Thailand and Cambodia. That was a couple of months ago. Well, I hope so, Narwhal. I know about what happened a couple of months ago, but it's entirely possible it could break out again. I mean, this is not the most stable part of the world. I need to play Undertale, chat. Why have I not played Undertale? How has this slipped by my awareness? It slipped it's a little under the radar. No, it's not. I'm aware of Undertale. I mean, I don't know. I just, it seems like a me game. Other than the fact that it actually is skills-based, is Charlie Kirk going to be the Archduke? I don't know. It's weird. It heated up to the point where, I was thinking that, yeah, this could, be, I mean, there will be some kind of crackdown from the Undertale fandom. Sorry, from the Trump administration, not the Undertale. Look, if it's the Undertale fandom, we're cooked, Chad. If the Undertale fandom decides to crack down, I don't think that there's any defeating that. We're gonna have remixes of different songs with the Garnet song. What is the deal with? Can somebody explain to me why do Undertale fans take a song from Steven Universe, "Stronger Than You"? They remix it and they do this thing. No, it's not just remixing, chat. They'll rewrite the lyrics of this Steven Universe song to be about Undertale, and I don't understand it because I haven't played Undertale. Right? I know why Garnet sang that song in Steven Universe. I don't know what's they're doing more chest buffing, hopefully. Yeah, because that's the whole deal. That's the whole deal with what's going on. If you really want to understand what's going on, a lot of this is about shoring up governments that aren't exactly shall I explain this, right? The Cambodia's patriarch Hun Sen was prime minister forever, was in charge forever. He's been, a big mover and shaker for a very long time, going back to the war and stuff, and then but he's passed on the leadership to his son, and his son doesn't have the. Yeah, we gotta have an air supply Steven Universe Undertale crossover, Chad. I think is what we need, like a Megalovania with Stronger Than You, and then Making Love Out of Nothing at All. Would that work? Could we mash that up, chat? Get on it. Get on it, mashers. Get mashing. There's some girl called Ellie Mae that's trying to get some kind of Charlie Kirk act past censoring people who call people Nazis on the internet. Jesus Christ. Trump vowing action on Russia and Poland. Drone, yeah, there's a lot going. Yeah, slow news day, chat. Slow news day. But I really wanted to cover what the media has missed, right? Which is the what seems to be now, and we don't know everything yet. There's still stuff coming out, but what seems to be the true motive, the true politics of the shooter, which is pretty familiar. It all stems from 4chan. If you really want to pass a Charlie Kirk act, how about ban poll? There's your Charlie Kirk. How about a Charlie Kirk act for gun control? All right. No, nothing. Crickets. Okay. We will have to post state mandated slurs in every comment, or else we're making them look bad. Yeah, you're not allowed to say negative things about. Almost said Metroidvania. You're right. Yeah, I do know. Oh wait, Metroidvania. Okay, but Undertale's not a Metroidvania, right? I did almost say Metroidvania, but yeah, the song from Undertale I think is Megalovania. It's a pretty good song. You know what? Actually, I think what isn't Undertale kind of like Toho? How do you pronounce that, chat? Toho? Toho? Isn't he a Groyper? I haven't. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, he's got all the signs of it. He's got all the signs of it, and look, that's the whole thing, that the undercover story here that the media doesn't fucking know about, right? Charlie Kirk, believe it or not, was not universally beloved on the right. In fact, he was hated by a certain fairly powerful faction of far-right extremists, right? People that viewed Charlie Kirk and his Turning Point USA as being turncoat USA, right? As being traitors, as being insufficiently fascist. And that may very well be the meaning of the inscription, the engraving on the bullet casings. People are getting mad because Charlie quote, yeah, we have to sanctify him, Chad. He's supposed to be a saint. You can't like quote what the man actually said in life. You just got to reimagine him in death. And I mean, you've seen Nicholas J. Nicholas J., not a big fan of Charlie Kirk, actually conducted a war against Charlie Kirk, sent his his basement-dwelling sweaty weirdos, although I feel like a sweaty weirdo today, chat, because it's a little hot. Again, my whole issue isn't that it's like too hot, it's that there's one plug in here that works, and it also is making the refrigerator work, right? So I can't, it's like an extension cord that works for my computer. I didn't think normies are ready to find, yeah, well, this is the most common question right now, is what is a Groyper, right? You know, Matt Walsh should do a movie. Can we get Matt Walsh to do a what is a Groyper movie? What are your plans to deal with the current situation from Danny Garden with the Cambodian military moving 18k troops near Pray V Here Temple? Well, luckily, Danny Garden, that is nowhere near me. It's not to say that that's not a potentially very dangerous situation for the people in the area. Last time there was artillery and rockets fired. In addition to being like an airstrike, like I think Cambodia shot rockets and artillery. Thailand did an F-16 airstrike. Must be hot in Thailand. I'm actually not in Thailand right now. I took a little over to Vietnam in order to try to get a longer term visa for Thailand. It's a weird thing that this is a visa that you got. You don't have to be in your home country, but you do have to, you cannot be in Thailand to apply for this particular visa. So I had to come to Vietnam, apply for the visa, and I think I have to go to the Thai embassy here to get it. I don't think I can go back home and be like, yeah, let me know when it's done. They want registries of all unassimilables? Wait, Jerm, what are you talking about? That sounds like AFD shit. Okay, the trans roommate rumor. Yeah, I'm glad you're calling it that, because it is just a rumor at this point. I think, what is the rumor based on? The only thing that I've seen that suggests that, so first of all, it's a rumor in two ways, right? We don't know if this was a roommate. There are also accounts that say that the assailant was in a, that say that the assailant was living with his family still, right? Which would make this not a rumor, or not a roommate, right? And the second, question about this is, was this person even trans, right? I'm not sure. Non-compete is a cool cat. Yeah, non-compete I think lives somewhere south of here, but I've been pretty busy so far. Was it an animal hoodie, Conrad? I thought it was a onesie, but you could be right. Maybe you've read something that says that's actually an animal hoodie. I mean, it's a hood. There's a person of indeterminate gender identity, because you know how you find somebody's gender identity? You gotta ask them. You can't ask a picture. You gotta ask a person, right, to know what somebody's gender identity is. And hey, if they're like, you know, in some stage of like coming out, they might not feel comfortable telling you, right? So, but yeah, you know, it's a young person of indeterminate gender in what I thought was a onesie, but Conrad is saying it might have been an animal hoodie. It could be. I assumed it was a onesie. Onesies equals your trans. I guess somebody call up Xander Hall and let him know that he can he can feel free to appropriate all things trans. All the things trans that he hasn't already appropriated. He can go ahead and he can go ahead and he's like, yeah, because wearing a onesie makes you trans. I guess he's he identifies as Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't know, chat. I don't know. He identifies as a quail. There we go. I'm so sorry, chat. That's like, if you don't know, Xander Hall had a like long-term sub goal or a dono goal where he would try to use the money to start. Is he raising quails? I know he moved to Seattle to. I don't know exactly where, but to the Pacific Northwest, let's just say. I don't think that he lives actually in Seattle, but somewhere thereabouts to raise quails, which you can't do in. Zan inspired the possible shooter's trans partner. That's right, Zan is in trouble now. No, I think that Zan's under the radar. I would say that Zan's pretty under. Ooh. Battery low. Let's fix that. Yeah, I'm glad I've got 2 of these. 1 for each ear, but I don't listen to them at both times because I like to hear the sound of my voice. I don't know. It's it started like when I was like writing songs and stuff, and I'd record. I always like to have headphones on and turn up the microphone like over the guitar or whatever, in the so I could just like really like I don't know, it's like I like to have like an echoey room or headphones, or at the very least be able to hear my own voice, and that's what having one headphone it does for me. So yay. They're really trying their hardest to force a civil war. Well, that's just the whole thing. Yeah, it's gone back and forth. Like the temperature had gone down, and I think the temperature still is down from where it started. Because yeah, they were ready to fucking go. They were ready to go. If this had been an immigrant, if this had been a trans person, if this had been anyone other than the 4chan demographic, that they were ready to use that as casus belli. Trump's attention. Oh yeah, have you seen this? Yeah. Narwhal's mentioning there was a clip of Trump being asked about like, hey, I know you're really close to the deceased, right? I know this hit you really hard, big guy. How are you dealing? How are you holding up, right? Your best friend, your bosom buddy, is taken from you, taken from us all too early. How are you holding up? And he was like, well, I'm building a ballroom. A big, beautiful ballroom. It's right over there. You can hear the construction. Isn't that beautiful? I love the sound of construction in the evening. I don't know. He couldn't even talk about it. I mean, he did. He made an address and threatened the entire anything to the left or the far right. You're fucking on notice. We're coming for you. We're gonna use Charlie Kirk as an excuse to go after you. Temperature of the officials went down when they found out it was a young. Well, yeah, you've got. Was it Meghan McCain? For some reason, I thought it was Nancy Mace. Okay, no. I'm mixing up my Republicans. Also, anybody that thought that Meghan McCain was fucking chill. No. Not Meghan McCain, not Liz Cheney, no, they're all still Republicans. Hey, something I want to throw out, chat. Tim Miller is a Republican, okay? I don't know if people who needs to hear this, right? But Republicans are still Republicans, all right? No matter how much they hate Trump. And I feel like there are people that forget this. Or anytime someone like Bill Maher, we're gonna maybe watch a clip of Bill Maher, saying something, pretty based, but he's still Bill Maher. He's still a piece of shit. He still went and had dinner with the guy that, that he's called a fascist, right? So Trump can't show empathy. Yeah, well, I mean, he's not human, right? He's AI. Anybody know about this? Trump is actually already passed, right? They just won't tell you. What you're seeing now is an AI rendition of the former, the now deceased president. But no, it's not really him. It's just all Trump is now is an AI avatar and an auto pen. That's all that's left of him, chat. He's just a signature. Sure, Trump was just emotionally overwhelmed. Yeah, obviously overwhelmed by the massive loss, the huge importance that Charlie Kirk, still KKK levels of Islamophobic. Yeah, Bill Maher's an absolute piece of shit, but I guess just a reminder that he's not as big of a piece of shit as Ben Shabibo. It's like we can burn. No, wait. Is it AP Harris, or should I be calling? I'm afraid I've been mispronouncing your name this whole time. Ferris, I think is how I've been saying your name, but it could also be AP Harris. No, I'm not saying it's weakened at Bernie's. I'm saying it's weakened at Biden's. I'm saying it's Biden. It's just like Biden was secretly, at various times, according to QAnon, Biden was secretly dead or secretly incarcerated, and Trump was secretly running the government. I don't know why they're bitching so much about, the Bidenflation and all this shit, when we all know that we were under maritime law. Didn't you see the yellow fringes on the American flags, right? That's how you know. We're under maritime law, which means that Trump is still the commander-in-chief somehow. And so everything that happened under Biden is actually Trump's fault. Trump never left. This was just a way for him to have 3 terms, right? But he secretly arrested all the pedophiles, Chad, including Joseph Brandon. And then engineered an AI opponent. You think that was Kamala Harris, chat? That was just a more sophisticated Vocaloid, right? Being controlled by a face rig from Chuck Schumer. And that's why she was so easy to beat. Really is trying to turn the White House into his personal palace? Yeah, basically. Pronounce it AP Harris. Okay, thank you. I think I was mispronouncing your name then. And I do like to get people's names right, believe it or not. I know that might sound like fake news considering how much I mispronounce your names, sometimes to your amusement, sometimes to your befuddlement, sometimes maybe even to your slight annoyance, but I do try to get your names. I do try to learn to say them correctly. He's really turned the white... Yeah. But yeah, once again, Twitch is down. Not really, the website is not down. I just can't use it because, God, I'm so tempted. I am so tempted to try to open up Firefox and make a little post to just let people know that, I'm not even sure that you are real. Well, I'm not. I mean, haven't you seen the NOCOM video? I'm obviously a very sophisticated piece of software. Irene, yeah, that's right. And I obviously was used to take over a Minecraft server. Who knew? in order to steal items from people in Minecraft and sell them for real-world cash. God damn it, Geeks Incorporated. Oh, sorry, Nerds Incorporated? Nerds Inc. Yeah, it's Nerds. I'm sorry, I called you Geeks Incorporated. I don't want to associate you with that ragtag band of, you know, miscreants, the Geeks Incorporated. No, I mean Nerds Inc., I think. I think that was who did it, chat. I don't know. Is any of the world real? For me, it has not been since like the pandemic. Oh yeah, even Grok said this guy is definitely a Groyper. Listen, Grok is obviously Elon's pet basilisk, okay? He's, but like, you know, like more like in the facehugger stage. It's not quite into the, you know, it hasn't grown into the full ass basilisk yet, but it's the pet little puppy basilisk, right? So it's not to be trusted on a lot of stuff. You know, it's still Mecha Hitler and everything. And Mecha Hitler with big tits. But no, but I would say that the one area of expertise I would maybe defer to Grok on is the identification of internet extremism. Grok knows a lot about that. Dead internet theory, bro. The streamers and the commenters, not even you are real. We are all Russian or Chinese bots. Groypers claim to. We're all socially engineered, at least. Groypers claimed this guy right away. Well, not just claimed this guy, they were worried. They're scared. Because here's the deal, alright? The one thing that could fuck up the current... I gotta let you know, like, Nick is on his way to taking the crown. Like, if Charlie Kirk was the, you know, the king of right-wing new media before, Nick Fuentes, not just because he's dead, but even without him being dead, Nick had more motion. And was being mainstreamed, right? There was even people on the left that was like, are you sure this guy's a Nazi? He says some pretty cool shit about Israel sucking. I wonder why. I wonder why he says Israel sucks. Chat, I keep on wanting to, like, oh my god, I gotta figure out something better to do with this. My lighting right now is natural lighting combined with some ceiling lighting that's like behind a... I don't even know what to call it, but it's not very good lighting. TLDR. I could move it this way and see if that's better. I think this is where I had it yesterday. Does this seem better? The only thing I don't like is you can't really see, like, does my hair even look like red? I don't think so. I don't think so, chat. I swear, if I find out I'm not real, I'm gonna be so angry. Let it happen. Just like the song, I guess. If they target Nick, they will become the next to be Groypified. Well, see, that's the thing. I think that's why the right won't take on the very obvious. If you're mad about Charlie Kirk being killed, and you think that, oh no, what is even going on here? Ooh, it's more Atlas stuff. Oh god, that was the... Anyway, let's just try to go here and... Just gotta stay in not getting demonetized zone. As far as music goes. I can't see the red at all now that you mentioned it. Yeah, well look, there is another option, right? So like I could either move up, right, and try to embrace the natural lighting over here. Is that better? Not really. If I want it to look real, I didn't get the notification. That's not good, Big Cat. Big Cat! Big Cat! Big Cat! Big Cake, Big Owl Cake Mix. Yes. Not Big AI Cake Mix, at least we hope. We're trying to decide if everyone is maybe AI now. It's possible. What's up, wholesome degenerates? Wait a minute. Is this the Wholesome Degenerates YouTube channel, or is this a completely different set of Wholesome Degenerates? I mean, technically you are a... Did you know that, chat? You're all YouTube channels? You just may not have anything up on your channel. When you make an account on YouTube, you've got a channel. You just might not have any content on it yet. But my channel didn't have content on it for years and years and years. Oh. Did you see Laura Loomer's deleted tweet? We're going to talk about that, yeah. But yeah, look, here's the deal. If they really wanted to go to the source of, like, you know, the people, the movement, the thought leader that probably, according to Occam's razor, inspired the assailant that actually took, oh no, Poopy stole your username. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I knew who I was talking about. That's not good. You know who stole, well, okay, it's not my username, but some deep lore chat. I think that Chud Logic got inspired by me to name himself Chud Logic. Back in the day, we hung out in the same Twitch chat, back when Chud was trans-friendly, a little too friendly if you ask some trans girls, a little too forward maybe. Back in those days, right? I was in the same chat as Chud, and I would always, when a right-winger would come in and try to talk shit, I'd just be like, that's not logic, that's Chud. I'm not exactly, I don't know, it sounds cheesy, but like, I would call what they were using to think, I would call their operating system Chud Logic, right? I would be like, that is Chud Logic right there, if I've ever heard it. And I think he read what my chat and at one time and got inspired. I don't know though, Chad. I can't prove it. It's again one of these. We can delve into the topic of who is AI, but I think this paradigm isn't helping. Wait, paradigm? Of course, paradigm is helping. Paradigm is brought to you by Algon. Paradigm X, chat. We can't say anything bad about that. I'm sorry. Anybody who's played Soul Hackers, the one person in chat who's played Soul Hackers gets what I'm putting down right now. Chud always struck me as a chaser. In your DMs or something? I don't know. Chased by a Chud. I mean, yeah, I guess so. But now it's funny that the guy's name is just unironic. It's weird, right? I bet he wished there was nobody that remembered that he started off as a bread tuber. Chud Logic became trans unfriendly. He was Chasey McChaser when I was on Twitch. Yeah. Well, look, I don't not to say that anybody that's attracted to trans people is like, you know, it should be pathologized, but I think that yeah, maybe his. How shall I explain this, chat? I always have trouble explaining to people the difference between a chaser and just a guy that's like. That likes women and doesn't care if they like. Nick Mullen, chat, is a guy that likes women, and some of those women might happen to be trans, and he's not really gonna be, you know, I mean, say what you will about Nick, and there's a lot to say about Nick Mullen, but yeah, he's you know, he does not seem to think it's a big deal to have, you know, a man of taste. Yeah. There's a Chud too. Is that the one with Bud the Chud? I've never seen. Wait, have I seen either of them? I think I might have watched Chud on like a bad movie night or something. Like those. It's one of those the 80s movies that's so bad it's like a meme. But yeah, right wingers are cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers, which is funny because a lot of right-wingers say that we treat them like they are inhuman, and that's not true. We call it they're just cannibalistic. I mean, they're humans, but they're cannibalistic and they dwell underground. Okay, that's all, right? That doesn't mean they're not human. They're like that's not to. You can't be like Gollum is not a hobbit, right? Wait, is Gollum a hobbit, chat? I've heard it's complicated. Gollum, Schmeagol. Which one? Chud probably has that going on, chat. Do you think it's that? Maybe he got a hold of the ring. That's what made people actually watch his channel, despite his grating personality. And that someday he's gonna lose the ring, and he'll become the Chud that we all know and love, and some of us love, and some of us block. But still, it's yeah. No, Chud is a man of wealth and taste, right? Lance called Cumtown Ejaculationville? That's great. He wasn't a hobbit. He was a hobbit-like creature. There's other hobbit-like creatures? Whoa, that's kind of cool. What do you think, chat? Is my lighting better? Do you like this lighting better? It's sorta... Yeah, you can tell my hair's red now, right? My hair's coming through as red. It's being read as red. Goblins live underground. Wait, live underground. Wait, are you talking about David Bowie there, Blitzkrieg? Or the freaking, that's Labyrinth, right? Live Underground, I think, is a song from... Is that the opening to the Labyrinth movie? Gollum was a Stour? Which is a type of hobbit. Okay, I didn't know there were Stours. God, I need to actually read... I almost said J.K. Rowling. I don't need to read J.K. Rowling. I need to read the other person with letters, J.R.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah, that guy. J.R.R.R. Tolkien. Okay, how many R's, chat? Oh, he's a river dweller? Wait, did normal hobbits not like rivers? No, that's dwarfs. Dwarfs don't like rivers, right? Gollum may have been a Stour, a kind of hobbit subspecies. They're close to hobbits. Okay. It's relatable. Like, maybe Jesus came to Schmeagol and said, I will make you a fisher of hobbits. Did you know that Jesus is in the alien lore? Oh my god, chat. I don't have Hulu. I don't have Disney. But I kind of want to watch this new Alien show. Anybody watching it? Alien Earth? 2 R's in J.R.R. Tolkien? Okay, it's not like the CCCP or anything. A Stour is a river region hobbit subclass. Why do they gotta be a subclass? That sounds so hierarchical. Is there a hobbit hierarchy? Please tell me hobbits are not hierarchical. I kind of admire a lot about hobbit culture. Maybe I'm being maybe I'm orientalizing it or something. I'm sorry, not in. People don't understand that word. People don't understand that word. It is okay. Oh, Alien Earth is just okay. Well, yeah, because I've heard they sort of retconned some of the Prometheus, Covenant, Romulus stuff out of it. Is that right? I said that wrong, but if you've read like the actual, like what, I probably shouldn't bring in a concept that I would then have to explain. Subclass is just a D&D terminology? Wait, class, though. Class is like fighter, ranger, paladin, magic user, cleric, thief? Isn't that what class is? But what would subclass be? Fucking love Alien Earth, it's good. Lots of Stours and Harfoots and Ring of Power. You realize Vietnam has like 0 copyright enforcement? Wait, what? Hobbits are hierarchical. Are you talking about as far as getting like goods that might have a label on them that doesn't reflect their manufacturer? Hobbits are hierarchical. The ones that have the money and come from certain families are seen as above others. Damn. I didn't realize it was like that. Okay, well, I guess I just had naive assumptions about hobbits because I'm not one. Your TV is far behind. Wholesome Degenerates, when you say Vietnam, yeah, I'm trying to understand this. Vietnam has zero copyright enforcement. I hope, I mean, like, I don't think that means that YouTube VN has. Nasty Hobbits. Hobbits are capitalist? I loved Romulus, Covenant, and Prometheus. Yeah, I mean, it's what makes the series kind of interesting. Otherwise, it's just, I mean, like, I think the first movie was good. The second movie was kind of a blast, but maybe more about action than, like, a true, like, horror suspense, you know? I don't know. No, there's suspense in the second one. And then, like, you know, the third one, I don't know. The Sackville Bagginses were higher up in the hierarchy. Oh my god, but the problem is the further this way I move, the less the YouTube will still enforce it, but oh, if you were to watch Aliens on a specialty site, well wait, what is the site that people use for that sort of thing nowadays? It's Kick, isn't it? When people like I think I heard not to dry snitch or anything, chat. But I think I heard Queeman mention what he's like a fan of Kamen Rider, which is kind of like Super Sentai or Power Rangers, and he really wanted to watch it with his community. So he was saying he was going to watch it on Kick. And I was like, wait, Kick is like Twitch used to be, I guess, maybe. First two Alien movies were great. Everything else ranges from awful to meh. But I kind of like where they were going with the concepts. I mean, you can argue there's some shit that doesn't make sense, right? In fact, isn't there maybe the reason that they retconned like all the Prometheus, Covenant, Romulus stuff, assuming that's what they did, is that I think it got contradictory. But I mean, hey, the Bible is contradictory, and it's still considered a great work of literature, a great work of fiction, if you will. The new one is Streamio Torrentio. I've never heard of that. Wow, Streamio Torrentio? Is it Italian? Is it brain rot? Is it like, is Trallalero Tralala the admin there? Doesn't that sound like Italian brain rot, chat? Doesn't that sound exactly like some Italian brain rot? Prometheus didn't even make sense. Yeah, so I think the part, if I'm not mistaken, the part that gets into trouble is that, not Prometheus, but it's, what is it, Covenant? Is that where they basically say that David created the xenomorphs? But they don't, wasn't there also, like, I thought the engineers found a xenomorph planet, and this was like a hostile, difficult to live on planet that had just been, everything had been pushed to the evolutionary max, and that's where you get the xenomorph. That's where the perfect organism, right? Anyone see Erica Trump's weird speech? If people care about her, they need to take the microphone away. Oh no, is she crashing out? I heard she was saying shit like, I am Charlie Kirk. Is that what, you know, that she was like trying to be like, you know, carry on his legacy? It works great, but it can't be used in Western countries that allow Oh, are you? So you're saying? Oh wait, but would you be able to? Would American viewers of mine and European and British and Canadian and like would and Latin American viewers, would they be able to use it? Because it does sound like maybe it's a place that I could go and some people would be able to. Wait, I don't even know what it is though. Streamio Prometio. Whoa, I'm turning it into aliens. No, you said something else, right? What was it called? No, not Bombadino Crocodile. That's the really bad one. I started singing Italian Brain Rot a few months back, and until my 8-year-old son finally started hating it, I forgot about that shit. I was a fan of Bombadino. Wait. Can you explain the lore behind Bombadino Crocodilo, though? Because that was the part that, like, I started to turn on the lore, and they mentioned Palestine. And I was just like, I'm out. Brain rot animals, a lot of fun, love them. AI, I kind of hate it. It sucks that that's how a lot of them are realized. Stick your face in an alien egg. Wait, what? All the characters are acting stupid. In which one? Wait, which one is that? Oh my god. That's the one where they come to the planet and, like, David is there, right? I like Prometheus the second time. I didn't know what was going on in Prometheus. I got so confused, right? I got so confused. Like, yeah, the engineer in the very beginning, like, I was like, okay, is he on Earth? Is he, no, but then when I saw them land on that planet, I assumed that he was on, oh my god, what the fuck is it called? Is it even one of the LV planets? No, it is an LV planet, right? He's on an LV planet. And then he drinks the goo and he gets sick and gets, like, you know, washed away in the river. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is the point of this? Charlie Kirk, there is no Palestine. They've lasted longer than you did. Oh my god, I did not mean to read that out. And chat, be really careful. Be really careful, because there are people out there right now looking for shit exactly like that. Exactly like that. That's what they're looking for. Oh my god, I shouldn't even say it. Just, mods, can you protect that chatter? Just erase that. I'm looking out for you, chat, okay? Believe me, I'm not trying to silence your free speech. I understand your frustration at this very questionable individual being turned into a saint, but I do want to protect you. Prometheus drinking a 40? Wait, no. In the death basket? Wait, I thought Prometheus was actually David. Is that not right? I didn't assume that engineer in the very beginning was supposed to be Prometheus. The fire is the creation of life, right? That's in the metaphor. Damn Russian hackers, that's right. Is the Aliens franchise horror? Yeah, I think so. I was about to be. I mean, it's probably more than, like, it's Geiger, right? Geiger and Ridley Scott came together on this project and turned, like, some of Geiger's art, which is like horny alien art, I guess. Everything is a penis or a vajayjay. And turned it into, like, a real horror thing about it really is about creation, right? People like you read exact quotes that Charlie Kirk said. Now we got you on a list because evil lefties are intolerant. We need to put them on a list and get them fired. I mean, yeah, they are doing that for sure. Asmongold's community chat. Do you know about this? You won't see it then. I mean, it's definitely scary. If you don't like scary, you're not gonna like Aliens. I kind of don't like scary either because it fucks with me. But yeah, it kind of sucks that we have to do this. And again, I don't want you to feel like you have to self-censor. I actually think that's a mistake too. Complying in advance is always a mistake. But we got a sense of, what they're looking for now and what people have been targeted for and fired for. Everyone has Ethan Klein disease. Yeah, so Asmongold sicked his, I think, Chad, I haven't watched the video yet, but I think Asmongold sicked his fans on people. Like, somebody was making a joke on Twitter, like, talking about, like, oh, if, like, maybe this, maybe this person is, like, they were joking that since we had, like, Luigi before, maybe this is Mario, and, like that literally that got them targeted by Asmongold's chat, and I think they doxed them. I think they doxed this person and got them fired. So yeah, watch out, because the consequences can be real. But yeah, I don't want you to make it. I don't want to make you think like you got to go along with the hagiography of Charlie Kirk, or that you should like refrain from talking about what he actually said, what he actually did, what he actually stood for, how he wasn't really pro free speech. Anti-Italian discriminate, pretty much, that's what that is. Well, they don't like the brain rot. The Italian memes are too powerful. Chat, but that's the whole thing. Speaking of too powerful, right? I think that the reason that the Republicans won't go after this guy and these guys, right? Although technically, I'm not sure that's a Groyper. Does that count as a Groyper, chat? I'm not sure. It's close enough, chat. I needed one holding a phone. All right, I needed a frog with a phone, and I got one. But the reason that they were afraid to go after him, they're literally intimidated by this guy. Charlie Kirk was intimidated by this guy, all right? That's not me, like, insulting or making fun of the dead. That's just me stating facts. Charlie Kirk was afraid of Nick Fuentes and his fans. Charlie Kirk changed his rhetoric to suit Nick Fuentes and his fans, right? They successfully forced him to adopt a more virulent version of far-right rhetoric. And he did it. Groypers don't like Loomer. She is Jewish, true. And some of the white supremacists don't like Nick because of his last name and because of his penchant for catboys and the fact that he, right after stream, apparently has to turn on the gay porn. But some of them are okay with that, right? If you're part of that Bronze Age pervert aesthetic, maybe you kind of like the fact that he admires the male body a lot and enjoys. Maybe they praise him for suppressing his desires and not like openly identifying with his actual sexuality. Wait, see what clout chasing leads to? Well, here's the deal. Like, right, the best outcome of this would be for right-wingers to actually realize that, as my thumbnail says, the call is coming from inside the house, right? They say that Nick hooked up with Destiny. I can neither confirm nor deny, but I feel like people assuming that that Nick would be the top. It's a little bit, I don't know. Like, why would you assume that? I thought the leopard is eating the face jokes were kind of liberal cringe. Well, it's only cringe when Dark Brandon does it. Do people know that Dark Brandon's like an AI channel? You know what I'm talking about? Thank you for the super chat, Thomas. I'm trying to pronounce the German. boom, rot, head, oh my god, I have troubles with umlauts. Okay, wait. On an A, the umlaut turns like ah to it, like das Mädchen, right? And on an O, it makes it into like Look at that, we got, oh god, Chad, I haven't even put this up yet. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that I gotta get paid to continue the stream, but thank you for thinking about me nonetheless, Thomas Jerome. That's really sweet of you. Yeah, 2 out of 100. 2% of the way there, chat. Nick and Destiny are not the kind of Latino representation, yo!
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.77. Laura Luma, Magica Dispel or Dowager Trumpus or Lady Mac Trump.
Out damn spot? Perhaps. Perhaps. Do you think she's trying to wash the blood off her hands right now? But that's the whole thing, chat. These are two powerful people. Despite the fact that they are, look, they appear to us as lolcows, right? Despite the fact that they look absolutely ridiculous if you don't have your head up your ass. If you do have your head up Trump's ass, they look amazing. Sorry, I did the Trump hands, didn't I? They look great. Of course it's AI, probably funded by Chorus, yo! I don't know, I can neither confirm nor deny. I can neither confirm nor deny. Chile is a lovely country, love the mountains, yeah. And unlike Argentina, right, Chile's not, it's not, is Milei going down at last, chat? I know Bolsonaro, you know, is about to get convicted, I think. Balls in error. But I've heard that Milei is like maybe, I don't know when it. Oh my God, chat! I'm trying to remember. When was Milei elected? What? Was it 2023? I think it was 2023, right? 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, right? Is he up for? Is it Matapacos? When you say cute dog, are you talking about that dog? He got convicted and he got 27 years. Oh, it's so beautiful. But honestly, chat, here's the deal, okay? As much as I would love to see, like, Bolsonaro suffer, like, human punishment from, you know, legal consequences for his illegal actions, his attempted coup, right? Bolsonaro actually has a bigger enemy, even than the people of Brazil. Does anybody know who it is? It's a force of nature, chat. Mark Robinson is from North Carolina. Correct, yeah. Are we quizzing me today, chat? Well, I've got 2 out of 2 so far. Look at that. I remember Matapacos, and I probably mispronouncing Matapacos, but I like I remember everything. And I remember where Mark Robinson is from. Yes, I'm doing good. One of the Carolinas, yeah. I was at a counter demonstration today confronting the fash. A lot of them are literal clowns. That's what they do now. They just dress up like clowns. They're the clown boys. His own poop. Wait, whose own poop? Oh, that's a force of nature. Bolsonaro is deeply sick. That's true too. No, I'm thinking, chat, his true enemies are the bees. Does anybody know about this? Bees hate Bolsonaro. All right? And you know, the one thing that's going to be maybe good for him about going to jail for 27 years, which, you know, I doubt he'll live that long, is that he will be away from his true enemies. Gravity is his true enemy, judging by his push-ups. And thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome. Yeah. No, I'm just going to say the bees. Do people know about how the bees hate Bolsonaro? I think I've watched this clip a couple times on stream now, and yeah, he was like up giving a speech, and all of a sudden, like now normally, like, look, there's bees, like, you know, if you live in a country with bees, there's gonna be bees. If there's like sweet drinks or somebody put their soft drink down, the bees are gonna be attracted, right? Brazilian emus also hate him. Oh my god, I wouldn't want to be an enemy. Emus are even tougher. Didn't Australia try to conduct a war against emus and they lost? They could not. They got beat by they had to like sign a like a peace treaty with the emus. Yeah, Bolsonaro versus the bees, and the bees always win. But yeah, normally, chat, you just deal with them, right? And they fly in your face. And you just don't want to do something like have a bee land like in your armpit, and then you like put down your, you know, you're up like this, and then a bee lands here, and then you go like that, like then it'll sting you, or I don't know, you know, be too close to a hive, right? They'll sting you, right? There's certain things that they'll do to provoke the aggression of the bees. Most people can deal with that, right? But Bolsonaro, these bees just fucking hate his guts. They hate, yeah, for murking in the Amazon rainforest, no doubt. No doubt. These bees they have a long memory, chat. Bees, listen, you can reason with the bees potentially, right? I made a deal with the bees a long time ago, okay, that I would not eat their honey, right? I would eliminate honey from my diet, and they would not sting me. And I've only gotten stung by bees when I was eating honey. When I stopped eating honey, no more stinging. I know honey's like, you know, delicious and everybody loves it and stuff, but yeah, you can make a, you know, come to an agreement, come to an understanding. I believe that is the point, yo. Narwhal, and you command the Capybara Action Army? Do you have like capybaras that you can ride or something? That would be powerful, chat. Giant capybaras that you ride, like the who's the person on Demon Slayer that rides a pig? Anybody, or a boar or something? Not sure I've ever been stung. That's really cool. You must have a good relationship with the bees then. Do not mess with the emus. Yeah, the emus will fuck you up. You think the kangaroos are bad? No, they'll drown your dog, they'll drown you. If you're silly enough to go in the water with them, which you should never swim with a kangaroo, Chad. Don't swim with a kangaroo. They love to drown shit. For some reason. That's just their thing. I think I've been stung by a ground wasp. When you say ground wasp, like a yellow jacket ground wasp? Yeah, we're up to 12, thanks to, Rene. Inosuke was raised by a boat? What? Wait, is that the oh no, he has like a boar head, right? Does he wear like a boar head? Is that what I'm thinking? Why was I thinking he rides a boar? Chat, I must be thinking of like Princess Mononoke or something. Yeah, never swim with a kangaroo. Really, you just have to stay away from their hives and never stepping on them is, yeah, it's usually that kind of shit. Like the bees feel like you're trying to kill them, and so they sting you. The bees think that you might be trying to go for their honey, so they sting you, right? But yeah, I guess ground wasps, they don't have any honey. They will just fucking sting you. Do kangaroos swim? I don't know if they swim, but they will go into water. They'll wade in the water. They'll wade out into the water, and they will, it's his mom's head. Oh, he was raised by boars. Oh, okay. Is that right? The honey theory tracks. I was stung on my tongue when I was just 3, but it was my fault. I was eating a rice cracker and honey happened. Oh, and honey, did the bee get on the honey and then you accidentally got the bee in your mouth? That's so bad. I'm sorry for you. That's always one of my fears. That was always one of my fears of, like, getting a bee in my mouth. I was always deathly afraid. And it could happen, right? It almost happened. I think there's been 2 times when a bee has gotten in my mouth, right? The first time I was drinking soda on a hot day, a soda in a can, and I put it down, and I picked it back up, and I drank from it, and I got more than just soda. I got a little bug, a little crawling, like buzzing bug, and it was a bee. Luckily, I spit it out, and it went on its way. Right, but that was really scary. If I'd swallowed the bee, a clip-on gecko would help the situation. It needs to happen, Starman. I need to get like a Spirited Away lizard or something. Kangaroos are very... Yeah, they got the freaking... the roided roos. You know about the roided roos? These roos are roided. Somebody's giving these roos roids. And I think it's RFK Jr., honestly. Who would do that? Who would roid a roo? Who would be like, you know, Mr. Kangaroo, you're very muscular, but I think that you might improve your physique with a little less TRT. Here, let me give you a shot. Let me give you a shot. He's giving the roos roids, chat. This is like that scene in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas where they're dealing with a fucking reptile zoo and somebody's giving these motherfuckers booze. Except instead it's roided roos. He's making the roided... Is that RFK's Jr.'s master plan? Is to get all the roos on roids and create a roided roo army? Say roided roo? I don't know. Friendly Joldies? Is it... No, it's not quite that. Roided... No, I'm doing English. That's British for sure. That's definitely British. I had an Australian accent at one time. I knew the difference. I swear. He's trying to roofie the roos? He might be. Kangaroos had male pattern baldness. Yeah, they're getting too much, oh my god, what is that stuff called? The super testosterone? It's like testosterone goes through like one, like it goes through one chemical pathway that depends on a certain, enzyme. And it gets turned into this, like, is it DHT? Yeah, it's DHT. Dehydrotestosterone. Testosterone. Right, that's what causes hair loss, and that's what roids the roos, apparently. The most vicious animal is a young moose in heat? That sounds dangerous. That's not a wallaby. That's a roided roo. Kangaroos can't get into salt water. It hurts their skin. I was not aware. Roll dead roos, ya bogans. Oh my god, I still sound British, don't I? Give him the old roidy roo. Roidy roo. Wait. I think I can maybe can I get back to the... Okay, wait. Australian accent, alright? I remember a commercial, an Australian commercial from the early 2010s or late 2000s, and they're like trying to get people not to smoke marijuana while they play their harmonica. They're trying to get people not in Australia, like not to, specifically young people, not to get high, and they got this commercial where like the daughter has gotten high and then gone to like dinner with her family, and she's turned into a sloth, and they're like, pass the salt. And the daughter's like, which one of these is the salt? Like, right? It doesn't know. She's turned into a stoner sloth, and then her sister is like stoner sloth. I can't get it though. I can't retrieve the accent from my memory files, chat. I feel like my memory files are corrupted like a Android on Aliens, you know? Like where I'm gonna get mixed. I'm gonna tell you that the poem Ozymandias was actually written by Lord Byron instead of Percy Bysshe Shelley, like it really was. Yeah, they turn into sloths. Not just any sloth, they turn into a stoner sloth. Stoner sloth. It's like they got all that, like, oh god damn it, she's a stoner sloth. And they're trying to make it uncool to smoke weed because you can't identify the salt. You don't know. You try to pass them the ketchup. You try to pass them the Vegemite. You give them the Vegemite instead. Moose are quite progressive, even... Oh, no, aggressive. Even out of heat, aren't they? Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know, but I'm scared of all animals in the wild. Like, even the thing that fucks with me with animals is that, like, when they're bigger than I expect them to be, like, I see, like raccoons, for instance. I expect raccoons to be, like, these little tiny, like, this big, you know? Like, oh, it's a cute little raccoon, right? And then I come out and the raccoon runs away. But when I really saw raccoons in the wild, they were, like, small dogs. Or, I mean, not even that small, like, medium dogs, even. They were the size of medium dogs, and they weren't scared. I had food, and they wanted it, and I could. I was so scared, and like when the Vegemite. Wait, am I mispronouncing it? I don't think a stoner sloth would give you a lot of trouble. No, but they won't be able to pass you the salt. That's the problem. I'll call into the NCC show and show you my accent. A true Australian accent. No, but I recognize it when I hear it. I just can't. I don't have an Australian. Wait, let me try to think of like Freely the Banana Girl. Like, I would just have to watch some YouTuber, like an Australian YouTuber, who only eats raw food and sugar. Sugar's actually really good for you. I'm making a banana smoothie. I've got to put a pound of sugar into it, though. I can't do it yet. Vegemite is how it's pronounced. I was saying it right then. Raccoons can be intimidating. They want your food, right? And just like that elephant that I ran into in the Thai, the 7-Eleven in the like convenience store. You just have to give them your food. There's no other choice. Vegemite. Vegemite. Oh, I see. It's actually pronounced Vegemite. Oh, there's several accents. That's true. Did you get in touch with the embassy yet? I'm gonna have to wait till Monday, I think. In fact, the website is shut down. Coming up in 6 minutes. The Thai embassy website, the e-visa website, is going to be shut down until midnight tonight. But I don't even think that matters because I don't think there's anybody there. I think they only operate on like Vegemite. It's not mite. It's not Vegemite. No, that's not. It's all turning English, chat. Mooses are just giants, and they're bloody angry. Ew. Oh my god, chat. We gotta. I forgot. We need one more item. One more item for the bonus poll. Right? I don't have a poll up for you yet because I'm missing an item. And I just wonder if anybody in chat can suggest a topic, right? So we got Adam McIntyre, Ethan Klein, Alexis Nicholas. That's a whole ass mess. And I can't say I understand. For Australian accent, I think May is pronounced Mai. So it's like the month of Mai. It's the month of Mai. Mai. An Australian might would be said moit, veggie moit, veggie moit. But I'm not sounding too British there. What is going on? Come on. Come on, Bluetooth. Come on, Bluetooth. Oh my god, did we just... Oh, no, it's not Bluetooth. It's not a Bluetooth problem. There. Nar, Hassan. Nar, it's BDS, Hassan. Nar, don't drink coke, Hassan. It actually is BDS now. Like, she was, the Australian woman was prescient. They say might, like, moi. Paige Christie did a video on Adam, Alexis, Ethan is this an Australian accent, chat? Have I... No, I got a... Wait, you don't eliminate your H's, right? Do Australians knock off their H's? Like if I say have, do I say av? Or am I doing a Cockney accent when I say av? I think that's a Cockney accent, actually. Paige Christie did a video on Adam, Alexis, Ethan situation. Because it involved her as well, tangentially, she explained it well because I have zero context. Okay, so we got that. That's not it. That's a confused accent. Sound Yorkie. Like a Yorkie Terrier. Labubu is Berber. Berber. I used to listen to, it's still British. I had it when I listened to some Australian YouTubers, right? I don't watch Friendly Geordies, and I don't like there were like these vegan Australian YouTubers back in the day that were, can you sing the Philosopher song? Wait, there's nothing Nietzsche wouldn't teach you? About the raising of the wrists, that one? But that's Monty Python, right? Macas is, Macas. Go to Macas. What can you expect when you send a bunch of criminal ink? Oh my god, that's slander, Conrad. I can't read that off. Destiny would be Destiny. Oh, Destiny. Okay, so chat, here's a possible, since none of you have, look, all I know about Australia is that there's an Indy Pack race, right? An Indy Pack bike race, where you go from the Indian Ocean on the, I guess there's a name for this coast, right? You go from the Indian Ocean on the west coast to the Pacific Ocean on the east coast, and it's a long bike ride, but you don't make it all in one day, and you camp out or whatever. And somebody died, right? Somebody got hit by a car in one of them way back. The Philosopher song is supposedly sung by a bunch of Australians. Destiny. It's not Destiny. It's Destiny would be like Dershowitz if Dershowitz and Destiny did like a mind meld to become one. But yeah, there is some content involving Destiny, chat. It's a Wick debate, and it seemed like it might be pretty cursed. Kirsteny. And the reason I say that is that I think Destiny's on his thing of like trying to antagonize MAGA for, I don't know, viral effect. Oi, you fucking cunt. Oi, you fucking cunt. Wait, never heard of Sydney Gala? Wait, that sounds familiar. Is that an Australian YouTuber? The people that complain about the places that don't allow you in with a neck and hand tattoos because bikers and act like it's the government is pretty. Wait, what? People complaining about the places that don't allow you in with neck and hand tattoos because bikers are there like. Wait, Australia. Wait, bikers like motorbikers. What's funny is I'm in a country where like everyone is on motorbikes, mostly, right? Some people have cars, but say it's just not done, mate. It's just not. Oh my god. It's a gay parade on Sydney Opera House. Sheila? Wait, isn't a Sheila a croc? Biker gangs used to mess shit up in Australia? Was it like the Mods and the Rockers? Like that kind of... Was it like during the 60s? Did they, Oh my god, chat. How am I still thirsty? How am I still so thirsty? They say prawn instead of shrimp. Wait, aren't prawns and Sheila's a female kangaroo? I thought it was an alligator. Or no, sorry, I'm not an alligator, a crocodile. A crocodile. Crocodile. See, I can say crocodile correctly, maybe. A crocodile. No, I almost said a proper... Yeah, if you don't notice, we need a topic. To get the stream going, I need a topic. I was thinking maybe the Destiny debate, but it's cursed. It's a Wick debate. It's Destiny trying to be like, I'm actually left, guys, because I say like unhinged shit about Trump, right? Destiny's gonna fucking get like, I don't know, he's gonna get himself such a CCOT or something, right? He's trying to stand out at the worst possible time. But I haven't even looked at what Destiny is saying because I honestly don't really care. Especially when he's trying to get attention, which he is right now, I like care less than normal. I really do not care, could not give a fuck about what Destiny is even on about. Oh god, chat, I just realized if I look up, I can't look up Charlie Kirk on... I was gonna scroll Twitter with you, but actually, fuck no. We might be able to use Twitter to look for the Laura Loomer post, or see what's going on with Fuentes and company, but we cannot, the one thing, and remind me if I get tempted to do this, remind me not to search Charlie Kirk on Twitter. Oh wow, so I was under the impression that, yeah, the post that I thought Laura Loomer deleted, I guess she didn't delete. Oh, I got it, we got it, chat, she left it up. No rules, just right. Is that even a real Australian accent, or is that just the American idea of, Yeah, you know exactly why I can't look up Charlie. Are you dead naming X? Yeah. Gonna look at stream suggestions really quick. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like don't want to tell people how to do their stream suggestions, but I have noticed like certain trends that like people will post like long lists of links to videos, like many videos at once, and I don't know. I don't know. Like the idea of stream suggestions is if you got a suggestion for the stream, like something that would be good for the stream, suggested in stream suggestions, right? It's not really for like, ooh, there's this cool live stream going on right now, or like some I don't know. I don't want to single anybody out, but I don't know. Maybe I need to write a description of what is like the ideal kind of. I watched Margot Robbie when she had her first role on Neighbors. She was an incredible actress as a teen. There's a website doxing, or at least those who make fun of Charlie Kirk. Yeah. So yeah, do be careful. I think I've said that before, but it's a good for Rixton to keep reminding us, because I haven't said it in a little while. It's data aggregation, not doxing. But they try to find out who you are, and they try to find out where you work, and they try to get your work to fire you, right? Or worse. I mean, they could. I mean, like if that shit's out there, if you get identified as a person, going after Charlie Kirk, in certain ways, right? I think it's mainly people like, but yeah, what is it? Elon's got like a list of like 66 people that he's basically doxing. It's not Twitter anymore, is it? It's Kiwi Farms. It's Elon's Kiwi Farms. That's what he's doing, chat. Wait, the Bituation Room? Why is the right obsessed with the Lord of the Rings? Sounds good. I'm kind of looking for something a little bit more topical, if that's... When did Francesca put that out? The praise Elon's got a list. The phrase Elon's got a list made me shudder. This is part of the reason I'm not on there anymore. Although I almost sometimes think I need to be on there. But no, good. I mean, this is the whole thing. Is that like there's. Wait, Francesca had a bad takeover Nepal? I don't know about this. They should be happy. The man said the sacrifice was worth it. He did say that, yeah, that the Second Amendment was more important than the people that died to gun violence, right? And he said this, apropos to like school shooting situations. What about Taylor and Friedland? I had that up there before, but I didn't think anybody wanted that. Targeting universities? Well, no, they're targeting especially historically black universities, HBCU. I have a bad take on Nepal. Yeah, I don't know what Francesca said about Nepal. I just know that there's a situation where Nepal, a lot of people in Nepal are poor, especially young people, and the people that aren't poor tend to be, some of the politicians and the families of the politicians. This has created like a huge, kind of like expatriate community, of Nepalis that live outside of Nepal. Some of them do, social media or content creation, or like influencing, and that the lifestyles that are shown are a sore subject for some of the young people in Nepal. That's what I know about the Nepal situation, but I have not really locked in on it yet.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
There is a new Jesse Gender video. There's also a new Taylor Lorenz video, right? In fact, we should definitely watch that. What is the... It's kind of wild. They killed the PM's wife. I didn't know about this. I know the Prime Minister... Do not worry, debunking Ethan and Ela's claim that they aren't Zionists. Okay, that's a good one, Rave. That I think that'll work. Timing is peak. Yeah, in fact, I almost feel like, I don't know. The only reason I'm not thinking about putting, I don't know, the Taylor Lorenz. Okay, wait. How much Ethan Klein do we have on here? Oh, we have a lot of Ethan Klein. Okay, the Taylor Lorenz thing is pretty old. Look, I'm gonna, Taylor, here we go. We're gonna switch this out, video, new Taylor Lorenz. New Taylor Lorenz is really good, says Buffy Geek. Okay, we'll put that on there. I was gonna just watch that, but I was thinking it was more related to the stream topic. I guess it's not exactly. Taylor's talking about like who gets to. Wait, what's it called? Did we watch Stabby? The Stabby thing is wild. Wait, what was Wild Brixton? He was the guy was Supreme Court Justice at the beginning of independence. Yeah, it's about whose lives matter. Yeah, whose lives are allowed to matter, because again, there was just a shooting in Minnesota of a Democratic politician. I think it was 2 Democratic politicians died in a series of shootings, right? And one died along with their partner. Wait, who got elected via Discord? Stabby. Where can we put Stabby? Adam Friedland on MR, Adam McIntyre on the Alexa with the Alexa Nicholas situation. Where does Stabby Baby fit? They shot 4 people and 2 of them died. The new Nepalese PM was elected via Discord. Oh, I didn't know that. The shooter was disguised as a cop. Yeah, and they made fun of this. Also, Paul Pelosi, if you remember, right? Chat, can you imagine if I went on Twitter.com right now, and I'm sure somebody has, and I posted that this was actually a gay lover's spat that resulted in what happened to Charlie Kirk? Can you imagine what would happen to me if I posted that? Right? If I posted that that Charlie Kirk's gay lover got jealous, and that's the motive behind the shoot. Yeah, I don't think good things. And that's literally what they said with Paul Pelosi. They literally turned a fucking crazed, and that was a friend. That was like, I don't know, kind of related to Groyper's chat. Goddamn, almost 2 hours. God damn it, fuck. I'm uncomfortable. I'm hot. I need to be over there, but I have to be over here because the lighting is good over here. I could turn the lights above on, but then we got lighting from above, and I turn into like a shiny, unhappy people instead of a shiny happy people. Let's do the shiny unhappy Irene, because that's gonna be our only. That's gonna be my only refuge from the heat. It's crazy though that the air conditioning can only really handle. Yeah, I kind of want to watch a I've had it clip with you. Anybody up for that? I kind of want to start out with the I've had it gals. Let's see if I got them. Wait, I should know their names by now, right? I know Pumps. Any Pumps fans? Wait a minute, that's not horrible, is it? Is the lighting horrible? I think the lighting's not horrible. I don't think I have to turn on the shiny lights. Can you tell my hair is red? Sort of? I'll take it, chat. This is much more comfortable. I'm feeling way better. What is D&W? That's Do Not Worry Podcast. That is the podcast of Anthony Sargon and Friends. It was originally a tribute to the H3 podcast, right? It was originally, Anthony was a H3 fan and wanted to make a similar vibe kind of show himself, and then, well, yeah, Ethan fucking crashed the fuck out, and he's got this whole problem where it's like, you know what, the people that got me like I mean, chat, this would be like if I don't know, like, people that inspired Anthony to even do the show. It's actually a little better. Nice. Pumps is a lawyer. Wait, who's the other woman's name is? I never know her name because they all. She was like, well, Pumps understands this. Pumps is rearing to go here today. The one lady on, yeah, who's the I don't want to call her the main lady, but she does kind of, have more to say usually. Well, we'll see. I guess I'll put us on because we need to get going. All right. So for Pumps wears glasses. Well, I don't get them mixed up. That's not my problem. The problem is I literally can't remember the other woman's name because Pump's name gets said like 700 times per show. I was an H3 fan until Hassan stuff. Yeah, embarrassed but true. Yeah, same thing with. Yeah, so it's kind of like the same thing with Anthony. And so then, he just, talked about what was going on H3, and he became a target. Jennifer, thank you, Jen or Jennifer. So Jen and Pumps are two I've had it ladies, are two I've had it gals. What shall we call them, chat? The gals? When I say the gals, though, it feels like I'm talking about like the gals, but I'm not actually talking about the gals. I'm talking about the ladies of I've Had It podcast. All right, let's make this happen. I gotta put up Have we got everything that we're doing? I think we do. The only thing, wait. Was there one more? Stabby Baby. Okay, Stabby Baby. Do we have a place? Do we have something, Chad? Is there something that you think you're like not going to vote for that I could put Stabby in the place of? Because that's what I need to do. I've gabbed at you for 2 hours here. The idea is to gab at you for 1 hour, right? That's how we used to do it in the old days. Pumps has a huge crush on Hassan. I mean, many such cases, Dina. The fact that they call Trump Hanks McTaco Tits, yeah. Well, yeah, they mainly refer to him as Kanks, right? That's actually, it actually fucks me up. Wait, because like she's like Kanks and then she's like Pumps, and then I'm like, wait. That's too close together. Those are two names that are too close together. The fact they call Trump's Kanks and do they call him Smokey the Bear? They should call him Little Smokey. He's little. Do they ever call him Little Smokey? That would be the perfect name for him, chat. He is a Little Smokey. He's got smoky because of his smoky eyes, his dreamy smoky eyes. Smokey the Bear. I mean, maybe he's the Shoney's bear. I don't know what kind of bear. JD Salinger. We're bringing JD Salinger into it. Yo! Shouts out to all the JD Salinger fans in the audience. Wait, what just happened? Oh my god, I think somebody just followed me on Twitch, right? That's what that is. Either that or somebody hit Capagen on Twitch. I am so sorry that I'm not streaming on Twitch this week, chat. It is very sad. Jennifer and Pumps are great. I hope they get more radical. Yeah. They do call him Little Smokey. Hell yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. He really is a little tinned sausage, is what that man is. And emphasis on little. Anyway, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to put Stabby Baby into the rotation. I know people want to. It's a little late, isn't it, on the Alexa Nicholas stuff? Should we do this, chat? Is anybody gonna be mad if I take off the Adam McIntyre content? Let me know in chat. I need to hear right now. Does anybody think this is a bad idea? Right, I am considering replacing Adam McIntyre, Ethan Klein, Alexa Nicholas with what you call it, with the Stabby Baby. But I'm not sure if this is the right move here. Anybody mad at me? Anybody think that's a bad idea? Anybody really got their heart set on Adam McIntyre? What the fuck am I so thirsty? Not thirsty like apparently Pumps is for Hassan, but aren't they both kind of fans of Hassan's aesthetic, so to speak? Nobody would be upset so far. YouTube videos on Charlie Kirk are being reported? Well, we're not saying anything bad. This video is more about Nick Fuentes and Laura Luna, anyway. Charlie Kirk is somebody else's. Charlie Kirk is yeah. More of an issue about what he's left behind and what contributed to the events that ended in his untimely demise that we're talking about here today. Not so much. But okay, so we're gonna do this. All right, we're gonna switch this out. Stabby. I'm trying to figure out how to say this right, versus trans-brained Austin comic, Stabby versus Austin comic. Trying to explain Groypers. We should do like a fucking, like, I mean, there needs to be more, you know, what it is YouTube and a lot of platforms and a lot of networks. You're seeing a lot of gutlessness, right? You're seeing a lot of gutlessness right now. This is like Twitch, you know, remember when Twitch banned Frogan and everybody that was on that panel because they didn't like shitty hummus, right? You remember that? It's like that, right? There's no real thing. Like if YouTube's just fucking going along with this. Yeah, the other video, I get what you're saying, Ator, and thank you for looking out for me. Okay, I guess we're gonna go with that. Paint a big old target on my back here in order to have a poll with the phrase trans rights in the all right, let's start a poll. So we're gonna get going right after this, chat. But I am putting a big old target on my back, I guess, both by talking about this and by saying trans rights in the poll. If you like what I'm doing, if you care about what I'm doing, and you want to support the show, you can support me in a number of ways. All of those ways help us get closer to the bonus goal. Right, the bonus goal that is that little number down there. It's a little number right now, right? But it could be a big number, and if it does in fact become a big number, if it gets up to 100, in other words, I'll stick around and cover one of these topics. In addition to the content that I am giving you for free, I will also talk about one of these topics. Right? We got Stabby defends trans rights. We got Adam Friedland on the Majority Report. We got Do Not Worry debunks H3 on, you know, the definition of Zionism. Maybe I'll just put this out. Do not worry. There we go. And we've got the new Taylor Lorenz video on, yes, Charlie Kirk. So anyway, if you want to help me out today, just in case something bad does happen to my channel, and I'm not able to come to you for a little while, all right, then you can do so by means of a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, right? If you weasel up and get yourself a membership, or if you gift weasels to other people, if you gift memberships to other people, right? That'll helps me out a lot. I massively appreciate that, and that'll make this number go up. That'll make this machine go burr, the machine that we call bonus content, which is the fun half of the show, chat. I'm not even rich enough to give you a fun half of the show, but you know, if we can muster the weird champs to get to 100, then I think we can make it happen, and I can stick around a little bit longer today. So if you care about those kind of things, and you're worried for my well-being, considering the huge target I am painting on myself right now for you, then please support the stream. It'll also get bonus content, not just for you, but for everyone, right? We can justify the bonus content by hitting 100 on the bonus goal today. Of course, if we hit 200, you get 2 bonus topics. 300, you get 3 bonus topics, right? It's a multiplier. So if more than one of these things appeals to you, then you know that is how you get to that, right? Also, conservatives don't talk about Charlie. Censorship for you. Yeah, free speech. Charlie Kirk was all about free speech, right? Adam Friedland. I almost keep on saying Wait, did I say Friended? I meant to say Friedland. Alright, some more coconut water down the hatch. So there you go. There's your poll right now. You can vote on these. The bonus topic, look, if we get to 100, all right, we don't get to 100, this is all just a fun little exercise of me getting to see what kind of content that you like, what kind of content that you want, what kind of content interests you, right? But if we hit 100, then yeah, it does become content that we'll watch. The content that wins in the poll, but you can also help your favorite topic. Look at these topics, right? You can help your favorite topic win in the poll, again, by means of a super chat, super sticker. You get yourself a membership if you gift a membership. If you sign up for my Patreon, which please let me know. I'll try to check the email to see if that happens, but if you don't see me acknowledging that, feel free to let me know in chat that you have signed up as a Patreon, or if you donate, which yes, I still have the Vietnam trip. Yeah, we didn't quite get funded on the Vietnam trip. Funded the ticket and the accommodations. Did not fund the e-visa or the food that I'm gonna be needing to that I've been eating this week. So if you want to help me offset those costs, you can donate to me on throne.com, or if you just want to send a little dono my way, that's probably one of the better ways to do it. The way that I would suggest is go to throne.com/nocommentchick, and you can donate to the Vietnam Trip Fund, which I am on the Vietnam trip right now, and that would help me out greatly, and it'll also add to the bonus meter, right? The bonus meter is at 14 right now, nowhere close to bonus content, but if it gets to 100, then I will be sticking around. We will be doing a longer than 3 or 4, oh my god, what am I saying? We'll be doing a lot. We don't have much time, chat. I gotta go, because again, if we don't hit the bonus meter, this is gonna be a fairly short. Do we like the pulp in the coconut water? I mean, I don't know. When I'm drinking the coconut water, I like to look. I like the flesh. The flesh. It sounds so evil to say. I like the flesh, but no, the green coconut. Green coconut meat. That almost sounds worse. Green coconut meat is really good, and I like it. I don't like the old coconut meat. It's kind of too hard and not tasty. But when I'm drinking it, I just drink the water. Yeah, I don't have the pulp in it. What I put instead of is a little bit of lime, because it kind of freshens up the taste of the coconut water, which I appreciate. Yo, a Throno Dono just happened. Oh, and I need to install that on my browser. So, oh yeah. Also, thank you for letting me know that actually happened, because I don't necessarily see that unless somebody lets me know. Buffy Geek, thank you for helping me to offset the cost of the Vietnam trip, which hopefully will not have to last for longer, chat. I really hope that I get that visa on Monday or Tuesday at the very latest, so that I can just go back to Thailand on Wednesday when my flight is scheduled. But if not, chat, this trip is gonna end up costing even more, because I'll have to move my ticket and I'll have to find accommodations for the next, for however long. So yeah, if you want to help me out with that, that's at throne.com/nocommentchick. And thank you, Buffy Geek, for doing that. We're at 24 right now. We are at 24. Let me add that to the thing. All right, so we're going to start off with do not worry. No, do not worry, we don't get to unless we... Also, just to remind everybody, if you are a Twitch person, if you are a Twitch refugee, if you normally watch the stream on Twitch, you can still contribute to me on Twitch, even though I'm not streaming right now, right? If I get any subs, including Prime subs, or people gift subs, or people throw bits at me, I will see that, and I'll add it to the bonus meter here. So that's another way. If you want to do that, I'm just letting you know that's an option, right? I know I'm not streaming on Twitch today, and I'm really sorry to my Twitchy weasels and to my... Put the lime in the salt and the tequila. I mean, it's good in coconut water too. Anyway, we got to get to I've Had It podcast. Let's make that happen. I need to take a pee. Or several peas. Several peas? Wait, how come with Ethan he doesn't say like diarrhea singular, he says diarrheas? That really fucks with me, chat. He's like, oh yeah, you know, she was doing some stinky diarrheas too, and then my dog started doing the stinky diarrheas, and the baby started doing stinky diarrheas, and like how come we don't say peas? Taking peas, plural, I don't know. I've had it, you know, honestly, like these gals are doing some really good work, and I might actually watch more than one of their videos. I don't know. We'll see what else they have. I think this is the one.
Breaking news, Tyler.
Jennifer and Pumps. Let's make sure we got it. I think we got it, and boom. There we go, chat. I've Had It gals. Oh wait. Okay. I just have to hit the, I just have to unkill the mic. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna go, it's a brain lesion? Wait, what's this brain lesion? Oh, Ethan's brain lesion. I see. I thought you were talking about my brain lesion. Hopefully I don't have one. They have like 35k live viewers. Good job. Good on them. Good on them. Alright, I gotta go piss, girl. I said I'll be right back.
Breaking news, Tyler Robinson has been named the suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk, and details surrounding this person are starting to emerge. Kylie, put up the first one. Tyler Robinson and his family don't look like trans liberals to me. Tyler's family is registered Republicans. His father is a minister and former law enforcement. They have family members in the military. Oh, and Tyler's parents introduced him to weapons at an early age. Kylie, put up these photos individually. Here he is with his father, and you notice his father has on kind of that Patriot MAGA-coded style merch. And here he is, was raised in gun culture, shooting guns. So we knew that the person who shot Kirk would have to have experience. Here he is as a very small child with an assault rifle. This has sadly become a huge part of American culture where kids, here he is sitting down with a huge weapon. So this fits not the profile of a radical leftist, because we don't go to gun shows and take photographs with weapons. This sadly is what always comes out about these right-wing extremists. Gun culture is a huge part of it. Loneliness, radicalization online. The Pumps, what did you say? The Utah governor. All this is breaking very quickly. The Associated Press is reporting what, Pumps?
That that Tyler Robinson had become radicalized and got into politics recently, and did not believe what Charlie Kirk believed, but it doesn't go into specifics.
Okay, and then here's what we know about the shooter. Call to Activism is reporting Tyler Robinson of Utah. His father is a retired sheriff. They're Mormon. They're white. He was raised with guns and shooting, and he wore a Trump costume for Halloween. And you see these same photographs again, him with his dad and his dad with that kind of patriotic black and white American flag, all that MAGA coded hyper masculinity style merch. And you see the gun in his hands when he is a small child. And then next up is that within the MAGA movement, if somebody steps out of line, they start to intercannibalize. And 2 days before the murder of Charlie Kirk, Laura Loomer was calling out Charlie Kirk online in a since deleted tweet. She tweeted that Charlie Kirk had stabbed Trump in the back and didn't have Trump's back and all of this other stuff. She since deleted it. Now she's gone on that she's going to make a list of all the leftists and
just wanted to point out that like leftists do sometimes know their way around a gun show and or a gun store, and like look, it's not maybe not liberals so much, right? But yeah, people that are aware of the kind of danger that their community's under and the need to defend ourselves, right? Sometimes do know a little bit about guns and gun culture and such. But yeah, no, this is St. George, Utah. This is not like L.A., San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, right? This is not. So point taken. I just wanted to mention that. I heard he donated a couple of $100. I think that's been debunked. I feel like I've heard that he didn't actually. My normie moderate coworker asked me on Friday, what's Discord? A lot of people are getting the question, what's a Groyper, right? We'll get into that in a second here, too, for anybody that doesn't know. Loomer the fucking loon. Now, anyway, they're anyway, let me pull up this tweet for you. All right. This is what she's talking about, right? This is the, now, a lot of people think this tweet is deleted, but it's not. I'm actually reading from Laura Loomer's timeline here. So, yeah, I guess kudos for not trying to hide the evidence here. But if we're going to go after people that were saying bad things about Charlie Kirk, we're going to have to start with Laura Loomer, who is now, trying to persecute people for fucking disagreeing with him. But look who else disagrees with Charlie Kirk. Look, Laura, the call's coming from the inside the fucking your brain. What the fuck kind of baddie chick is this, chat? Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, you want to put yourself on that list, bitch? I don't ever want to hear Charlie Kirk claim that he's pro-Trump ever again, says Laura Loomer, not me. After this weekend, I'd say he's revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I'm guessing, is this because he said something about Epstein? Is this because he says he wants the Epstein files to be released, right? And she's like, oh no, we can't have that. Our president is a white hat pedophile, right? We must protect. We must protect. Like, he became a pedophile to take down Epstein, chat. He's sacrificed so much for this country. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. There is a lot of line walking and fence riding and there is a lot of that, with Charlie, especially after and this came up in the thing that we watched from Hassan the other day, where a chatter claimed that Charlie Kirk maybe was taken out by Israel because he's too pro-Palestinian. It's not true. It's not true. But there are times in which he will be critical of Israel in order to try to in order to act basically as a moderating force on the right, because now it's not just the left that is massively against, like 80-20 against what Israel's doing. It is the right that is, I would say, more just against Israel. And, a lot of those anti-Israel right-wing people, it's not out of concern for the Palestinians, let's just say. They have another reason, chat. they have another reason for hating Israel. They have certain certain other groups, a certain other group that they associate with Israel that they hate, and that's why you're seeing so much like anti-Israel energy even on the right now. So Charlie Kirk, like, he kind of, let's be real, all right? I'm not trying to speak ill of the dead. I'm just speaking the truth, right? He would, give, some might say a nuanced opinion, some might say a contradictory opinion of the of Israel on his platform. And yeah, if you want to go to the VOD from 2 days ago, that's where I talk about that. I think I've already covered that though, so we won't get into it now. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. TPUSA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of President Trump. On the 1-year anniversary of the assassination attempt on Trump's life, Charlie hosted Dave Smith, and that's about the most, I guess, Israel critical voice that you're likely to see on Charlie Kirk's program. Hosted Dave at TPUSA's SAS conference, where Dave Smith was able to speak to a bunch of conservative youth at the organization that claims to be pro-Trump. 3 weeks ago, Dave Smith called for President Trump to be impeached and removed. I'm guessing because of Epstein? Was that what Dave Smith was on about? I wish he'd, give more context here. Removed from office, over his decision to blow up Iran's nuclear facilities. Yeah, some, on the right are actually anti-war, and that's kind of how you tell, right? If they're if they're as critical of Trump's actions as they would have been of like Bush's or Obama's or anyone else's, right? Charlie played both sides on the Iran issue on his show, as we saw, because he wants to play both sides of the aisle. Again, he's playing both sides in order to remain relevant in the conversation. Unlike Laura Loomer, he's able to, recognize that the fucking pro-Israel standpoint has got no future on the right or the left. And again, supporting Israel is going to become just like supporting South Africa. But I guess, with a tinge of anti-Semitism on the right, right? The honorable thing to do is to have a position that actually defended to the death. Oh no! Did she say that? Did she say defend it to the death? I don't think you can take that away from. That's an unfortunate. That's some unfortunate wording that she used there, chat. And look, if these people had any fucking guts, these people that are getting people fired for making jokes on Twitter, right? If they had any guts, they would be going after Laura Loomer. They don't, chat, because she's got too much power in the Trump organization, in the Trump regime. She is a de facto part of the Trump crime family. And as such, people are afraid of being Loomered. Smith also said all of MAGA should turn on Trump and abandon him. That's Dave Smith. He said this 3 weeks ago. See the clip below. TPUSA is definitely not pro-Trump. God damn, this is a long tweet. Thank you, Elon. Thank you, Elon. I'm so glad that these shitheads have the opportunity to go on and write a fucking literal wall of text instead of having to make a thread like the rest of us. Thank you, Elon, for letting these shitheads just fucking yap in our ear every day on x.com. TPUSA is definitely not pro-Trump. That's a weird thing to say. They're definitely pro-Trump. She's wrong. She's wrong. And she's attacking Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk just a few days before he was killed. So if you're looking for somebody that might have fed into anger against Charlie Kirk, you gotta realize the call is coming from inside the White House in this case, right? Between full-throated endorsements of Donald Trump, she also probably picks up the phone for him, right? When he's a little preoccupied cleaning something off of himself with Towley from South Park. Chat, she'll get the phone for him. Of all the incredible pro-Trump voices out there who support the president, Charlie decides to host Dave Smith. It's really shameful. I'm honestly just disgusted by the nonstop flip-flopping. What is this, a 28-second clip? Okay.
Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything Trump looks. And man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
That was a good loop. They looped it just right. I couldn't even tell it was like when you do a TikTok video or a YouTube short that loops around to the beginning of the video. The ending of the video is just enough like the very beginning where it just feels like that they do that because on TikTok and shorts you kind of have to get not just like 100% watch time, as in the average is people watch all of your video, but you're trying to get like 110, 120. You're trying to get people to rewatch a little bit of the video. And that tends to happen when you loop it and people don't realize the video is over. Thank you very much to Charlie Kirk for having me at TPUSA today. It was a fantastic event, and I'm inspired seeing so many young people who are passionate about the future of our country. Yeah. Anyway, that's what they're talking about with Laura Loomer.
Liberals and Democrats that she thinks contributed to Charlie Kirk's murder. And in fact, what contributed to it is a Republican family that teaches their children about guns at a very young age. And sadly, this has become such a part of right-wing American culture. And I want to say that this makes me sad. This makes me sad for that family, makes me sad for that kid, because our politicians have never, ever responded to gun violence. We've had presidents shot. Charlie Kirk has been shot. Hide and watch. What they're going to do after this is they're going to continue on the same path they always continue upon, which is more guns, more accessible all the time. In Oklahoma, where we live, they have vending machines with ammo in them in 7-Elevens and other type convenience store. I'm not sure if it's a 7-Eleven. I don't want to get that wrong, but like convenience stores, there are ammo vending machines. Billy Baldwin points out this on Twitter. He's not black. Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson. He's not black. He's not trans. He's not Muslim. He's not an immigrant. He is not a Democrat. Meet Charlie Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson. He is a white, Christian, conservative, Republican male with a gun again. And statistically, when all of this was going on, when Fox News started declaring war, when Jesse Waters and Laura Ingraham, which recklessly tried to rile up their base that somehow the left was in charge of this, statistically, I knew that this was probably a white male, as all shooters are. And this seems to be MAGA-grown terrorism. MAGA is a culture that embraces unrestricted access to guns at all times. They want guns to have more rights than women. This is the don't tread on me crowd. This is the crowd that if anybody steps out of line to their dear leader, they get death threats, even within their own party. You can go no further than to ask Mitt Romney or John McCain before he died of a brain tumor. This is what happens to anybody who steps out of line with the cult leader. But Fox News and these right-wing influencers would have you believe that people like us that want people to have health care, that want a safe place for Charlie Kirk to have gone and done his job. I wanted Charlie Kirk to be able to go do what he wanted to do, even though I disagree with all of the hateful shit that he says. The world that I want to live in is a place where Charlie Kirk is not shot. And so what they've done, what Fox News and
Again, I've said this before, like, this is not going to have any positive effects, right? This is going to have only negative effects. That being said, his whole campus invasion thing, it's not new. It's something that Milo Yiannopoulos, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro kind of pioneered, and then Charlie just, with the astroturfing of TPUSA, which before it actually had any sort of young following, had a boomer following and a giant.
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. I'm not looking forward to when RFK opens his gob and says, "This is what happens when you vaccinate their children."
Oh my God.
NCC. This effing timeline.
No, I was just thinking about RFK, or wait, I think I said that already. Wait, I did talk about RFK, right? Today. I was just trying to remember. I feel like I said something to somebody else about RFK that I haven't said on us. There was something with RFK that came up that in relation to this, but I can't. No, I said it on stream. Chat, my brain is just cooking, and what the fuck? Have some cooler temperatures, perhaps. I don't usually turn it down to 25 degrees Celsius, chat. That seems very, very cold. No. I wasn't complaining that you were bringing something up that I already talked about. I was just saying, I was just wondering to myself if, because I feel like I talked to somebody else about RFK and there was some connection to this matter, but I think I said it already on stream. I was just trying to make sure that I've covered everything that I want to cover today in this, because, yeah.
and all of these right-wing
But thank you for the super chat.
influencers putting targets on so many liberals' backs. They've started a whole website about Charlie's murderers and listing people online and doxing them. And this is a homegrown problem. Donald Trump has the most divisive rhetoric that I've ever heard in my life. I've never heard American presidents speak out against their own citizens. And while all this was going on, these right-wing influencers were riling up, and Fox News was riling up the base and saying it's all these leftists. The Utah governor also revealed that there's a huge bot farm of Chinese and Russian bots that were in the algorithms owned by all of Trump's supporters. Utah Governor Spencer Cox said Russian and Chinese bots are stoking violence online in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Chat, is this the Utah governor that has been kind of calling for the temperature to come down? But there's this one clip, I think, of him standing in front of Kash Patel, and he's talking about violent extremism right in front of a wild-eyed right-wing extremist. In fact, wait, she's going to go over this. Let me not. I think she's going to talk about Kash Patel here in a second.
So when Donald Trump found out that Charlie Kirk had been assassinated, executed, killed in cold blood, he was meeting with architects about his ballroom. Mind you, the night before, Vladimir Putin sent drones over a NATO nation, Poland. One would think that an American president would have been in the Situation Room the next day. But he was meeting with architects for a vanity project that he has. This is a very serious time. We do not have serious people in charge that care about cleaning up their own political party, and they attack anybody who steps out of line against Donald Trump. And I want to leave you all with Kash Patel at the press conference this morning.
Okay.
And I want to remind
Here it
everybody
is.
that Kash Patel did a podcast before he was the head of the FBI, and he wore a shirt that said Cash Money. And he sold ivermectin and all this other snake.
The governor is fanning the flames. Yeah, no, I was gonna say that too, Kaylala. Like, yeah, that in some clips that you see, he seems to be calling to like turn the temperature down and for like, you know, I don't know, people not to like attack each other for their viewpoints. But in other cases, yeah, he's literally like he's echoed like the conspiracy theories that try to, in fact, absolutely, like a lot of the boost that the theories that the shooter is like an anti-fascist, the shooter is at first it was the shooter was trans, right? And then when they saw who the shooter was, it became, oh well, but the shooter may have had a roommate. I mean, we're not sure. Maybe he was living with his family. Maybe he had a roommate, and maybe the roommate is trans. Look at this picture. The roommate's in a onesie, like with an animal like hoodie, you know, like a animal hood. That's something that a trans person would wear. Looking a little bit like, I don't know. Yeah, Cash Money is even involved with Lil Wayne, pretty much. You know, he's got his own record label, chat. Cash Money Records. Dear. Well, I mean, look, I don't think they know the reference that they're unintentionally making. Kind of cleaned it up. They figured out the ID of. Well, they did, and now they're trying to associate. They're trying to like hypothesize that the assailant cared too much about trans people, and for that reason, like that had a trans roommate, and therefore that was the motivation, right? But again, there's not really anything solid backing this. There's nothing solid backing this. There's a bunch of, we don't even know, chat, if the assailant had a roommate aside from his family. Okay, so yeah, this whole thing, this other person, and the person that we're talking about, right? That's being alleged to be trans. Based on, as far as I can tell, yeah, like a hoodie, like an animal hoodie or a onesie or something like that they were wearing, is cooperating now with the law enforcement to they've got trans Delulu syndrome, pretty much. He had the nerve to say we got him. Bitch, you don't. Oh no, he got himself. He told his family that he was the person. He was the, oh my god, chat. It was good lighting for 2 seconds. It was good. Oh my god, we're gonna have to do this. I hate chat. I'm about to get shiny here. Lost some of that lighting. I don't know, a cloud. Okay, it's not too bad, right? Not too shiny. The lighting is way better. You can definitely tell my hair is red now, so that's good.
Oil, and all he did was talk about the release of the Epstein files ad nauseum on this podcast. And that was enough for Trump. And he went hard in the paint for Trump. This guy doesn't care
Kash Patel is a barb now. Now we know.
about facts. The guy doesn't care about truth. He was a Trump loyalist, is a Trump loyalist. And the FBI has been built off the backs of career law enforcement people. The MAGA Republicans have started just a smear campaign about law enforcement, and they fired people that were career law enforcement people and put Cash Money Patel in charge of the FBI. That's like Pumps and me being in charge of the FBI because we supported Kamala or something.
Would you be comfortable with that, chat? Pumps is Pumps a prosecutor or just like some other kind of lawyer? I mean, it sounds good. I don't know. I think what Jennifer's trying to say though is that she's in no way qualified to do this. She's qualified to be a podcaster. She's qualified to be a commentator. She is not qualified to run the FBI, and I guess neither is Pumps. Although I don't know. Like I'm like I like the aesthetics of them running the FBI. I'm not sure if I like the obviously if they're anyway, divorce attorney. Okay. So it goes hard in the paint, but for different stuff.
It's insane. All right, play the clip.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk.
You know what he's not going to say? What he's not going to say is what a objective FBI official would say is we have a problem with domestic terrorism and we have a gun problem and we are getting less and less safe. Children shouldn't be at gun shows holding assault rifles at a young age because then at some point.
Hey, how about this? Pumps for Supreme Court. There we go. There's a good job for Pumps.
They spend some time online and they get radicalized and they go shoot people in cold blood. This is not a civil society. This is a homegrown, MAGA-grown incident. And we were wrong. Everybody was wrong that is trying to rile people up about this. We need to get to the root of the problem, but they don't want to because this administration pardoned all of the January 6th violent offenders, and they have the audacity on Fox News to tell you that the people who want these Trump supporters to have health care and have livable wages and have their Social Security benefits waiting for them, they want to tell you that we're violent, and it's bullshit, and they're liars, and this is homegrown MAGA shit as always. All right. We'll be back later on today. Support our show by click the link below so that we can keep doing this every day. Go buy our book, Life is a Lazy Susan of Shit Sandwiches. And
okay, chat. I want a Lazy Susan now. Do I have room for a lazy? I really don't. I really don't have room for a Lazy Susan. My apartment is furnished, unfortunately, chat. I don't even know if they have Lazy Susans over here. Those things are good. You know what a Lazy Susan is, chat? It's a round table, okay? And it's got a little, table on top of the table. The table is, hooked up to, an axle, and it spins like a wheel, right? So it's a little table on top of the table that spins, right? So if you are... Wait, how does this work again? I think there's there's enough space for you to eat, for you to have your meal stuff, but then you put if you want to eat with other people, right? If you got a family or a bunch of roommates or something like that, right? You can spin it to be like, ooh, look, I'm eating pancakes. I got no syrup here. Boom, 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 boom. There's the syrup. Got it. All right, put the syrup back, and then somebody else spins it over towards them. Gotta get a little bit of butter for the pancake. Some blueberries on there, right? You can have everything. You don't have to be like, could you please pass the salt? And then and you're like, ooh, and they're like, Stoner Sloth. Stoner Sloth is fine. Stoner Sloth is not going to get made fun of because Stoner Sloth is not holding up the passing of the salt anymore because the salt is on the Lazy Susan and you can just Lazy Susan that salt right into your hand, put it on your food, Lazy Susan it back away, right? It's the perfect setup for Stoner Sloths, okay? Yeah, it's like a turntable. It's the ones and twos be various. Yeah.
Let's keep our community strong and let's not let these lies and gaslighting deter us from trying to save this democracy. We'll see you all later with more news.
I forgot that Lazy Susans even existed, chat. They're like the greatest thing ever. Okay, wait. My perfect house, chat, has a Lazy Susan as a table and it also has a Murphy bed. Do you know does everybody know what a Murphy bed is? I don't know why. We had this shit, in the 70s? This was I don't know about Lazy Susans, they're probably older than that, but I think the Murphy bed was invented in I don't know. I could be talking on my ass here. But you know what does everybody know what a Murphy bed is? Like, imagine if you could take your bed, which is probably taking up a lot of space in your room, right? Especially if you live in a studio. You could take your bed and fold it up into the wall. Like, right? Literally just like push it up into the fucking wall. And now you got all the space under your bed is now available for you. You can bring out your exercise equipment and you can exercise, right? You can bring out the punching bag and like do a few rounds, right? Yeah, the Murphy bed is a great invention, chat. To the point where, like, I don't know, I'm just wondering why they don't get more Murphy furniture. Lazy Susan usually has, wait, Dead Space? Wait, Galley Kitchen. Dead Space has a Lazy Susan? Has some Dead Space? Wait, what? Wait, a Galley Kitchen. Is that a different thing? A hide-a-bed? I mean, I guess that has a thing. We have futons now. Oh, futons suck. Chad, I lost my virginity on a futon. That's not good memories. It's not good sex. But yeah, no, futons suck. They break. They're uncomfortable. I hate futons, especially the ones from IKEA, which are pretty cheap, but they still suck. I don't know. But yeah, hide-a-bed. Okay, hide-a-bed. Like, A, you can pinch your finger in that shit. B, like, sometimes I don't know. They're not comfortable. Hide-a-bed is not comfortable as a couch usually, isn't it? Isn't it like uncomfortable as a couch? Wait, I should check and see if I can fold out. I don't think I can fold out my couch. I do have a couch. I don't think it folds out though. It'd be nice if I did, because I would love to have, I do have like a separator, like that I can slide across. I've never really shown. Chat, when we get back to Thailand, all right, I gotta show you my house, okay, because it's pretty cool. I got a little room separator, and if I wanted to, I could make my bedroom like fully its own room, and then have if I had a hide-a-bed, then I could like let people crash there, right? It would be perfect. I mean, as it is, they could crash on the couch, but it's one of those short couches. It's only really big enough for it's got 2 seats on it, right? I mean, I guess you could sit 3 on it, but if you want to lay down on it, it's going to be uncomfortable. Your head's going to be on the end of the couch, and your legs are going to be falling off the couch. It's not really enough. It's not really a good place to crash. I find it more comfortable than a couch, as a couch than as a bed. Really? Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, no, you're right. They do suck as beds. I forgot. I think I saw a whole apartment kitchenette. Wait, a Murphy apartment? You're talking about like a Murphy apartment. That's what I want, chat. Murphy bed, Murphy chair, Murphy table, Murphy refrigerator. Wait, how does that work? And a Murphy toilet. That's right, chat. Murphy toilet. That's the wave of the future. We gotta get Murphy. Just like you. Okay, a Murphy toilet is probably a step too far. That's probably a stretch. Murphy everything.
48 hours of non-stop blaming the liberals when there was 0 suspect that had been arrested. They had no identity. Fox News, right-wing influencers, right-wing politicians, kanks. The president of the United States unilaterally combined their message and blamed liberals. Well, as it turns out, the call was coming from inside the House the whole time, as is the case often.
They beat me to it, didn't they? Yeah. If I'd gone, look, Zero can attest to this. I had the concept for the stream and the thumbnail for this stream yesterday, but it was just too late. By the time I had the thumbnail together, it was too late to stream. So I figured we'd wait till now. But yeah, the call is good. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I thought, right? This is a very similar situation to the Trump assailant. With the Charlie Kirk assailant, turns out you don't need left-wing radicals to do violence to right-wing influencers or politicians. The right wing has got that handled just fine. Chat, if there's one thing that the right wing is good at, it's violence, right? It's violent overreactions to disagreement. This is what they special in. It's moral panics, chat. This is what they fucking do now. In fact, we'll probably turn it to Hassan next, because Hassan's got an interview with Mother Jones. If you don't know, chat, Hassan, I believe his brother's getting married, so he is, you're gonna have a dearth of a Hassan tent for now. But yeah, he's I think coming back on Sunday or something like that, which is tomorrow for you. But before he left, he did an interview with Mother Jones magazine talking about the Charlie Kirk situation, his feelings about it, and he really gets into the right wing's specialty. Right, the right wingers are specialists, and their specialty is moral panics. In fact, you could almost reduce the whole fucking movement down to that. You know what that tells you? That tells you it's not a real political movement. It's a witch hunt. It's a full-time, 24/7, 365-day-a-week witch hunt. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that the moral panics, the witch hunts, all this shit, it comes from the right? People worry about burning books and censorship and cancel culture. There's right-wingers unironically. In fact, I think there's somebody that's got a bill in Congress that wants to just basically get you're not allowed to work, you're not allowed to own a business. Just shit that nobody fucking does. These are Nazi Germany kind of laws that they're trying to pass based on the fact that one of their own shot Charlie Kirk.
With shooters, they're typically white, right-wing men. And I want to explain to the listener.
Wait, what is this? Empire trips first. Anyone notice Luke's call sign during the Hoth battle? Oh my god, chat, Hoth? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Luke Skywalker, that's the not prequels, they're the first movies, but and the is Hoth where, no, that's Naboo? Where Java is? Where's Hoth? Oh, Hoth is the snowy planet, right? Empire Strikes Back. Oh, chat, it's where he goes up inside a creature. Han cuts open a creature, pulls out his guts, and shoves Luke in there to incubate. And then he comes out of the backside, Ace Ventura, when nature calls style. No, he doesn't. He just pulls him out. But anyway, that's just weird. Hoth Tua. Isn't that weird? Does that freak you out, chat? I know when I saw that, that freaked me out. Because did they kill the Tauntaun? Is it Wampa? Is it a Tauntaun? What's it called? Did they kill it, or was it already dead? I guess if it's dead, then why let a warm body go to waste? Oh, that sounds so bad to say. A Tauntaun? I'm a Star Trek person. I don't know, chat. I can't verify. I'm not a Star Wars or Star Trek expert at all. I do know a little bit more about Star Wars than I do about Star Trek, but I don't know the old movies. I don't know much about. I don't know much. I was Phantom Menace was, I think, the first one I saw.
And to Pumps, kind of what I've been researching all morning.
Oh, he did? He killed the Tauntaun? Okay, that's extra sad. It's 6 when I saw it. I was so confused. Yeah, why are they killing the fuzzy animal?
Morning about the identity of this shooter, Tyler Robinson, and how the right wing alters off into these really crazy, very dangerous white nationalist echo chambers within the MAGA movement. So let's just start with just a little bit of Kanks bashing here. He was asked.
I will never get over the fact that she calls him Kanks McTaco Tits. What the fuck is a taco tit? What would that be, chat? Taco tits? Yeah, he's taco tits because he okay, he's kanks because he's got the cankles, because he's not long for this world. He's taco because Trump always chickens out. He threatens some fucking policy that would end life on the earth as we know it, and then he backs down when the usually the bond market is what does it to him. Sometimes the stock market, often the bond market goes south when he, and so he'll back off. He also backed off. He said that Russia had a limited time to make a ceasefire, and they violated that limited time. He hasn't done much to them so far, right? So yeah, he does chicken out. He does back down a lot. And the tits is probably just the fact that he's got bigger tits than I do, frankly.
How he's doing, because he referred to Charlie Kirk like a son to him, and here he is this morning on the White House lawn.
My condolences on the loss of his friend. How are you holding up over the last 3.5 years?
I'm sorry, he worked at McDonald's for 5 minutes. Yeah, I think somebody did a video about that. Nobody watched it. It's your fault. No, it's not your fault. But it was a good video, and it was a great thumbnail, and I don't know what the fuck. YouTube does not want me to do serious political content for some reason. Anyway, enough of my problems. Of course they had to cut that in the theatrical... Wait, what did they cut in the theatrical version of Star Wars Empire Strikes Back? They snuggled and made out. Oh, wait. Oh, you're saying Luke and Han snuggled and made out?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House. This is something they've been trying to...
So with the helicopter...
So yeah, terrible sound. It's hard to hear, but basically they're asking him, like, hey, your best friend just died in a horrible way. How are you dealing with it? On a human level, Mr. President, because we know you're a human being inside there. Behind the taco tits. You're a real flesh and blood type person. And not just a genetic clone of Adolf Hitler with worse hair. Could you let us know how you're dealing with this? Could you let us know how it's affected you as a person? And all he's got to say is, like, look at this big, beautiful ballroom. Oh, constructing the ballroom. I've forgotten all about Charlie. What's his fuck? Who? Charlie? Who is that? Oh, the guy. Yeah. Really sad. No, he doesn't even say that. He doesn't say shit about Charlie Kirk here. They literally ask him about giving him a chance to humanize himself. Apparently, Chad, only Theo Von can humanize Trump, right? By asking him about, talking to him about cocaine. Makes you like an owl, man. You like big old eyes. Stay up till midnight. Hoot, hoot, hoot on cocaine. He's like, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Couldn't really hear it, but the reporter says, with all this Charlie Kirk stuff, how are you holding up? And he said, very good. They've started my ballroom. All right. So one of Trump's biggest supporters.
Oh, no, I forgot about that. Yeah, from the first... From our first run with Trump, Depps is reminding me his pick with the taco bowl, and Trump's quote was, "I love the Hispanics. I love the Hispanics. Every time I eat a taco bowl, every time I eat like the most inauthentic like Mexican food I could possibly fucking imagine, I think of the Hispanics."
Is Laura Loomer. Like, she goes hard.
Wait, can we remix the song, like, I must vote, oh, I will vote. Like, it should be like for Taco Trump. I don't know.
In the paint for Kanks. She gets people fired.
Chad, like, low key, that's a Cuban song. That's not music in any sort of Mexican tradition. That's a different culture altogether.
He calls people out online. She has been instructing everybody the last 48 hours that she's making a list of left-wing people that the left need to go after because, quote unquote, this is war. But 2 days prior to the murder of Charlie Kirk, she put this up. I don't ever want to hear at Charlie Kirk 11 claim he is pro-Trump ever again after this weekend. I'd say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist.
They mentioned this earlier, but.
And I've had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be a pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. Okay. So that happens a couple of days before. And then there's another far right wing influencer named Nick Fuentes, and you've probably seen clips of his. Nick has this movement called Groypers, Groypers.
So, hey, chat, let me just give you this. I'm going to give you, I've had its link. I really like these gals. I think you should support them. You might want to follow them. Let me make it that easy for you by putting their link in the chat. Also, if you got an older relative that is grappling with the question of what is a Groyper, it might be a thing. This might be a good place to send them, right? This might be a good place to send them. Like, right? This is they're gonna get into Groypers here a little bit.
Groypers are like the anti-Charlie Kirk, and this is very racist, very white nationalist, very niche. When you get into the MAGA hatosphere, it has all of these little subcults, and I believe that this
Ooh, remember when Destiny brought Nick back into relevance? I do indeed. Let's get Groyped, yeah.
is where...
Can we just start calling them Groypists? I believe they should be called Groypists, chat. Or Groyper Masterclass? I mean, I don't know if this is a masterclass, but this is definitely an intro. This is Groyper 101. Groypist 101.
Tyler Robinson had been spending his time on places like 4chan, and all of these things collide. Also, it was reported that Tyler followed Loomer on some of these sites. I don't know if it is X or whatever, but here is Nick Fuentes talking about Charlie Kirk a couple of weeks, I believe the timeline is correct, a couple of weeks before the murder.
Kirk, he said when Israel started attacking Iran, he said, we need to stay out of it. Yeah. But then when we got involved, he said, well, we need to stay out of it offensively because we were shooting down Iran.
God damn it. All right. Here, mute. I don't know about this music. Sounds like could be copyrightable.
Missiles. And then Trump said,
no, mute. Fuck me. Trump always says we're going to bomb their nukes. He said, can we get a bomb? So we're okay with that. So he's talking about how Charlie's like boiling the frog over being okay with war, despite the fact that Trump ran on anti-war and basically just boiled the frog. Oh, boiled the frogs. Damn, they are frogs, aren't they? No, not his frogs. They boiled Charlie's frogs, which I don't know. Those are more like angry Pepes, and his are straight up Groypers. Groyper, it's like I explained this before. It's like a metastasized version of Pepe, right?
That, you know, anything that Nick Fuentes says, none of that, people getting into these groups.
Oh, shit. That was Crystal Castles? Yeah, we will absolutely get fucked for that. Yeah. Again, let me remind you, I may get demonetized here. If you'll want to make that not too much of a financial hit to me, then make sure to support me. You can do so with a super chat. You can do so with a super sticker. You can do so by getting yourself a membership and weaseling the fuck up, or you can weasel other people up by gifting memberships. You can also support me on Throne, or throne.com/nocommentcheck, or on Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentcheck. There's also twitch.com/nocommentcheck. CC is important. If you have Prime, you can basically, at no cost to you, support the stream. And yeah, those Prime memberships, even though it doesn't cost you anything, it does count towards the bonus goal. Again, we're at 34%. That is 1/3 of the way there, chat. We're making our way across Middle Earth to throw the ring back into the fire where it was forged and get some bonus content. that we're gonna watch with Gollum. No, they don't get to watch it with Gollum. Isn't that sad, chat? I kind of wanted Schmeagol to be part of the. Is that naive of me to say that I wanted Schmeagol to be part of the, like, you know, the after party? DJ Schmeagol on the ones and twos, chat. I feel like he could mix some good Hobbit tunes. Oh, sorry, not Stoat. What is it? What is Schmeagol called again? A stoat? No, it's not a stoat. What's the subspecies? I hate saying subspecies. It makes me sound like a Nazi or eugenicist to say subspecies. The subspecies. No, that's not what I mean. What is Schmeagol called again? Like the kind of Hobbit that Schmeagol is. A stewer. Okay, not a stoat. I think a stoat is like a weasel or something. Kim Iverson is defending Fuentes and her audience is going full anti-Semite, saying Jews and Israel killed Charlie Kirk. This is their last refuge. Chat, we need to pin the tail on the Groyper here, all right? If they want to go after somebody, go after Nick's fans. Go after that Groyper army. And good fucking luck to you. Schmeagol is a river folk. Yeah. But I wanted Schmeagol to be chill. Like I like chill Schmeagol. Like, I don't know, he had me. I was like, yeah, no, this guy's cool. I mean, sure, he tried to eat Bilbo. He tried to steal the ring. Sure, whatever. But he seems chill now, right? Stoats are cute. Yeah, stoats are cute. Tolkien was raised in an age of eugenics. True, very true. Who is Kim Iverson? Another right-wing influencer, I guess. Podcast host? I don't even know. But yeah, I think they're afraid to go after them. They got to do that. Like, you wanna get some justice for Charlie Kirk? Kick Nick out of the fucking movement. Say they're not gonna quote. Kick them out. You want to fucking go after someone? You want to get somebody fired? Get the Groypers fired, all right? Go after them. Debank the fuck out of them. Do the fuck whatever you want to them. All right? Those are your enemies. You want to blame Charlie Kirk's killing on somebody other than the assailant? Blame it on Nick. Blame it on Laura Loomer, all right? Charlie Kirk was not universally beloved on the right. He had his enemies. And those enemies need to be named and shamed, and we gotta pin the tail on the motherfucking Groyper and be done with this shit already. They've done enough damage already, chat. They've kind of like flown under the radar so far. Now a lot of people are. Your mom right now might be like texting you to ask you what a Groyper is, right? That's where we're at now. We're shining some lights into that dark corner of the interwebs. And I want to see those fuckers just routed. All right? If anybody deserves to get that smoke, it is the Groypers. All right, anyway. Oh, wait, sorry. It's not just the Groypers. It's also P.F. Jung, chat. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's what I should have put on the bonus content. P.F. Jung was defending, this is a Jordan Peterson centrist bitch of a YouTuber named P.F. Jung. And absolute, I think it stands for piece of fucking shit or something. Maybe that's what PF stands for. I don't know what. But yeah, this guy was defending Nick Fuentes, right? Made a video talking about the good parts of Nick Fuentes and like, you know, how, you know, like, right. And even debated Big Joel on this, right? And now I think he just put out a video about Charlie Kirk. That guy deserves to get some smoke. There's a lot of people that deserve this smoke that is now being directed at literally anybody that makes a joke on Twitter.com. Hey, I thought comedy was legal again, right? Is comedy not legal? I'm sorry. Is comedy only legal for some people? Chat, if you want to see, you know, whose lives matter, and you know who comedy is legal for. Again, we got that bonus content out there. Taylor Lorenz, that's the video that you should be voting for, and that is what you should be donating for, right? Because Taylor Lorenz's video is all about that shit. You know, you want to find out why comedy's not legal for all of us. It's only for some of us. Yeah, right now, if you make a fucking joke, if you make a joke about this, right, you will probably be put on a list. You may be fired, or worse, or worse, right? Elon himself is curating a list of accounts that I guess free speech is not legal for. What a massive fucking tool! What a massive fucking hypocrite! Out on the streets defending an anti-Samwise lab. Wait, who is that? Wait, is Schmeagol anti-Samwise? Yeah, there was that weird thing where like the kind of like Samwise and Frodo and sort of like Gollum comes in between them, and Samwise is like, I don't fucking trust this guy, and Frodo's like, no, he's chill or something. Forgot about that. At least in the movies. I haven't read the book. Anyway. Oh my god, I keep on doing this. That was Crystal Castles? Again, and also Groypers like to appropriate shit, right? You wonder why Bella Chow was mentioned in, I don't know, was it the bullet casings or something, right? So somehow Bella Chow came up, somehow Helldivers came up. These are things that you might interpret as being anti-fascist. In fact, the Groypers have made an attempt to appropriate those things. It's absolute brain rot. You wanna know like where the real fucking brain rot is? Don't call the Italian animals brain rot, because that is anti-Italian racism. All right, those are just Italian animals that they just want to wear, like the shark with blue shoes wants to, you know, like they just want to go burr patapine, and instead they're calling skibbity toilet brain rot, chat. The cameramen, they just want to dance to like Tears for Fears, okay? That's not brain rot. That's pretty fucking wholesome, I'd say. The you know, skibbity toilets themselves are very musical. They're working together, chat, to defeat the evil army of Astro toilets. That's not brain rot. That's perfectly wholesome. You want its brain rot? It is a fucking pedophile frog that is like a metastasized form of a bastardized form of, like, this is like the uncle that gave Pepe the bad touch and got him pulled down the right-wing rabbit hole in the first place. Pepe was just a dude that liked to hang out with other dudes and pull his pants down to pee because it feels good, I guess, to have the breeze blow on the balls while one pees. I don't know, Chad. I'm not something I relate to, but yeah, this is it's a bastardization of even Pepe.
Fuentes says none of that, people getting into these groups warrant what happened to Charlie Kirk. But I'm just trying to set the psychological soil of what this kid was going in, because for the layman, we see, oh, MAGA, they're a cult, they're all united. But within the cult, there are fissures. And
Narwhal _ super chatted $10. What we really need is a public statement from Kanye to bring all of us together on this tragedy. CK doesn't care about Groyper people. Sounds about right.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Look, I'm gonna let you finish, Narwhal, okay? I'm gonna let you finish, but... I just have to say... Oh my god. Thank you for that well-timed super chat. I appreciate your sentiment there.
There is specifically this massive fissure between Nick Fuentes' followers that are called Groypers, and then Charlie Kirk, who Fuentes thinks Charlie Kirk is a fascist and a fake conservative. So he thinks he's a poser, right? And so then Fuentes told his followers recently, put this up, Kylie. He says, to all of my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you in the strongest possible terms.
Do I have Discord up right now? Oh, I do have, indeed have. Because I made my stream. I don't know why, chat. For right now, my laptop is behaving goodly and not badly. Did I get something in it looks like I got tagged in stream suggestions. Let me make sure I'm not missing out on. Okay. Chat, we got a name for Nick Fuentes trying to say I disavow you if you take up arms, okay? That is what we call a
weasel.
That is an absolute weasel.
Weasel. Weasel. Weasel.
What a fucking weasel this guy is. What an absolute fucking weasel. Okay, it wasn't super recently. It looks like Park Bros permaculture. I'm seeing people are. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is going? Oh yes. Okay, Andrew Callahan. Yeah, thank you everybody that's contributing to stream suggestions. It's a bit messy in there, but there's some good stuff being suggested. What a weasel! What a weasel this guy is.
This is not what we're about. So he is aware that the Groypers are a part of this. And I want to do a screenshot of what a Groyper is so we can all understand it. The Groypers, sometimes called the Groyper Army, are a group of alt-right, white nationalist, and Christian nationalist activists led by Nick Fuentes. Members of the group have attempted to introduce alt-right politics into mainstream conservatism in the United States and participated in the January 6th United States Capitol attack and the protests leading up to it. They have targeted other conservative groups and individuals whose agenda they view as too moderate and insufficiently nationalist. So that's what they think of Charlie Kirk. The Groyper movement has been described as white nationalist, homophobic, nativist, fascist, sexist, anti-Semitic, and an attempt to rebrand the declining alt-right movement. Okay.
Yeah, all right, Choki. If I disappear, says Choki, I've gone back to sleep for a bit. Nobody wake up Choki.
Okay, so you may remember the story, Pumps, about there was trans symbols and Antifa symbols with the shooter. You would think that the FBI...
Chad, you know what the trans symbol was? It was a 4chan meme from, like, I don't know. Before some of these Groypers were born, I suspect, making fun of furries. Like the OO notices bulges thing? They are trying to... The fucking law enforcement, the incompetent law enforcement, both federal under Kash Patel and, yeah, I think some of this came from the Utah, the governor, if not the law enforcement there, proposed that this was trans propaganda. Trans people want you to notice their bulges? Excuse me, do you know any trans people? No, this is so fucking backwards. And by trans people, of course, they mean trans women, because these fuckers aren't even aware that trans guys exist. They can't comprehend non-binary people. No, they're thinking of trans women who they think are somehow the same thing as drag queens, and they're all kinds of confused, right? But like notices bulges, yeah, like trans people. That's trans women are. No, it's not fucking trans propaganda. It has nothing to do with trans people, unless you think that, all trans people are furries? But chat, not all furries are trans. Not all trans people. I mean, are there trans furries? Sure. There's also Nazi furries, okay? There's all kinds of furries. Bathroom audio check? Wait, what's going on? Wait, what does that mean? Is the audio that bad? Let me just make sure I'm not coming through my headphones, because that would be even worse. Let's look right here. No, we're coming through the shitty microphone on my laptop, actually. People on my social media still call him a leftist. They bought this whole wait, who? Nick? Who are they calling? Wait, Jen, who are you talking about? Like Nick Fuentes? Anyway, I gotta switch back. Why does it switch me? It switched me back to top chat. What the fuck? 66 of you have voted so far, by the way. I'm just noticing. I'm noticing chat. Noticing is also a Nazi meme. I mean, depending on, like, you know, how it's said. I think the OO notices bulges thing came way before OO notices bulges things from a cringe YouTube video. So, you know, 4chan is the little armpit butthole of the internet, and that's where a lot of these memes come from. A lot of the memes, honestly, more memes, even including some fairly wholesome memes, come from there, and people just don't recognize it because maybe you see it first on Facebook, maybe you see it first on YouTube, maybe you see it first on Twitter. But I believe this is a 4chan meme, and it was making fun of furries. It's a picture. There's like a comic of two like old, middle-aged, overweight guys. They're both on their computer, and one of them says like, "Oh, notices bulges. What's this? Snuggle, snuggle," or something like that. And the joke is that they're acting all cutesy and I don't know, like submissive, and that there's the contrast between how they look in real life is supposed to be the joke, I suppose. They're saying that Tyler was a leftist. Oh, okay. Yeah. And I mean, this is, you know, sort of how they're. It's through the irony poisoned nature of the sort of discourse that you get at a place like 4chan or in the Groyper community in general. Actually, in many places, chat. It's like I don't even know if 4chan is like the primary locus of this stuff anymore. I feel like it was, you know, years ago. But yeah, it's just an anti-furry meme, which is very on it's very on brand for 4chan, especially at the time when this so okay, let me just explain. And chat, like, how I know this, just in case, you know, before anybody asks, right? I'm not unfamiliar with the website. I do know not to put your name in the name field is not to put your actual name in. It's to put your social security number in. I kid. I do know which field Sage goes in, and I also know that it's actually pronounced Sage, which is the opposite of Age. So yes, I did at one time lurk more probably than I should. I left childish things back in my childhood a long time ago. I don't even really fuck with the Twitch Pepe culture because it just reminds me of that shit. And you know, I'm not judgmental of you if you do, right? Pepes can be very expressive, and obviously, you know, there's maybe a benefit to reclaiming them. And no, they don't mean that you're a Nazi or a right winger or anything like that. It's not something. It's not like a part of my like life that I really want to remember or anything like that. But yeah, like I'm not, you know, I'm definitely not as surprised of the, you know, any recent developments in that kind of culture. Twitter is crazy right now. Right wing is definitely in a bloodlust mode. Scary. The country is a powder keg. It absolutely is, and I'm so glad to not be there. So thank you everybody that has supported me. If you've hey, I should say this. All right, if you've supported me in like the last year. All right, now like money is, you know, somewhat fungible, and it, you know, goes to a lot of different stuff. But I was able to get a passport. I was able to I'm trying to think of all the things that we have funded. Oh my god, chat, I wanted to write them down before I like forget them. I only use it for Poe and Lit. Even Poe. Wait, what is Poe? I should know. I know what lit is. Lit is actually low-key kind of lit. I've heard that there's magical things that happen in lit when you download the covers of books, right? People really like to share the front cover of books for some reason on there. It's almost like they can somehow like access the contents of the book just from the image file of the cover. It's amazing how that works. And I hope they're still doing that, because that was a long ass time ago when I knew about lit. Fuck me. I wonder, does maybe Throne keeps a record of it? Yeah, my passport, my I think my plane ticket to go to Thailand, my apartment, the down payment, the security deposit, and first month's rent on the apartment, and yes, even this trip that I'm on right now to Vietnam in search of a longer term visa than what I had already is thanks to viewers like you. So everybody out there, if you supported the channel at all, I want to thank all of you for that, right? Because I don't know if I'd be able to function if I was still. In fact, I wouldn't. I'd probably be out on my ass, and I would have been evicted, frankly speaking, because of the situation that I was in. If I was not able to leave the country when I left it, and you know what Trump is doing to unhouse people right now. NVU just had a talk with my mom this afternoon. I've got to do more content, Columbia Recon, on I need to set up a second channel and just talk about like how I got out of the United States, how how you can, the things that you need to look into, the things that you need to worry about, like all that stuff, right? I feel like I feel really worried for a lot of people that are stuck in the US. Just had a talk with my mom this afternoon before coming to work. I warned her that we are going to need to escape to Mexico soon. Yeah, I mean, that's a good option. Mexico is a little bit more expensive than I would be able to handle right now, but it is a much better situation with much better politicians in charge than the United States. Even though obviously you're not safe from Trump's wrath there, you're just maybe safer. Gratitude lists are really good for keeping one's mind in a good place, even if you're desperate. New bill in Congress to take away U.S. citizens' passports for so-called Charlie Kirk criticism. Amazing. Welcome. I live vicariously through you. Well, I want to make sure that anybody that needs to can also, like, not just like vicariously leave the country, can actually leave the country. I've seen a lot of how I left the U.S. Kind of channels pop up recently. Yeah, and that's the other reason I was thinking of. What did somebody explain to me what PO was though? PO slash, that's like, so Chad, if you see the like, slash something and then slash, right? Like the famous one is slash poll, right? That's where the Trump stuff kind of comes from, is slash poll slash, or the previous like largest board on 4chan was slash b slash, which was just random posts, more like kind of used as almost like a general chat on 4chan. But these are all boards or forums, I guess you could say, within 4chan. R9K slash R9K slash is another one. Papercraft. Oh, it's Papercraft and Origami. PO, Papercraft Origami. I did not realize there was a whole. Wait. Thank you, India. Thank you, Terror. Thank you, Disillusionment. Is that an Alanis Morissette parody that you're doing right there?
Would know about all of these dark, right-wing, dark web groups and what kind of symbolism they used. I guess ever since.
I hope they know, though, that canceling I don't think canceling, I don't know, I don't want to speak out of turn here and give you information that I'm not sure about, but I think that look, on people that are abroad, I think that canceling our passports would actually put us in a situation where it would be more possible to claim asylum, right? So I don't know. But yeah, make it a lot harder for people to get the fuck out of the country. What a bunch of scumbags. What a bunch of fascist scumbags. You see where these people's fucking minds go, right? I told you. I'm sorry, I don't want to say like I told you and like make people feel bad for not like having been able to put together a plan to leave the countries themselves. But I said in the very beginning of this, I think I was speaking to Shorts chat, so I was really telling the right wingers that would come to our Shorts chat that right now Trump is building the wall and you know, closing the border for people trying to get in here, and you know, deporting and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But by the end of this, he's going to close the border for people trying to get out of the country, and you're going to want to get out of the country. It's turning into a hellhole. And yeah, if you voted for Trump, you helped that happen. So, but even those people that voted for him are going to want to get the fuck out by the time this shit all goes down.
Cash money, ching ching, took over the FBI. They don't know this stuff. And so here is a screen.
Okay, so chat, next inflection point, there's a budget coming up, or like a what do you call it? The debt ceiling gets hit in 2 weeks and some change, all right? The Democrats need to block that shit. Straight up. You know, they were talking before about trying to extract some concessions, specifically on the big ugly bill, and try to, you know, put some medical care back for some people specifically. No, they need to block that bill. They need to jam up Congress. They need to drag their fucking feet. They need to make it impossible to fucking govern, right? All hands on deck. And if they don't fucking do that, they need to know that they're going to be primaried and that somebody that is going to be put there in their place.
Grab of somebody asking Grok, which this is right in the Death Star, the AI of Elon Musk, okay, about these symbols and how it attaches to the shooter. Somebody asked Grok, in your opinion, Grok, what do these symbols track his political beliefs in? Grok says, in my view, these inscriptions on the camo cases, and here's what they said, you guys.
Schumer's getting ready to block it. I mean, I'll believe it when I see it, but I'm glad at least he's paying lip services. Not lip services, lip services. That's what Laura Loomer gives to Donald Trump, chat. I'm not talking about those lip service. I'm saying he's paying lip service to possibly blocking the bill, possibly obstructing. Not going to happen. I'm not holding my breath. Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. I said I believe it when I'll see it about Chuck Schumer. They're in the position to grift and do nothing, not actual politics. Yeah, and they all think that if they just like maintain a low profile and roll over and show their belly, that somehow the beast will not come for them. You're playing right into Trump's hands with that shit, and you're playing with fire. Absolutely not holding my breath. Whatever concessions they get, be a drop in the bucket. I don't think they should get. They need to shut it down. I believe you. Be various. I believe you.
Notices bulges, OWO, oh, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow. Catch this fascist. And if you're reading this, you are gay, LMAOOOO. Aren't random.
Okay, now, some of this shit is from Helldivers, right? Is Catch This Fascist from Helldivers? We will win. We will win. So fucking lazy, it's unreal. And cowardly, too. Yeah, absolutely.
Or left-leaning signals, like some early reports claimed. Instead, they trace Tyler Robinson's political beliefs squarely.
So again, chat, this is Grok being asked, in your opinion, Grok, what do these symbols track Tyler Robinson's political beliefs to, right? And although I do not have a lot of faith in the Mecha Hitler with tits, bot that Elon's running over there, I do think that it knows how to identify fascism. I think it's steeped in what you could call like fascist studies, right? So I don't know. I mean, like, AI is crap. Don't take this too seriously. Again, it's not AI. It's an LLM. It's a language prediction machine more than anything. But I mean, most of this so far are pretty right on.
To the fringes of the alt-right, specifically the Groyper movement, led by figures like Nick Fuentes.
It's the arrows. Yeah, there's a like an arrow code. So in Helldivers, you can call in like is it an airstrike or something? It's some kind of big ass strike in Helldivers that you can call in, and the last three buttons you press are down arrow, down arrow, down arrow. They're trying to say that represents 3 arrows, right? Chat. Now look, you could say, what's the Contra? The old school Nintendo game Contra. It's like a side-scrolling shooter, really old game, right? But it's got like a, like you could say there's 3 arrows in that too. You could say that about almost any sort of like code that involves like arrow. It's like up down A B or something like that. Select start. I don't know, but yeah, you could say that about like anything, right? That this is just like absolute brain rot, like, to try to be like, yeah, because the last 3 buttons you push are down, 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 down. That's like 3 arrows. Which direction are the 3 arrows are pointing? They're down. Nope, it's not. It's diagonal, motherfucker. It's down it's down and to the right. Okay, like that's the image you're thinking of. The arrows point like this. They're diagonal. They're not straight down. So shut the fuck up. It's a Konami code. Oh, Konami's like one of those third-party things, right? Yeah, I've heard of this. Not even the biggest bomb in the game by far. I never got to play Helldivers, chat. My computer was not strong enough to run it, sadly.
This crowd positions itself as hyper-patriotic, pro-Trump conservatives who see mainstream Republicans like Charlie Kirk as sellouts, or fake conservatives infected by globalism, liberalism, or even fascism light. The Bulge's OWO bit is a crude, mocking nod to transphobic memes that originated on Tumblr but got...
What? Anybody want to speak to this? Transphobic memes. I don't think Grok is right here. I think it's a meme that originated on 4chan. It might have showed up on. I'm not even sure. Wait, chat. What? Somebody describe old school Tumblr. The rap on Tumblr is that it's way far left, right? The reputation that Tumblr has, and I don't know I don't hear much about Tumblr anymore, so I don't know how much it's used at this point. But okay, Bulge's OWO, I don't think is about trans people. I could see how they'd think it would be. Anyway, noticing as a meme, we could go to fucking here. Why don't we? Card posting, I choose you. This is one thing that card posting is very good for, and very good at posting. Let me show you what noticing is about.
Hello there, my name's Card. I'm a long-time progressive community organizer and activist. And today, I just want to briefly talk about a relatively obscure...
Card, do fix your audio if you get a chance.
...that's been around for a few years now, as well as what
if you need help,
who's using it.
If you need help,
just... might not know, in politics, a dog
email me, nocommentchick.gmail.com.
Which seems perfectly innocent and innocuous to most people, but which really communicates
it's about furries, yeah, exactly, Narwhal, yeah.
To those in the know.
I'll show you the meme if I get a chance.
Videos of mine linked at the top of the description, which goes into detail about
think
all sorts of
Blue Sky's
reactionary
talking
dog
about it.
whistles and how to spot them.
Tumblr
Today,
had a
specifically,
reputation for being
I
popular with
wanted to talk
LGBT
about the
young
word
women.
noticing
Yeah, it's not a
and how it's become a
right-wing...
contemporary
He is
reactionary
very
signal,
quiet, yeah. I'm trying to turn him
particularly
up.
in online spaces.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying,
This
picture
is
audio.
definitely something to be very mindful of context with when attempting to discern if someone is attempting to signal to other reactionaries. But, in short, the word noticing, as well as derivative phrases like I've noticed, mean in alt-right circles.
Why would so here's what it is. In reality chat, the idea is that there's two furries sexting, okay? And the comic shows them at the actual people at their computer, and they're, you know, middle-aged and overweight and bearded, you know, masculine, you know, coded, right? But they're acting all cutesy and like, you know, they're role playing like cute svelte animals, you know, or cute svelte anthropomorphic, you know, furries basically, right? And the notices bulges is that one of them is like, you know, they're saying, "Oh, you're turned on, aren't you? Ooh, what is this?" Right? You know, like, right? It's like, "Is this for me?" Basically, is what the one furry is saying to the other. And yeah, it's furry phobic. It's you know, making fun of furries. It's not making fun of trans people. It's not about trans people. The reason they think it's about trans people is because they think that trans people. They think that like somehow there's going to be a meme about noticing a bulge in someone's pants, right? The idea being that what would give away a trans person, you know, if they're presenting, and again, by trans people, when people say trans people, they're not thinking of trans guys, they're not thinking of non-binary people, they're thinking specifically of, you know, like femme-coded trans women, right? And so they're in their minds, like, right, what gives a trans person away is that they would have a bulge. These people have never heard of tucking, which, you know, not just trans people, you know, might do, but I mean, it's like even like drag queens, you know, would probably do, and they're not aware of dysphoria, right? When you're talking about trans women, any sort of bulges, right, that they might be referring to are not a part of the anatomy that a lot of, like, you know, trans people are necessarily like happy about or would want to be you know, noticed or engaged with in any way, right? So it doesn't fucking make sense if you know anything about trans women. But they in their minds, I don't know, you know, trans people are sex crazed. I don't know, like it just like it shows like a lack of understanding, a severe lack. And again, remember, this comes from this interpretation of notices bulges comes from boomer ass cops that don't know shit about the internet. They don't know shit about trans people. They don't know shit about anything. And they're like, oh yeah, they're like bulges. Who has bulges? Trans women. Right? So they're like thinking like this is a transgender ideology meme. Yeah, that's gonna noticing bulges is gonna, I don't know, like it's gonna make you trans. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking. It doesn't. This is like. Do you remember, chat, in Fear and Loathing, the scene where they're at the they're at like a convention for police officers, and there's an expert on drugs that's standing up giving a lecture, and he's like, the reefer head will refer to the spent butt of the joint as a roach because it resembles a cockroach. And Hunter S. Thompson's or Raoul Duke's attorney, Dr. Gonzo, says, he thinks it looks like a roach? Motherfucker got to be crazy on acid to think that it's a roach, right? You know, he's like the implication being that this drug expert doesn't know shit about drug culture, right? No, it's not called a roach because it looks like a cockroach. It's because it's roached, I guess. I don't know. Chad. I'm not from the '60s, so you have to ask your parents maybe what that actually refer. What there was like they had clips for that. Didn't they have clips for it? They had a clip that you'd put in your hair, right? It's a little alligator clip that you put like add a little braid or a feather or something to your hair, and then you could take that clip out, and then you could put it on the roach, and that way you could smoke the rest of the thing without burning your fingers. So that's a roach clip. I don't know. I'm not a super expert on the 1960s, the Summer of Love, or any of that stuff. Has Nick Fuentes talked about Charlie Kirk? Yes, he did. He said if his followers take up arms, he disavows them, and he said something about unity too. Chad, does anybody have that? Isn't he back on? It does look like a cockroach. Don't think, dude. No, I mean anyway. The joke is you got to be crazy on acid to think that's a cockroach. But the point is that this guy doesn't. He was trying to define like different states of coolness. Like you could become cool. You become hip first. You're hip to what's going on, and then if you hang around long enough and you understand the signs and the codes, then you become one of those cool guys. Right, and the whole point is that this guy is not cool. He doesn't he's not on the inside. It's an inside-outside thing, chat. And the same thing with like trans culture. If you don't fucking know, you don't know. If you don't have trans friends, you would not know. And so these guys are trying to think that noticing bulges is like something about that trans people get excited noticing bulges. No, they fucking do not. That's like, if you know trans people, you know how fucking ridiculous that actually is. But anyway, the character in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, whoever said that to me, is saying that is not is basically that he's conveying that the hippies don't think of it like that, right? They don't think of it as like, oh, it looks like a roach, let's call it a roach. So I can't, like I said, I can't attest to a time before I was born, but there it is, right? It's an inside outside dynamic, and these law enforcement officials that are trying to piece together the motives and the political leanings of the assailant are just completely doing so incompetently, and especially the right wingers trying to insinuate that noticing bulges is like something about it's a gender ideology. No, it fucking isn't. And before anybody goes there, no, I don't think it's like we got any trans mask representation in chat. Anybody want to speak to that? I don't think it is a thing with trans guys either. I don't think trans guys have ever like adopted a notices bulges meme or anything. Like I could see where you might think like with a packer or something like that might be a thing. I've never heard a trans guy talk about noticing bulges. Anyway, let me give you the noticing. Like what the note again, noticing is a meme that came about. This is specifically alt-right shit that card posting is talking about. The original noticing meme was just taking a shit on furries. The reason for that is, chat, and it goes to, like I was about to explain to you, just qualify my limited knowledge of 4chan culture, but there was a board on 4chan called B. B stood for Be Random. And it was Be Random because you could post anything there. If you go on A and you post something that's not anime, you'll probably get banned because that board's for anime, right? A, anime. Don't only post anime here. B, post whatever within reason that's not illegal and that's going to get the site taken down, right? And so when B was in its heyday, that different people used it, including furries. Furries would post furry art on B, and they would especially post it on, I think they might have gotten restricted because there was too much of it. Obviously, furry stuff is only going to appeal to a limited group of people, that being furries, right? So I think they might have made a rule where you could only post it on Friday, or for whatever reason it became a thing to post it on Friday. So it would become like Furry Friday, right? People would post cats on Saturday. They would post furry stuff on Friday, and a lot of people that didn't fuck with the furry culture didn't like always seeing furry stuff. So for that reason, there started to be memes like Yif in HE double hockey sticks, fur F-slur, right? There was a lot of hostility towards furries. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that this noticing bulges thing, making fun of furries, saying that furries imagine themselves to be cute little uwu svelte animals, but are actually like middle-aged, men, that are neither cute nor svelte. I believe that probably is part of the general hatred towards furries that is that one would find on 4chan. Oh my god, that's another thing, isn't it? There was like some kind of image board for furries. I can't remember what it was called, but F-chan maybe. I don't know. Anyway, Chad, I know way too much about this. I should go into sociology or something. Used to draw for furries. And there were many uwos, many owos. Yeah. I mean, it's not exclusive to furries, right? But it's just a cutesy thing to say. And the joke is that they're trying to be cutesy, but in real life they're not cute, right? That's the simple, the simple, judgmental, all it is furry hate. All it is simple. It's furry hate, right? And it's a very old meme. It's a strangely old meme considering the age of the shooter. I will say that.
That the person speaking or commenting that they have noticed is pointing out the existence of some online spaces. This is definitely something to be very mindful of context with. Today specifically, I wanted to talk about the word noticing and how it's become a contemporary reactionary signal, particularly in online spaces. This is definitely something to be very mindful of context with when attempting to discern if someone is attempting to signal to other.
Narwhal_by super chatted $6. OMG. Just noticed Card's perfectly wavy shaped eyebrows. They're such a diva. Eyes. Worm red blue.
Are you noticing? No, just kidding. Funny enough, you said comment about eyes here on this noticing. Anyway, this is a series that Card Posting does called Dog Whistles 101. And, you can say that his delivery is stiff. It is. I think it has a charm to it. Sometimes there's questions about like how much he understands about the subcultures that he's talking about. Sometimes there's even been from people like Alec Gunter allegations that Card knows a lot more about the subcultures he's commenting on and is sus in that way. But remember, Alec Gunter was the guy that crashed out with a homophobic rant about wanting to fuck commentary streamer Larix in the hindquarters, right? I don't know, chat. Why is this my job? But thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Wait, do you use that word? Oh, I didn't see you use a word. Was there a word there? Is there a bad word? No, noticing word. No, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing. That's all. Because you see what he said, right? This was another. It was weird. So many of the allegations that Alec Gunter made against this guy were like kind of mutually exclusive, right? Like you don't know what you're talking about, but also maybe you're a Kiwi Farms Nazi. I don't know. It's like pick one, pick a lane, Alec. But the notice is sometimes denoted by the eyeballs looking in a direction emoji, and Card also says here, very importantly, obviously everybody that says the word noticing, that's actually, I'm glad you reacted that way, actually, Narwhal, because not all mentions of noticing are a dog whistle. Not all uses of the word friend are a dog whistle. But it's something to be aware of because it can be a red flag that the person, using this terminology, if you see, kind of a constellation of this terminology, you might think that, okay, well, they are a right-winger kind of signaling to other right-wingers. This is what a dog whistle is. A right-winger signals to other right-wingers, hey, I'm a fucking far right. friend, I'm a, or they're a Groyper or whatever, right? And they're trying to signal to each other, while the normies just right over our head. We don't get it. Noticing, that sounds innocuous, okay, but it sometimes could be innocuous. It sometimes could be just somebody using a word in the English language, and sometimes more than that. But actually, yeah, it does. Here, let's.
The reactionaries. But, in short, the word noticing, as well as derivative phrases like I've noticed, mean in alt-right circles that the person speaking or commenting that they have noticed is pointing out the existence of something perfectly normal that the alt-right takes offense to. Typically with the expectation that other far-right wingers who see or hear the comment and get the message will then join the original commenter in attacking the thing they perceive as bad. That's all a bit abstract. So, for example, let's say you're watching a movie trailer on YouTube, and one of the characters is being played by an actor of color, whereas in the source material the character was white. That's a perfectly possible situation, and completely fine, of course. But alt-righters get really mad about this sort of stuff. They think casting non-white people in movies occasionally is proof of some conspiracy against them, and they don't like that. So, maybe underneath this YouTube movie trailer, they comment something under the video like the time the character is on screen and the word noticing. It's a signal to any other reactionaries who see the comment that they're supposed to be mad about this sort of thing. And then they typically try to disingenuously criticize whatever product they have a problem with for ostensibly different reasons. It's the classic aggrieved, entitled fanboy reaction we've all undoubtedly seen countless times before. These dorks think that there's a conspiracy being plotted against them anytime they see a non-white person or a queer person or, heaven forbid, a woman in one of the franchises they like. However, they know they're going to be called out if they were just to say that openly, so they need a way to communicate their anger to one another without explicitly saying what they're all thinking. That's where noticing comes in. For one reason or another, that's the specific word they've, by and large, picked up to signal to one another. It's not exactly the most subtle dog whistle in the world, but most normal people who see it still wouldn't be likely to give it much thought if they didn't know the association. So, it could be worth just keeping this one in mind, just in case you ever see people commenting noticed underneath a promotional video or something similar online, and you wouldn't otherwise be able to tell why. Again, it is a very context-dependent thing. Noticing is a real word that normal people use all the time, but that is half the reason these sorts of dog whistles are so effective in the first place. However, if you ever explicitly see the word noticed or noticing, quite frequently paired with the glancing eyes emoji, and it's about a movie or a show or something with a car
or the meme chat, are we all familiar? There's like a, I think it can also be paired with the meme. It's like a puppet that's a monkey from some like kids show, and they're like looking like, their eyes are like glancing to the side. I could be wrong about this, but I feel like it's been paired with that too. I also want to point out that in my experience, noticing has mostly been used for anti-Semitism, right? Noticing that like a Jewish person is, in some position of control in media, for instance, right, is where I'm used to seeing right-wingers use this noticing meme. Card is proposing like a more general usage of it in terms of just, I don't know, the casting, diverse casting, I guess is what he's pointing out, like, people quote unquote noticing here. But
casting choice that reactionaries are likely to get mad about, funnily enough, once you understand what you're looking for, you know it instantly when you see it. That's all I have to say today. It's just something I thought you should know about.
Oh yeah, good. Thanks for reminding me, chat. I said earlier I don't watch any Australian YouTubers. I don't really watch a lot of card posting, but yeah, card is Australian as well. But anyway, there's like noticing now. I'm not saying that this usage of the like the 100% this usage of the uwu notices bulges is a variation of the noticing meme. I'm just saying that it seems a little strange. It seems a little out of place. It's about furries, and I don't know. I just all I know, chat, is that if you're interpreting notices bulges as a trans reference, especially like a pro-trans reference, you couldn't be more wrong. You couldn't be no more wrong. That's a bad argument that they're making, and it's only flying because people don't know shit about trans people, and they don't know shit about internet culture, right? And I would say that this being some variation of noticing is a lot more likely than saying that this is a trans reference. The other thing it could be is maybe like, I don't know, like he's bringing a gun onto campus. Like maybe those are the bulges. That's more likely, right? Oh, is that a gun in your pants or like where in your backpack? I don't know. How did he bring the gun? But anyway, there's a lot of other possibilities that this notices bulges thing could have other than being a trans reference, right? That's fucking that shit. That is madness to think that that is what the shooter was talking about here. All right, taking off the volume boost.
Co-opted by right-wing trolls to spot trans people in crowds. Pure Groyper style bigotry.
I don't think so. I don't think that's what it is either. Yeah, I don't think. Anyway, this is Grok saying this. Like, Grok's interpretation is it's transphobic, right? I don't think it's trans ideology. I don't think it's gender ideology. I don't think it's transphobic. I don't think it has anything to do with trans people.
Bella Ciao flips an anti-fascist World War II partisan song into ironic ammo for ridiculing leftists while tying into their beef with fascist establishment figures like Kirk, whom Fuentes has repeatedly trashed. The gay
I'd like to know more about this Bella Ciao thing. It's also a gaming reference, I believe.
Taunt is straight up.
In fact, a lot of this stuff is gamer talk. The up, down, down, whatever, that's gamer speak, right? The Helldivers references, right? This is gamer speak. I mean, are there like left-wing people that play Helldivers? Yes, but there's you can ask anybody that plays it. There's also like a lot of fascists that play it and just don't seem to get the irony that the game is low key. So yeah, let's see. Helldivers, loosely based on the work of Robert Heinlein, a work of Robert Heinlein, Starship Troopers. You may have seen the movie. The movie is that Heinlein himself had some really I guess you'd call them like NatCon ideas, NatCon tendencies. Some people say that Heinlein was even being ironic that when he like proposed that he was trying, but that's not clear, right? Whether Starship Troopers was a criticism or just like a sort of Heinlein's desire for a more like militaristically based society, because in Heinlein's Starship Troopers you didn't have to serve in the armed forces, but you did have to if you wanted to vote. If you want to be you're not a citizen, I don't think, until you've served in the armed forces, right? So yeah, but anyway, definitely the movie from the 90s and certainly the game are meant as a way of criticizing fascism, right? But some fascists took it and they were like, this is pretty cool, I like this, right? They just said, like, the same as the Republicans that were like, Stephen Colbert is, finally, I'm so sick of this Daily Show guy, Jon Stewart or whatever, insert anti-Semitic comment, insert noticing maybe, right? I'm so sick of this Jon Stewart guy. Finally, we got one of our own on Comedy Central. Yes, Stephen Colbert. Get that eagle coming down, right? Some people, they literally thought that Stephen Colbert was like one of them. They didn't realize, like, no, he's making fun of you, right? So same thing with Helldivers. So yeah, there's a fascist audience for Helldivers. And it's also an attempt to appropriate the game, which, far right's got a good foothold in gaming in general, but this one was pretty explicitly anti-fascist. I can't speak to the Bella Ciao thing because I'm not a big knower of Italian fascism and anti-fascism, but it was an anti-fascist song that got co-opted by the far right. I think they've shown you mentions of it on Groyper boards. So anyway, people interpreting this as like, this guy's Antifa. Nope, not necessarily so. The Bella Ciao, out of all this stuff, the Bella Ciao, I will say, and maybe the Catch This Fascist are the two things that I'm not gonna. It doesn't make me scratch my head to try to figure out why they were thinking that this was signaling towards the left. But again, if you know a little bit more about it, if you know about irony poisoned internet culture, you kind of realize it could go either way.
Homophobic bait, emblematic of the group's anti-LGBTQ venom, and Catch This Fascist. That's a direct shot at Kirk, framing the attack as purging a traitor from the right. Overall, it's not Antifa or trans activism. It's the toxic underbelly of the MAGA ecosystem where online radicalizations turns personal grievances into violence against perceived ideological impurities. Robinson's Republican registration and Trump donations fit the profile. A young guy steeped in gun culture and pandemic-era echo chambers, lashing out at, quote, the enemy from within on his own side. Tragic, but a reminder that extremism doesn't care about party lines. It just amplifies hate. So this is a perfect storm of a kid that is raised in a Republican family, very MAGA family. They go to gun shows together. A lot of American kids, for our international listeners, they're raised in these MAGA circles where families take their kids to gun shows. Kylie can show an image of the kid with, assault weapons, and you see pictures of the whole family experiencing this together. And I want to remind you that
as somebody who doesn't know shit about guns and is not steeped in gun culture, that shit is fucking crazy. That shit is wild. Like, the fact that some shit like that even exists. Like, chat, is this a weapon that's, like, useful for hunting or self-defense? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Again, like, my whole take on gun control is that the United States should not be like this. They never should have been a society with, like, insanely permissive gun laws. But they have been for a long ass time now, and there's more guns than people in the United States. And if you were to attempt some sort of gun control at this point, and it's enforced by the currently codified institution of the police, you know that the guns would be taken preferentially from marginalized groups trying to defend themselves, and the guns would be left in the hands of the people that intend to hurt them. So yeah, it's a fucked up situation. And as much as, like, I think it's absurd, the gun culture that's developed in the United States, I feel like it's one of those things where the horses left the stable. I don't know even where you'd start with gun control in the U.S. But it is ironic that Charlie Kirk definitely advocated against it. So I'm just noticing the irony here. And people have pointed out his tweets, to that effect, that basically I think what he said was that it's that the deaths from gun violence are the price we pay to live in a free society where people's Second Amendment rights, God-given rights, I guess, someone of the America First or the Turning Point USA persuasion would say, it's that it's yes, it causes maybe more deaths, but so do cars. Gonna ban cars? I didn't think so, right? So yeah, it's a little ironic there. But yeah, like obviously, the Charlie Kirk being removed from this world is not something that I think is having any positive consequences at all.
At the beginning of this episode, I talked about how for the last 48 hours, Fox News, the president, and others blamed liberals. Liberals don't raise their kids like
Ooh, they use StreamYards.
This is something that this gun.
I'm just noticing that. Oh God, Chad, I gotta stop it.
Fetish culture thing that is very unique to the right. And I'm not trying to knock them, and I just think that this has become so normalized through so much propaganda from the NRA that a 22-year-old was able to execute that kind of shot because he was raised shooting guns his whole life. And he was raised in very right-wing media echo chambers, and it wasn't enough. And so he went further into it and further into it. And so that's what all of those signs mean. And if I'm able as a 51-year-old woman to figure that out in an hour, it troubles me that the FBI gave that information to the Wall Street Journal. And, the rhetoric against trans people is already so fever pitch because they desperately wanted that to be the outcome. And you can figure out what this is very quickly. And you would think the fucking FBI would know this, but what do I know? And then this was really interesting. Here's Cash Money saying something at his press conference today, talking about that they had arrested the suspect. You're going to die, Pumps. All right, get the quote.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Okay. Valhalla. So I had to Google, what is this? Kylie put this up. In alt-right and white nationalist circles, Valhalla has been co-opted as a symbolic term very different from its original Norse mythological meaning. Here's what it usually signifies in that world: martyrdom and warrior afterlife. Valhalla is often invoked as a kind of afterlife reward for those they see as warriors and martyrs for their cause. This is used in alt-right and white nationalist circles. Why would the head of the FBI say such a thing? Oh, that's right. He was a far-right podcaster, and in a bizarre turn of events, a brown-skinned white nationalist that trafficked in the same far corners of the internet that the shooter did. And he says to somebody who was purely, Charlie Kirk, as far as I know, was very overt about his Christian faith. And I'm not religious at all, but to a Christian to say you're going to see them somewhere other than heaven, that would pretty much be offensive to really, really devout followers of Christ. But the head of the FBI is using the same alt-right language that led to the murder of Charlie Kirk. So any chance that we're going to have politicians that come out and tell us exactly what's going on here, and that there are sects of the internet and silos of the internet that are really radicalizing people that were brought up around guns, brought up in MAGA culture, and it's getting out of control. And they see this as martyrdom so that they can meet people in Valhalla, and Cash Money is all about that. And I would be remiss if I didn't close it out with one of Pumps's favorite subjects. And this is Nancy Mace, who has been psychotic and hateful and ridiculous and performative and demonic and just trashy, just trash. She finds out that the call came from inside the house. And I mean, the 180 is unbelievable. She goes from Civil War, fucking bring it, come on, let's fuck you each other, to this. We know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. And so, you know, like this is how you know these people are so full of shit.
Right.
A real Christian would pray for everybody. In MAGA world, they only pray for their own. That's why it was so easy the last 48 hours for them to rile up the base on this issue, that the leftists did this, when only 4% of all of these shootings come from leftists or Democrats or liberals. Over 75%, the call came from inside the house. Pumps, I want to open it up to you to discuss my research on all this and get your thoughts.
So Kash Patel is on all these websites, obviously knows that slang. But he obviously knows that slang. So he's deep down the right wing rabbit hole. But he couldn't figure any of this out.
Or like
they think it's normal.
Yes. And we're not the issue. What we need as a government, the services we need our government to provide for us in this moment, is we have a gun problem.
Yeah.
We have an unrestricted dark web problem. We have, kids. This kid made like a 34 on his ACT and got a scholarship to go to college. And Katie Miller is on here saying, college must have made him woke. And then the college has to come out and say he only came here one semester. And so,
and again, that's cope. That's cope, right? They were so gung-ho. They had their dicks out for this to be a trans person, for this to be a black person, for this to be an immigrant, anything like that, right? And then when they find out it's one of their own, they find out the call is coming from inside the house, they gotta cope. Right? He was right wing. Sure, he dressed up like, what is it? What did he? Okay, chat. Let me just Halloween costumes, right? Pepe is one of them, right? Trump is the other. In fact, he didn't just do any Pepe; he did Gopnik Pepe, right? The Pepe dressed in a tracksuit, like a I don't know. It's like a popular in it's popular in like in Russia and maybe some other countries in the area. Don't you call that a rare Pepe? But they're coping, and that's where this idea of like, oh, did he have a roommate? Was the roommate trans? We don't know either of those two things. We know that there's someone who's cooperating with authorities right now, but they're not confirmed to be trans, even though that's the meme that the right wing is getting behind and pushing right now. And again, you know what a meme means? Just so we can bring it down to the just basics here, right? A meme is a repeated behavior. So if I say something that you think is funny, and you repeat it in chat, and you go post it on Blue Sky, and then somebody, makes a TikTok and says it, right? That's a meme, right? I mean, you know that what a meme is on the internet, right? But if I make up a dance and you know, like, you know what I mean? Like all the oh my God, the twist, the swim, like all those 60s dances that were like, they would have dance crazes in the 60s, right? You know, hitting a gritty, right? These are memes. It's any kind of, you know, it's any kind of like repeated behavior. So yeah, most cultural things actually are memes. And the right wing has weaponized the concept of the meme down to the sort of, you know, I talked about chorus. They're all in a chorus. They're all saying the same thing. They're all like rattling off talking points in the hopes that if they all say it together, it'll sound like this is what what society is feeling right now. This is what, you know, people feel, right? That would be called back in the day forced meme, right? You're trying to make fetch happen. And unfortunately, chat, sometimes right-wingers do make fetch happen. Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes it works, all too often. And in the age of the dead internet and Palantir and all this shit, you know, bot farms, yeah, they're absolutely forcing memes. So they're using something that us humans do naturally against us, against humanity. And that should be seen as gross. I think part of what we have to do is become aware of the phenomenon that's happening, not just look at it as like, well, I guess everybody loves Donald Trump now. I mean, that's kind of, you know, you talk about meme magic. Let's talk about forced meme magic, right? A lot of that shit was, you know, absolutely coordinated, absolutely astroturfed, and you know, they fake it until they make it, right? I'm not saying that there's not a lot of people that support Trump now, but the transformation from a bad idea, a ridiculous idea, a laughable idea, a joke even, into reality is done through these memes, is done through the fact that Bannon and company are conscious of the phenomenon of memes and are actively trying to force them. And, you know, we need to start a discussion of what is our response. Right? Some people would say, let's force our own memes. Let's coordinate ourselves. I'm not sure how effective that is, but I think that the first step is to make ourselves aware that, yes, this is a natural human phenomenon. We are creatures of memes. Memes propagate in culture, much like genes. Goes back to, you know, Richard Dawkins' book, The Guilty Gene. Wait, was it The Guilty Gene? No, I think it was a book after The Guilty Gene where he talks about the meme, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, just at the very least, we need to be conscious of this, right? We need to bring this to the level of consciousness. Trexel is our Slavic culture. I'm sorry, I'm vaguely aware that it's more than just. But I don't know if you're memeing at me though, mein Traumwelt. My dream world. Was ist dein Traumwelt? Wie siehst du das?
This call is coming from inside the house because there is post-Trump, all of this is going to still exist.
Right.
The Groypers, all of these people that go to these channels every day, the people that do all these symbols, and shame on the Wall Street Journal to say, if you see this, you're gay, LMAO, is inherently homophobic. Not.
I think she meant, oh my God, I don't think she meant inherently homophobic, right? Did she, chat? I think she meant to be like, that, to think it's pro-gay, right? Yeah, the obvious interpretation would be like homophobic, like, I don't know, very immature too. Like, there was all these weird little things when I grew up that were like, you know, somebody would like do something to, like, oh my God, what was it? they have this like ring and you have to break it or something or else you're gay. I don't fucking know. I don't remember. But yeah, it's just like this weird stuff. Like before I even understood what fucking gay meant, people were doing weird shit and implying this means you're gay, that means you're gay. But the yeah, it's like a bumper sticker, right? If you can read this text, you're too close, right? Was the original. And I think I've seen variations of that bumper sticker that is, if you can see this, if you can read this, if you're reading this right now, you're gay or something like that. They sound like our parents interpreting all this shit. Look, they're doing better than the mainstream media, though. Yeah, I mean, they're dealing with the same difficulty in that this is insider knowledge, and they are outsiders. They are outside the space that where this stuff is understood.
Some sort of trans ideology. It's just, it's so crazy that now we live in a country where the information is this shaky that comes out of stuff like this.
Well, and here's the thing. Nobody in the right wing, including Fox or the president, is going to walk any of this back, clarify the record, or tell us the truth. And the reality is, the people that will...
Sphincter says what? What is that from? I've heard that. But yeah, I think that's the same kind of idea. But wait, I just didn't understand. I'm not sure if she just kind of had a brain fart there and said, like, to think that that's homophobic. Like, I don't think she's trying to say... Am I like... Is there somebody in chat that I can't even see? Do I have top chat back on? I see chat, like...
Suffer from this are not white male Christian gun lovers. That's not who's going to suffer. It's Black people, brown people, and immigrants, and the LGBTQIA plus community. That's who's going to suffer on this. We've seen it with HBUs being on lockdown. Nancy Mace running around. It's just the right-wing white male. Nothing's going to happen to them. The people that did nothing wrong are the ones that are going to suffer most because everybody else is going to act like it never happened.
And I just want
that's like the Mike Myers thing, right? That's like a movie, right?
I want to say as a personal note.
Here, let me roll it back. I just want to see. I'm so confused by this because, like, if she really means to think that that's homophobic, then
country where the information is this shaky that comes out of stuff like this.
Well, and here's the thing. Nobody in the right wing, including Fox or the president, is going to walk any of this back, clarify the record, or tell us the truth. And the reality is, the people that will suffer from this are not white male Christian gun lovers. That's not who's going to suffer. It's Black people, brown people, and immigrants, and the LGBTQIA plus community. That's who's going to suffer on this. We've seen it with HBUs being on lockdown. Nancy Mace running around. It's just the right-wing white male. Nothing's going to happen to them. The people that did nothing wrong are the ones that are going to suffer most because everybody else is going to act like it never happened.
And I just want to say as a personal note that I am very troubled that you on the right, Fox News and others, say that we want people dead and that we're the party of murder, said Elon Musk. I want people to have health care. I want child care to be affordable for people that have kids right now, and that their child care is twice the amount of their rent and or mortgage.
Okay.
I don't want people with stage 4 cancer to go bankrupt and die because the government didn't provide them for it. I want people to be able to go on college campuses and not get shot.
I'm doing the hand circle game when I do the homophobia thing. Stepped back and remembering it was called ball gazer. It makes it apparent that I never examined the finger. I don't know. It's different variations of it, right? I heard I guess a homophobic one, but one shared by like little kids who probably didn't really understand what it meant to be gay. Look, people sometimes reclaim that stuff, and like I don't know if you ever see, Austin and Hassan interact, some of the stuff, could come off as homophobic. Obviously, it's not. It's not like, not like there's like not a innocuous like version of it, but yeah, on the like surface, right? The the world is cooked. The 2000s were feral. Yeah, absolutely.
I want American families to have restrictions on family outings that involve this crazy gun fetish culture. It can't be good. And you can't tell me that's Christ-like. And I'm not a Christian, but come on. And I just
no. Did you read the Bible? Jesus had a ton of guns. Yeah, Jesus had like a gun collection. No, it was absolutely a Jesus thing. In fact, I remember when the Romans came for Jesus, and he brought out like 2 machine guns, and he just started spraying, and he was like, "Hasta la vista, Romans." That was some cool shit.
Take real offense that they think that at the core of our
Oh no, sorry, Chad. I think that was actually Arnold Schwarzenegger
movement
not
is
Jesus.
that we wish
I got
them
him mixed
dead.
up.
We are fucking trying to make your life better. And it's crazy to me how easy it was to rile them, pull them all in when Charlie Kirk's message of misogyny, racism, homophobia, overall dismissive nature of people's struggles, economic struggles. Charlie Kirk was incredibly dismissive of that I still want Charlie Kirk to not be dead, because I want to stand for a party that says enough with the.
So somebody said that they watched Liv Agar stream tonight, and Liv was going through the supposed roommate, and I saw that there were like accounts that did like there were not accounts, what there were like posts on places that trans people would potentially go, although maybe some self-hating sites as well, which unfortunately exist. The one piece of information that I'd like to see, assuming that shit is confirmed. Oh God, Chad, I'm tempted to look at that. Was that on Twitch? Does Liv stream on just Twitch, or is there also like a Twitter or YouTube stream? But yeah, I'm just wondering, like, do we have anything? Because the real, missing link here is this actually even a roommate of the assailant? The person knows something about the assailant, given that they're cooperating with police now, but they're like I saw various accounts, some accounts saying that the assailant was living at home, other accounts saying that the assailant was living with this roommate. So that's we still got a lot of missing pieces. Yeah, I know that Liv streams on Twitch, but I'm just asking, does Liv dual stream at all? Is there any place, because I don't even know if I can watch Twitch. I can try to pull it up. If you think it's worth it. We are running out of time a little bit. We're at 60% here. Let's finish this.
Guns.
And then
these gun lobbies are out of control, and so it just offends me, and it's scary. And of course, we have a dipshit who's building a ballroom, trying to solve the problem, while Cash Money is still echoing this alt-right bullshit.
You mean Kankles McTaco Tits?
I guarantee you, if it was a radical left lunatic, he would have stood out there and talked about it for 5 hours. He would have never switched. I mean, he would have gone for at least 20 minutes.
Yeah, it did kind of seem like he was trying to change the subject out there, right?
All right, that's all we have for today. Crazy.
Okay, all right. So that is that one. All right, so like I was saying, chat, because I have the gift of gab, or maybe the curse of gab, depending on how you interpret it, we're at 4 hours and 34 minutes here. I mean, we're not totally at the end of the stream yet, but we're getting there. We're at 60 out of 100. If we get to 100 out of 100, then we're not close to the end of the stream at all, and I got to cover another topic for you. Which topic would I be covering? Let me take a look. I haven't even looked yet, chat. Do Not Worry podcast, it looks like. People want to see Do Not Worry Debunk H3. Second place, we have Stavi, baby, defending trans rights, at least to some extent. We'll see. I've heard various things about this interaction, but he's got a guest. She is an Austin comic, maybe like, in that circle with Joe Rogan and stuff. And she comes on his podcast, saying slurs and shit like that. Stavi kind of shuts her down. So, that's interesting. That's in second place. Third place, we got Adam Friedland on the Majority Report. Fourth place, we have New Taylor Lorenz video on Charlie Kirk. We're at 65 now, which means that there's probably somebody else that I have not thanked. Oh my God, Sasha G, thank you for the super. We gotta fix that, chat. We gotta see if like stream elements either that or I should just change from stream elements, right? But I want to be able to get I want your super stickers to automatically pop up the way the super chats do, because I appreciate the super stickers just as much, or sometimes more. Sometimes the super chat is quite poignant, as this one is. How is it going? Better. I mean, I started off the stream sweating and just too hot because I was trying to get the good lighting, chat. I'm still in this situation where I got one place I can plug my laptop into, and that's also the place that the refrigerator plugs into. So my choices are to either unplug the refrigerator and stream in a comfortable place, or to plug in the refrigerator, keep the refrigerator plugged in and stream in a not so comfortable. So I chose not so comfortable. I chose kind of, lighting is not great, but it'll do for now. But yeah, thank you for the super sticker, and thank you. I'm sure chat was letting me know that there was a super sticker that I didn't see. We're at 65, so we are 35 away. Yo, Heidi Sausage. You know what, Heidi the Sausage, I didn't get your name at first. I think I've said this before. Have I? Thank you for the $5 Australian. And oh yeah, karate. Wait. What is the deal with this? I know how to do this. Yeah, you got your hands like this, and then when you punch, you rotate. Right? I'm not a karateka by any means. I'm more into learned a lot more about Muay Thai and even Taekwondo than karate. But yeah, I did take a few lessons. But thank you for the super sticker once again. 68. Wax on, wax off. Okay. I didn't get your name at first though. I was like, Heidi the Sausage. You must really like sausage, I guess. But no, it's anyway, I've probably made that comment before. I'm not senile, just brain broken. Either way, remember when you donate that you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. I gave you the poll numbers as far as the vote so far. Do Not Worry is ahead with Stavi in second place. And you can let me know in whenever you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or you sign up for my Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you get a wild hair up your ass. Why do we say that? That sounds uncomfortable. That would suck to have a wild hair up your ass, chat. It would tickle in a bad way, I think. I've never had it, but either way, wild hair, you can support me on Twitch too, even though I'm not streaming on Twitch. I will see it if you throw a prime my way, or get yourself a sub, or if you gift subs, I will see that as well, and I will acknowledge it, and it'll count towards the bonus goal, which is now, I am reminded, at 68. All right, we're gonna watch a few more things here. I want to make sure to get the Hassan clip. Never had it happen in the shower? Oh, is that what it means? No, I mean, like, yeah, your hair goes everywhere in the shower, yeah, and then, but it's not like, it doesn't like tickle or anything. It's just like you notice. Oh no. You just put your hand on your back and you're like, wait, why is there a hair there? And you grab the hair and you pull and you're like, whoa, whoa, where's that hair hanging out? That got right between the cheeks. But it's not like it goes in. It doesn't go inside, chat. Unless you're goatsy, man. The 80s loved martial arts tournaments like Kumite. What is the movie about Kumite? Oh god, chat. You know the Bird Brains episode where the infamous Bird Brains episode where I debated Dylan Burns and caused all that controversy was called WrestleBrania as an ode to the fact that Dylan loves wrestling so much. So I thought, WrestleMania, how about WrestleBrania if you're doing it as a debate, right? And I always thought if there was a sequel to that, it would be called WrestleBrania 2 Electric Budokai, which is kind of like a Kumite, right? Is it Bloodsport that has Kumite? Doesn't it sound like Coomer now? Doesn't it sound like Kumite would be about Coomers? Like all the Coomers get together and they see who can coom the longest? I don't know. You break my record, I break you. What's that from? Yeah, Dragon Balls, I think, has Budokai, right? But it's kind of the same idea. Electric Budokai. Come on, that's I got the branding, chat. I got the brain, okay? The Princess and the Pea? Wait, that's the like having a wild hair up your ass is like the Princess and the Pea? Oh my god. Anyway. We got so much to cover still, so much that I want to cover still. Weaponizing, okay, that's Mehdi Hassan. Ooh, that's interesting. The British channel that with James O'Brien on it is asking the question, why are Charlie Kirk's words suddenly off limits? Yeah, why are people getting yelled at for quoting? Anyway, we'll do the Mehdi Hassan. We'll do the Mehdi Hassan. But it's all the same. But yeah, we're at 68 right now. Just 32. We're 2/3 of the way or more towards bonus content. So it could very well happen today, and maybe I will buckle up and eat some dragon fruit. I got a dragon fruit right here that I'll bust out if I need to stay on even longer. But for now, let's see what Mehdi's got to say.
President Trump has just announced on Fox News that the suspected gunman who shot the conservative activist Charlie Kirk, killing him, has been caught. Trump said, quote, "I think with a high degree of certainty we have him in custody," unquote. Trump's comments came a day after the FBI announced a $100,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Officials also released photos and video of the suspected gunman who shot Kirk during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University. A bolt-action rifle was also recovered in a wooded area near the campus. In one video, the suspected gunman is seen jumping from a roof on campus and running away. On Thursday, President Trump said he'll honor Charlie Kirk with a posthumous Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. Trump also escalated his attacks on the political left, saying, quote, "We just have to beat the hell out of them."
We have a great country.
Yeah, wait, I didn't see that.
Out there, and we just have to beat the hell out of it.
On the floor of the House, Republican Representative.
Yeah, no, not stoking violence or anything. But this fucking hypocrite, chat. Do you understand what your reaction has to be to this kind of shit? When somebody's gaslighting you, that they think that you're being too violent in your language, and they're saying they got to beat the hell out of you. They're trying to intimidate you. They're trying to stand down. Do not comply in advance, okay? Do not fucking comply in advance. All right, this is scary shit, but there is no rolling over is not an option. Rolling over is going to get you hurt more. Even though they're trying to make it sound like that's your only recourse, and trying to scare. He's trying to scare the hell out of you. Honestly, Chad, is what he's trying to do. I hate to say this, but we gotta match his tone, right? Not the content, right? Not the calls to violence or anything like that. But you can't back down on this shit. That will get you hurt worse.
Representative Bob Under of Missouri described the political left as, quote, pure evil.
So she's got Mehdi Hassan waiting in the wings. As soon as she gets done with this little report here, she's going to bring him on. I'm kind of glad that we watched this because I didn't see that clip yet.
Well, everything has changed. If we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some of the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly.
This call comes as some lawmakers,
gaslighting,
including Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, are canceling or postponing public events out of safety concerns. To talk about all of this and more, we're joined by Mehdi Hassan, editor-in-chief and CEO of Zeteo, where his new piece is headlined, "Hypocritical Conservatives Are Using Charlie Kirk's Horrific Murder to Cynically Smear the Left." Mehdi, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you lay out what you're seeing in these last few days as we talk about this breaking news that the suspected gunman has been caught?
Thanks, Amy, for having me. The problem with this administration, of course, is you can't trust anything they say. Kash Patel put out multiple statements over the last 48 hours suggesting that somebody's been caught, somebody's in custody. They leaked to the Wall Street Journal that there was trans ideology on the weapon and then walked it back. We have an administration of gaslighters and serial liars. So unfortunately, in the old days, even if a president lied, you could try and take the bureaucracy or the law enforcement people, maybe sometimes that they were. Now you have to start from a position of pure skepticism. So I don't believe anything Trump says until I see more verification. I do hope they've caught the person. The problem is, Amy, that from the moment Charlie Kirk was horrifically murdered on camera, a horrific act, inexcusable act on Wednesday in Utah. From the moment that happened, Republicans, conservatives, prominent figures in this country on the right went to work to blame this on the left, even though the killer was not in custody. Apparently is now, let's see, the alleged killer. No killer in custody, no motive, and yet for the last 36, 48 hours, we've been told again and again that the left did this, the left killed Kirk, the left has blood on its hands. And I wrote that piece for Zeteo because I was deeply frustrated at what I was seeing. It's not just frustrating, it's dangerous, right? Your response to a political assassination, to political violence, cannot be to ratchet up more political violence, more dehumanization and demonization. And the reality is, of course, as I say, we don't know the motive of the killer. Let's say the killer turns out to be someone on the left. Even then, that doesn't mean the right is somehow scot-free here, and that's why I wrote my piece pointing out that the vast majority of right-wing political violence in this country comes from Trump supporters, comes from people on the far right, comes from all sorts of people who have horrific views about minorities and white supremacists. And I laid down the evidence in my piece, for example, this summer. Just a few weeks ago, I know the right-wingers have been erasing her killing, but Melissa Hortman, the Speaker Emerita of the Minnesota House, was murdered in her home with her husband. Another lawmaker was shot and almost killed with his partner. That was done by a Trump supporter this summer. Trump didn't even bother to show up at the funeral. No one mentions Melissa Hortman's death on the right when they're talking about political violence. We've erased January 6th. We've erased the attack on Josh Shapiro's home earlier this year. We've erased multiple attacks over the years that have been attributed to, or that the suspect turned out to be some kind of Trump supporter. And I think that is why I wrote that piece, because there's a real rewriting of history going on here. It's what far-right regimes do after tragedies like this. They try and weaponize them to go after their enemies. And Trump's made that very clear in all his statements, the radical left. This is a guy who has incited violence himself, including on January the 6th.
I wanted to turn to Hunter Kozak. He's the Utah Valley University student who posed a question to Charlie Kirk about gun violence just before Kirk was shot and killed.
5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Thursday, that young man, he was 29 years old, Hunter Kozak, the Utah Valley University, I think he was a student, posted his message response to what happened after he asked the question.
And people have obviously pointed to the irony that the point that I was trying to make is how peaceful the left was right before he got shot. And that only makes sense if we stay peaceful. And as much as I disagree with Charlie.
Yo, do you see what's wrong with this? Now look, I'm not going to go after this person. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the last person to talk to Charlie Kirk, was talking to Charlie Kirk when the event happened, right? This is, I don't know. It's a lib that gives Charlie Kirk, that gives the right wing in general way too much credit, right? In saying that they want to have a conversation, right? Look, this isn't to I just got to point out, Charlie Kirk was on college campuses to get SJW-owned footage. That's what he was there for, right? If you interpret that as he wants to have a conversation, he's open, maybe I could change his mind. No, you can't. I literally can't now, but, you could not even before, even when he was talking to him, right? This is, I sympathize, with this person, being that he was right next to Charlie Kirk when that happened, and I know that's got to be traumatic. He also, I think, talked to Andrew Callahan, and I'm just like, if anybody's raising this person up as this is the fucking, right, to immediately go to, we just as I was saying, I don't think it's the left that does violence. I guess Charlie Kirk was right about that. Maybe wait a little bit. Don't comply in advance, okay? And again, I'm not trying to come down too hard on him, given the kind of trauma that he experienced. I hope he wakes up, right, and realizes that he's being gaslit, and realizes that he was right in saying that, yes, the violence is, of course, coming from the right. Dude is a lib and thought his college study on trans shooter would change her. Oh, that's so sad. See, I can't even be mad about him. I'm sorry, I can't be mad at him. This guy probably got blood on him. Right? This guy was right there. This guy was debating Charlie Kirk when it happened. And yeah, he's got the wrong approach. I disagree with the approach. It's not in some ways I would say that this guy's kind of emblematic with actually what's wrong with the left, right? It sounds like he's coming at this in good faith, but holy shit, his good faith is not being received on the other side. And to just assume that I guess all the right wingers are saying that the left has done this, and it was Charlie Kirk that got, that got hit, so it must have been a leftist. Holy shit, what an ill-conceived response. But again, chat, he's, probably traumatized. I mean, this is kind of the vibe that he was kicking even before the shooting. But this is don't be like this guy. Sounded like he just assumed it was a this is the problem. It was a left person from the interview, so they're talking under that assumption. I just had to turn it off. It's wrong assumption. And you don't make assumptions. You don't need to make assumptions. This is the thing that the right wing does. They specialize in moral panics, chat. We'll get to that in our next segment, which might be our last segment. It's going to be about Hassan. Might not be our last segment because, again, we are 32 bonus points away from extending the stream into some bonus content. And right now it looks like Do Not Worry podcast. So if you want to watch something that's not about the events of recent past, it is sort of about other events of recent past, but not about the events on the UVU campus, let's just say, then this is, if we hit 100, we'll be able to do that. Other than that, I think the Hassan piece is a good one to end on, even if we don't hit it. So here we go, chat. Let's finish this. God, this is hard to watch. And yeah, as much as I'd like to watch, oh my God, there's a TikTok I wanted to show you too. God damn it. God damn it.
I'm on the record
Too
for how
much
much I disagree with Charlie Kirk,
content,
but like,
too little time.
man, dude,
Here's the deal, chat. I will throw in the TikTok video, which I think you'll enjoy. It's actually some deep analysis. I said yesterday I didn't think TikTok was known for deep analysis. Not yesterday, but the day before yesterday when we talked about the leftist mafia. I think I said that like I was kind of a little snarky about TikTok and what kind of analysis you could do in a limited amount of time. But yeah, no, this is like a 4 or 5 minute video that actually does bring up some really important points that I haven't seen spoken of elsewhere. So I'll throw that in with the do not worry content if we hit the bonus goal. How about that?
Is still a human being. Have we forgotten that?
That's Hunter Kozak, who posed the question.
And so were his victims.
Started by asking about how many trans mass shooters Charlie Kirk thought they were, and then talked about that percentage as a number of mass shooters in this country. But as he says, was horrified, as here is Charlie Kirk answering a question about gun violence, then is shot dead. Your response to this young man who's in a lot of pain. He said, in fact, though he disagrees with almost everything, is known for opposing Charlie Kirk, himself a TikToker. His wife just gave birth to their second child. He sees their families, both of them having 2 children. And he said, but I'm absolutely against violence and for his freedom of expression.
Amy, we all are. I mean, 99% of people in this country, I hope, are against politically motivated murders. I mean, it's horrific. What happened to Charlie Kirk is horrific on a human level, on a political level, on multiple levels. And, people are going around saying, well, he didn't believe in empathy, so I don't care. Well, just the fact that he didn't believe in empathy is irrelevant. I believe in empathy. Most of us should have empathy, and I do have empathy for his wife and kids. 2 kids are going to grow up without their father. The fact that their father had vile political views that I disagree with, the fact that their father said I should be deported from the US is irrelevant. All right, you don't kill people for their speech, ever. And that young man gave a very eloquent statement there. The irony of him being killed after taking a question on gun violence and trying to make it about gangs. I mean, Amy, right now, everything in American politics just feels bizarre and ironic and unprecedented. If you sat in a Netflix TV writer's room and said, hey, this is the script for a political drama about politics in the United States, and it was the script of the last 5 or 10 years, the TV writers would throw you out of the room and say, this is ridiculous. We can't make this TV show. This is so unrealistic. The plot twists,
See, it's too on the nose.
Turns, but that's our daily life right now. I mean, we're all going crazy seeing what happens on a daily basis. It's beyond anything we see on TV or in the movies these days. And I worry that everything's going to get worse. I was on the BBC just a couple nights back, and the question they asked was, is America going to come together after this? That's what other countries are wondering. That's what would happen in most normal countries after a tragedy like this. Unfortunately, the US is not a normal country right now. And I suspect not only are we not going to come together, we're going to go further apart, because the president is someone who takes this opportunity to incite more. I mean, everything Donald Trump has said since this murder has been unhelpful at best, dangerous and destructive at worst. He's
and massively hypocritical.
Not the right leader whenever there's a tragedy, whenever there's a murder or a terrorist attack. That's always been one of my great criticisms of Trump. I have many, but he's not the right person to lead a nation when there is a tragedy or a crisis.
Many, in 2023, Charlie Kirk called for you to be deported over your views on the COVID-19 pandemic while you were working at MSNBC. I just wanted to play a clip from the Charlie Kirk show.
So we need to reassert what the actual truth of the matter is, especially if we are to be prepared for the next pandemic when it inevitably comes.
Wow, who is that neurotic lunatic? Who is that guy? Send him back to the country he came from. Holy cow. Get him off TV. Revoke his visa.
So that was Charlie Kirk. And again, the horror of his murder right now. Your response then, Mehdi, and as you reflect on this now?
Yeah, I responded at the time pointing out how racist that statement was. Charlie Kirk was very anti-immigrant. He was very anti-Muslim. People forget this stuff. But again, you know, I've spent the last 48 hours condemning his killing. I've found that posts celebrating his death, very few of them. I know the Republicans are trying to exaggerate. There are deaths. There are obviously posts online celebrating his death. I found them distasteful, inappropriate. It's not something I would do.
Yeah, those bots are like completely in bad taste, right? I really wish those bot farms wouldn't be making those distasteful, horrible posts right now. That really sucks. That's got to be hard for people like, you know, close to him to have to see all of that fucking Oh, did you count the Twitch Prime sub? Wait, did it? It should have made a noise. Did it not? If you did a Twitch Prime, maybe it's on delay. Did you just do it, Wholesome Degenerates? It'll come through. But yeah, I'll go ahead and count it. I'll take your word for it, in fact. Yeah, it's supposed to. Is there some kind of thing where Twitch alerts don't work when you... Or, oh my god, no, we got something from Twitch, right? Somebody followed me earlier on Twitch, and it made the emotes come up, right? Either that or they did a capogen. No, if a capogen works, then this should happen. It should show up. Anybody on any Twitch people want to tell me like how long does it usually take for a Twitch like between when you sub on Twitch or whatever and it comes up in the chat? Zuckerberg and his threads is doing that divisive bot commenting turbo mode. Yeah. Look, I'm not saying that it's all bots for the record, but I'm just saying that a lot of that shit is, if you wanted to help the United States on its way to civil disorder, to an overreaction from the Trump administration that's going to result in the country splitting apart, like this is the kind of shit that you would be, directing your bot farms to do. Anyway, let's go forward. Yeah, those bots are in horror. I can't believe they had the bots say that shit. That's horrible. And they should learn. It's almost like they don't have, empathy, Chad. It's almost like those bots aren't human or something. I can't believe that they're posting like that.
And yet, I think to myself, had I been the one shot in the neck and passing away, I wonder what Kirk would have said about me. This is the reality of where we live. I mean, we're in this weird situation, Amy, now where some liberals are going to another extreme, which is we should all condemn the killing of Charlie Kirk, but we don't need to participate in the whitewashing of his record or the kind of this suggestion that he is some kind of free speech martyr. He was not a supporter of free speech. You just saw that.
Dean Withers, I'm looking at you, kid.
Clip. I said something on MSNBC he did not like, an American citizen. He said I should be deported from the United States. Is that someone who sounds like they support free speech? He was super anti-Muslim. Just a couple of days ago, he was posting about Islam being the sword with which the left slits the throat of America. He called Muslims conquerors, invaders. His rhetoric was horrific. He put targets on people's backs. But again, I don't measure my own views or my own...
Which is strangely what the Republicans are doing right now.
Own responses to tragedies by the standards set by Charlie Kirk or Donald Trump or anyone else. The fact that he may have, had a more gleeful response to my death than I do to his is irrelevant. As I say, none of us should celebrate the death of a human being. None of us should celebrate political violence because it's a threat to all of us and to this country. And I think it's interesting that so many people are now trying to suggest that this guy, I've seen people saying, oh, he never did anything. He just went and had good faith debates with college students. Just not true. He supported the deportation of Mahmoud.
What did Tim Pool call it? Prop clipping? Yeah, he was prop clipping.
a green card legal resident who was punished for his speech, nothing else, by the Trump administration. So look, even us having this conversation, Amy, will be clipped somewhere by a Republican and say, look, they're celebrating his death, they're criticizing him. No, criticizing someone's views is not celebrating the death. We can do two things at once. We can walk and chew gum. We can say it's absolutely outrageous that Charlie Kirk was murdered for his views, and we have absolute empathy for his wife and kids and friends and family. But we can also say those views were horrific. We're not going to suddenly say because he was murdered, his views are somehow good. No, bad people can be unjustly murdered. Bad people can be innocent when it comes to being killed, because even bad people shouldn't be killed for their views.
Thanks for watching.
Yo, go follow Democracy Now! If you're not already. Look, they're at 2.99 million, chat. If you follow Democracy Now! On YouTube right now, you could be the 3 millionth subscriber. Just saying. Just saying. You could be the 3 millionth subscriber if you go and subscribe to Democracy right now. I'm imagining most of you are already subscribed. But if you're not, could be your moment to be number 3 million. Anyway, chat, we've got one more video to cover. In the free half. Hopefully Mother Jones doesn't like come at me for this shit. And I don't even have my setup for like, here's what we'll do. Okay.
And prosecute political dissidents.
Let's turn up the volume. Does this volume seem low? Maybe Mother Jones needs to figure their shit out on. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this window. I am going to. Whoa! What did I just do? Nothing good. I'm gonna get rid of. We'll watch it with no. We'll watch it with no video. No. What we'll actually do, though, is. Transform and flip horizontally. Okay, so yeah, transformative content here, chat. Don't come at me. Don't come at me about this, all right? It's transformative. Look at that. Hassan's room is backwards. That's a completely different video you're watching. Does the 3 millionth sub get democracy? Yeah, you make democracy manifest, right? You don't. Sorry, Rave. You don't get democracy. But what you will get is a succulent Chinese meal. Is that what Chinese? Is that what he says? The Democracy Manifest guy? A succulent Chinese meal. What's the crime? Enjoying a meal. Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal. I see you know your jujitsu well. What does he say? What does he say about his penis in that clip, chat? What is the thing? He says something about the guy. See, you're ready to receive. Like something about the guy. Like, does he say unhand his penis? Is that what he says? That's such a classic clip. Anyway, let's watch this one last. I see you know your judo well. Is that an Australian man? Chat, he's Australian, right? How do I not know how to do an Australian accent? I'll work on it off stream, chat. I mean, I also got to work on my Vietnamese. Oh, God. I want to get my basic phrases down. He says, get your hands off my penis. My flaccid penis. I thought he said unhand his penis. That is hilarious. He's British. Okay, he's not. But is he in Australia? He's in Australia when it happens. Tonight is Aussie night. That's true. That's true. I should acknowledge my Aussie viewers more often, honestly. Parallel Zionism, the jumping to gas. Oh yeah, absolutely. What's the parallel? What's the connecting thread? It's fascism. Between Zionism and what's going on in the United States right now, the descent into fascism. Yeah, the connecting thread would be fascism. The notion of what would be done to the subjects where their abuse were given any chance, the constant tirade. Wait, Sorry, chat's moving too fast. He's a British escaping, or no? But he wasn't. He wasn't actually guilty. They mixed him up with some other dude. Right? Was there somebody that could? I think it's somebody that committed like credit fraud or something, and he would go to like nice restaurants, I think, and use like somehow fake his credit card. I don't know, but yeah, he ended up being innocent of the. Wait a minute, there was something. Wasn't there something where he's like not totally innocent? Like he wasn't guilty of what they accused him of, but wait, is Stabby Defense Trans Rights ahead now? I need to check. Oh no, that's just the first one on the list. Okay, I think we still have a Do Not Worry podcast. So if you want to see what Anthony Sargon's response was to Ethan, and Ethan claiming that he and Hila are not Zionists, although I don't think that your wife agrees with you, Ethan. I think your wife does think that you're both Zionists and thinks that that's a good thing, right? We just need 32. We just need 32 more points on the board, and you'll keep me around a little bit longer. Otherwise, I'm going to watch this Hassan video, and I will bid you a fond good night after that. But we do have still a chance to get the fun half, and it looks like right now, chat, nothing changes. The fun half will be all about the Do Not Worry podcast. So that'd be a great way, after starting off the stream with the lyrics. So please don't worry, paradigms align. We are all linking, I believe is the words of my opening song. After that, we would end with the Do Not Worry podcast. I think that would be pretty nice to do. But look, I love you either way. If we hit it, or did I see the UK protest? No, I didn't, Dwight. There's like a lot of shit going on. Nepal, Indonesia. Somebody's saying that Cambodia's massing troops on the border between Thailand and Cambodia. Now, obviously, I'm up north in Vietnam. I'm not close to Cambodia. I'm not close to the area, the disputed area between Thailand and Cambodia. The thing is, here's what happens, chat. When one thing starts to go off the rails and takes up a lot of attention, right? If Thailand were try to make like a power grab and could take and again, chat, this was Thailand under I think the Kingdom of Siam, I think was what it was back then. The French, took the colonial French took it from them unjustly. So it's not like they have a completely, it's not like the claim is like unfounded or anything like that. But normally, this sort of thing would, you're not allowed to, do something like this in a rules-based world order. But when the more shit that's going on in Israel, in Ukraine, in Poland. The less there is to lose for a country that wants to make a shoot to try to claim some land that they feel like should be theirs. So that, if you're wondering why this stuff might be happening now, and I haven't checked in on it, right? I'm just hearing this from chatters, but crazy times we live in. What are the protests about, Dwight? Are they against Starmer? I'm curious. Yo,
Depths20XX super chatted $5. Baby chick.
Baby chick? Oh my god. I couldn't tell what that was because oh my god. It seriously, it looked like a little person, a little homunculus. You know what I mean? I was like, what is that emote? No, it's a baby chick. Thank you for the baby chick, Depths. And thank you for getting us up to 73 out of 100. All right, let me update that so we can start on to the Hassan tent for the day. Popular progressive streamer Hassan Piker set to debate. They're making this a little bit more dramatic than it needs to be. I don't know. I would prefer, with a serious situation. Anyway, I'm bitching, chat. I'm bitching.
Yeah, I was pretty distraught after watching the horrifying incident.
So, in case you can't read backwards, it says, "How are you feeling, and what's been going through your head?"
It's
48 hours after the event.
Obviously a little different when you watch someone that you've known for many years, someone that you have been ideologically opposed to, but like sat across from on multiple occasions, and someone who we were supposed to debate 2 weeks from now. When you see someone like that get shot, it's like it's very different. I don't think human beings are supposed to see that. It's definitely horrifying. Really? So I don't even know what his family feels like. I don't even want to think about that. But it was a traumatic incident that I think, unfortunately, is all too common in this country, because that experience for me is new, but it's not new for many Americans who have experienced that when they
that's why Tommy Robinson's
victims of
trending on Blue Sky
to school where a school shooting takes place, right? And Charlie Kirk's assassination also happened at a school, and it happened to be the 46th school shooting of the year so far, and the 47th took place in Colorado only an hour after, where two people were shot and two kids were shot and critically injured. So like I said, it's not something that people are supposed to experience, but unfortunately that experience is all too common in a country like ours. My worldview is empathy first politics. And I think Charlie Kirk said it best when he said that empathy is a made-up concept that he thinks is
weird. It is
problematic. He thinks it's just a made-up concept that that people have designed to advance like a leftist agenda, something along those lines. So I think like that dichotomy perfectly demonstrates the way we view the world. I mean, they've already started doing that. I think Donald Trump, his first statement immediately after Charlie Kirk's untimely demise was to, without even profiling the shooter, without even having an accurate suspect, Trump and the majority of right-wing influencers, including right-wing politicians, went on this mission. They were like, this was done by radical leftist extremism, and it must be destroyed. And the State Department has already made an announcement saying that they are going to look at people's profiles at the point of entry into the country to see if they actually sufficiently grieved Charlie Kirk, which is, of course, a violation of the First Amendment, regardless of whether I personally think that's like inappropriate or not. I think this is not a value judgment. I'm just simply talking about how ridiculous it is to make this kind of enforcement a priority, and how unconstitutional it is. And it's very clear that they're using this as a Reichstag fire moment, very clearly using this as an opportunity to
the volume's too low.
And prosecute political dissidents. I think it's dangerous. And maybe even part delusional. I always say that right-wing politics, conservatism, more often than not, revolves around hallucinating an alternative reality just to get mad at said reality, and then endlessly getting mad at that reality. It's always born out of like a collective hysteria.
All right, I want to lock in on that. What does that remind you of? Say it in chat. What are the parallels that you can think of to that? Hallucinating a reality that doesn't exist and getting endlessly mad at that reality, right? Anybody want to drop some historical parallels? Anybody want to? Yeah. You could even go further back. What are people thinking? What does that remind us of? It's mosquito season? Damn. I hope it's not mosquito season up here. Yeah, you're right. You're right, She. It doesn't seem Or I don't know if your name 11 or is your name she? I can't tell. It could be the Roman numeral, could be the name, but either way, yeah, you're a good point. It's not very Christ-like behavior to target and persecute certain people. In fact, Christ, historically, in the Bible, the historicity is, debated, but Christ was and his disciples were targeted and persecuted, and up until up until Rome adopted Christianity as an official religion, Christians were persecuted in the Roman Empire. It's 11. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Right. And I think it's also delusional to look at that, to look at growing anger and resentment in this country and just simply say, well, some of the more extremist figureheads, especially if they have mass appeal, are simply young activists that wanted
Reichstag Fire.
to have discourse, that wanted to.
So he said, let me. Okay, so if nobody's going to offer a historical parallel, I'll throw a few out at you. The Reichstag Fire, but you could also say the backstab, right? The backstab was a piece of propaganda used against Jews in Germany to suggest that the reason that after World War I, Germany, the Germans that were following the war thought that they were winning, right up until the point that they lost, and that reversal angered the Germans, right? The amount of lives that were lost, and also the feeling that they thought they were winning right up until the end. The fact that they their government surrendered was very frustrating, and they couldn't imagine what had caused this. So they start to come up with ideas, and one of those ideas was that they were backstabbed by the Jews, right? This is called the I don't know, the backstab, I guess is the way I heard it termed. I think there's like other names for it, but and this was a hallucination, right? Jewish people fought for Germany in World War I. They also come closer to Hitler's time. They're hypothesizing that the Jewish people are somehow in alliance with both their exploitative capitalist in the German society, who had inordinate control over things like the banks, which again, hallucination, not true. And despite what Vosh says, his fucking take is ahistorical. Fight me, okay? And they, the Judeo-Bolshevism, smear, was also, I mean, were some Jews, communists or socialists, sure, but so were some non-Jews anyway. It's all based on this mass hallucination that they get mad at and continue to get mad at, right? So with Germany in the 30s and 40s, right? We've got a parallel there. I'll also point to the witch trials. I'll point to the witch trials and say that is a hallucination, right? You saw Goody Smith dancing with the devil in the moonlight? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're hallucinating, right? You think that your crops won't grow because the woman living at the edge of the town is a witch? She's cast an evil spell on you? You're hallucinating, right? You think that your penis won't get hard? You can't produce a male heir because of the witch? No, not true. Hallucination. But again, they get endlessly mad at these hallucinations. And then a more recent one, the Satanic Panic. Yeah, like, you know what? I saw, this one, I went to this one family's house, and they had a pentagram. They had a satanic pentagram. They're devil worshippers. No, they didn't. They had a pentacle. They're Wiccans, all right? Not the same thing. And even if it was, fucking magic spells aren't real. Nobody's fucking cursing you. You know, they even like fucking groomed kids into telling stories about satanic ritual abuse that never fucking happened, right? So yeah, this is what the right wing is really good at. In fact, I would say this is all they do. This is why at the beginning of the stream, I said they're not a real political movement. They're a hate movement. They're not dealing with reality, right? The original brain rot that Marx identified, not to go back to Marx because I'm trying to stand communism or anything like that, but just you know, he correctly identified it, and you know, the overemphasis on you know, ideology over materialism, and that's why his philosophy, the base of his philosophy, was known as dialectical materialism. Not that he discounts the power of our minds, which is where those hallucinations come from, but he recognizes them as being in a dialectical relationship with the material world, with the material world as the base, what we need to survive, that's the base, you know, feeding ourselves, taking care of ourselves, food, shelter, the hierarchy of needs, that's the base. And then the superstructure, art, philosophy, stories, all of this stuff, right? Also important, but doesn't fucking exist, chat, without the base, and hence the priority of the material over the ideological, right? And when you get away from that, you really travel into dangerous territory. And it's not unfamiliar territory. I mean, there's always been some of this going on. Oh my God, chat, you could read Foucault talking about oh my God, what is the word that he used for it? It's not irrational. Unreason, I believe, is the word that Foucault used to describe this, and you know, had maybe a little bit more nuanced view of it as being, I don't know, more like just a part of our existence that we have to deal with, than maybe Marx and you know, thinkers back to the Enlightenment. Anyway, chat, enough philosophy lesson. Let's watch this Hassan video.
To have spirited debate. It's very obvious that the Steven Crowders of the world and the Ben Shapiro's of the world, and even Charlie Kirk as well.
Davey with the super chat. I didn't even see you slip in there. Wait, why didn't it make a noise? Also, supposedly there was like a oh my God, chat. Did I add this right? Was there a Twitch Prime sub that I was supposed to add? All Fire Emblem fans know women cannot use evil magic. Dark mage is a gender locked class. I need to play that sometime. Good music in Fire Emblem. Wasn't even that long ago. I'm thinking Southpaws were demonic. Exactly. Let me add that in. We're at least at 83, chat, if not at 86. Please, somebody correct me if I thought I added the. I didn't see the Twitch Prime sub, but somebody in chat said that they made one. So
was not actually invested in.
Obviously, that super chat didn't show up. What's up with that, Davy? What's up with your silent super chat? You think you could sneak in here like a ninja and do a super chat without me noticing? I'm on to you, Davy. I'm on to you. I'm on to that dark magic, okay?
Socratic method, and applying like the Socratic method, or having like a real back and forth where they arrive at a truth, but they were just simply using this or SJW owned compilations, you know, easy slam dunks against hysterical college freshmen to make their side seem more appealing, seem stronger. It was entertainment. It was political entertainment for the most part. And yet, for some weird reason, I think aesthetic fetishists and civility fetishists, more often than not, these are liberals, look to that and think, well, this is how polite discourse is supposed to happen. Now, of course, political violence is abhorrent. All violence is abhorrent. Having said that, I think we must be honest about the role that Charlie Kirk played. Especially liberals must be honest about the role that Charlie Kirk played. And I find it very damaging that the first interaction that many older liberals and many older Americans are going to have with Charlie Kirk is going to be from these reputable institutions, a completely whitewashed perspective without actually accurately reflecting on his political output. As a political actor, Charlie Kirk was a very successful political actor. He believed and stood by his principles and stood by his opinions, no matter how extreme I found them, no matter how distasteful or morally repugnant I found them. He advocated for those positions. And I think.
Okay, did he believe, strongly in some of his bad ideas? Sure. I don't actually find a lot of moral consistency. We went over this, right? The Charlie's rhetoric was a moving target based on the pressure that he received from, places like Nick Fuentes' movement. Ash Bradford, I think you're just mad you can't post a Posanabi emote in here. Don't worry, I'm working on it. I'll give you an emote so you can say that I'm pausing too much. Without yapping, you can just post the, if I see the emotes, I'll be like, okay, I'll shut up.
I think it's a dishonest assessment to refuse to reckon with some of those opinions that he was very proud of. I think it's also a disservice to your audience if you don't actually reveal what his positions were and then allow your audience to make up their minds for themselves on whether or not this person was simply a moderate voice and a champion of truth and justice, or if they were a very apt, very successful conservative firebrand and an agent provocateur of the highest order who was one of Donald Trump's most beloved advisors by the end of his life. I think it's all content and propaganda, down to what I do as well. I think I use propaganda in the old term, not as a neutral term for the most part. I mean, there are instances where I use it in a negative term for sure, because it can be biased and it can be manipulated. It can be lies, but propaganda is just PR, marketing, and advocacy. And that's precisely what Charlie Kirk was doing, and that's in many respects what I do, right? Debates are one part of that. The reason why I think debates can be constructive and instructive is because there's always a 20% in the margins in the middle that can go in either direction. And I think there are plenty of people who look to debates, that back and forth, to perhaps for the first time ever actually see the opposing side and their arguments and their talking points in the most honest way they possibly can. And that's the reason why I think debates can still be useful overall. And that's precisely the reason why I was willing and able to debate Charlie Kirk. And as I have debated many other high-profile political figures on the opposite side of the aisle, all the way from Larry Elder and Ann Coulter down to Charlie Kirk as well. So I'm not saying it's unproductive completely, but I think it's the way that it is designed, the way that the format is designed, the way that people talk about it. I think in neutral terms is different than what is the actual reason for it. Yeah, I think there are.
Let me read this. You stream a lot about Gaza. What does the U.S. reaction to this week's violence say compared to Gaza? Okay, yeah. What do you think about the reaction to what happened to Charlie Kirk versus what's happening to hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians, children, babies, who, everybody in Gaza? Ash, okay, wait. So let's not dogpile Ash. I think Ash has the emotional wherewithal to center, to come back, to breathe deep, and to realize that I am letting watch large swaths of the video. I also, though, Ash, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, and please, let's chill it out, right? We don't need to, the reaction and the counter reaction. I'm not trying to. I hope you understand the irony that I'm watching Hassan Pazanabi Piker, while you're saying these things. I hope the irony is not lost on you, okay? That's all. But we love you, and we're glad you're here. We're glad that the Twitch refugees are coming over. We're sorry for the fact that you can't watch this week on Twitch, and we understand that that's frustrating. And I hope to be back dual streaming on Thursday. That's the best I can give you, as well as maybe a Pazanabi type emote that you can post in YouTube chat too, because I want you to express your displeasure if you think that I'm pausing too much. That's all. Are we cool? Is everybody good?
Depths20XX super chatted $5. Chill chat, it's a fun night and I'm trying to smoke.
Depths is trying to smoke, I would remind you. No, we're not. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I promise I'm not mad. I want you to see the irony. That's all. It's ironic. I think that's funny, and I just don't want you to miss that, because I know that when I'm upset, and rightly so, it's completely valid to feel this way. Okay, that sometimes I miss out on some of the finer things. I don't have the ability to stop and smell the roses like I'm doing right now. Now here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna roll it back so that you get the whole, I'll read the question again, I'll roll it back, and make sure you get the whole response, because I don't want anybody to feel like they're having trouble following because of the stop and start. But thank you for the super chat, Depths. I'm going to add that to. Whoa, Dabby just
Dabby
smashed
Cliff
it.
super chatted $19.99. I find that almost none of the right's talking heads actually don't have real opinions. They're mostly just pure psycho mercs who have to follow the real believers. Fascism is going to be made so people can sell NordVPN ad spots.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, like, to be a commentator, you kind of have to be a thinker, and if you're a thinker, it implies that you yourself are not at the whim of the the winds of these moral panics. I mean, hopefully, maybe most of the time you're not led by that, but instead, what Davey's saying, I think, if I'm interpreting you correctly, is that they're actually led around by their audience, right? They're not responding to the mass formation psychosis that their audience is responding to, but they're responding to the audience, right? They're farming this audience. Yeah, no, I agree. And look at that, 87. I think we're at one. We're at 107 is the correct number I should be putting on here. And that is bonus content territory. All right, so let's give you the full response. I will try to shut the fuck up until until Hassan's done with this answer. How about that? Is that a good compromise? Everybody happy with that? I want you to be happy. That's all. Right.
In neutral terms is different than what is the actual reason for it. Yeah, I think.
Okay, so you stream a lot about Gaza. I've already read this, but I read a bunch of super chats after it, so just to catch us up. You stream a lot about Gaza. What does the U.S. reaction to this week's violence say compared to Gaza? All right, let's go.
There are many different reasons for this, but I mean, I myself am very close to the situation, and as someone who has talked about the genocide, the ongoing genocide, since someone who's talked about Palestinian emancipation since far before October 7 and has consistently talked about the genocide every single day post October 7, I think seeing someone that you know personally, seeing someone, and I assume for like many Americans, seeing someone that they've seen on television, right? Like get assassinated like this is probably a little bit more traumatic because it hits close to home. But the overall reflection on foreign policy decisions that are ultimately incredibly consequential for the lives of millions of Palestinians is oftentimes simply seen as collateral damage. There is a collateralization of human lives when they are seen as an unfortunate byproduct of our endless violence and bloodshed overseas. It has to happen. It sucks and it's sad to see, but it has to happen is like the overall attitude. Obviously, some people recognize how cruel this is and they take action. But I think many others, even naysayers, even people who are critical of the state of Israel, people who are critical of American foreign policy, still see it as something a little bit different than the assassination of a high-profile person. And it's
we're talking about parasociality here, and I gave you a minute, okay? We're talking about the parasocial phenomenon. In some ways, to some people, Charlie Kirk is real because they've seen him, they feel like they know him, they relate to him, and they're not seeing, knowing, and relating to people in Gaza.
It's clear to me that they see it differently than the wholesale slaughter of school children as well, because we didn't see flags at half-mast in the aftermath of 45 other school shootings. We didn't see it. Donald Trump didn't even attend the funeral as a symbolic gesture of the Democratic state legislature, the assassination of the Minnesota Democratic state legislature. That was a high-profile political assassination where the far-right shooter had numerous targets. Virtually every single person involved in the Democrat Farmer Labor Party in Minnesota. And yet Republicans either made fun of the incident, even though it was harrowing, it was traumatic, or they decided that the shooter was actually a radical leftist and moved along. And they just never really apologized for it. They never cared to show any grace whatsoever, even when it was a colleague, right? So I think we are living in an increasingly polarized time, or at the very least, I think people are becoming more vicious in the way that they communicate. I personally think this is a foreseeable consequence of our material conditions deteriorating and people becoming more and more angry and resentful towards institutions, towards those in positions of power, and they feel rudderless, directionless in that anger. So these violent incidents continue. Decentralized forms of violence and adventurism continues, and I fear that it will only continue to increase in frequency and magnitude. I mean,
So Charlie Kirk is real to some of these people in a way that politicians are not incentivized to be. Because they're able to see Charlie Kirk in a more human humanizing platform, if you will, compared to politicians who just get up and like make speeches and shit. They give public statements, right? They feel like part of the machinery, and nobody's sad when the machinery dies. But somehow Charlie Kirk is, and you know, new media in general is given the breathing room to be able to express their humanity, even if it's bereft of human sentiment, like empathy, as you know, Charlie Kirk famously argues against empathy. Even Trump or Kirk or Fuentes presenting themselves as a monster is somehow seen as more human than the functionaries, chat, of our political system. All right, I'm going to read you this question and then we'll go from there.
There's definitely an environment.
Has this changed how you think about doing public events? Again, chat, I'm trying not to get copyright claimed here. That's why shit is backwards. That's why shit is out of frame. I hope you understand. Let's let him roll.
I'm in fear right now.
Oh my God, are we still fighting?
I am never going to let fear dictate my life. And if I obviously was fearful of death threats and serious threats being made to my life or my safety, I probably would have to choose a different business. Death threats are unfortunately a very common part of what I do. Of course, seeing it materialize in front of me in real time is a very different story. And there's also an air of vengeance right now where a lot of people are understandably frustrated, understandably angry. But I think in all of that anger and resentment, they are redirecting their attention back to those who they perceive as being responsible for this. And one of the things I find very interesting about this is that they say Charlie Kirk wanted to debate people and engage in a real back and forth, an earnest back and forth with interlocutors, right? Good faith, free speech conversations. Well, I'm one of those people that he obviously wanted to do that with. I was the person who he was supposed to debate, the high-profile person he was supposed to debate on the other side. And yet, many conservatives have decided that our back and forth throughout the years was the reason why he was assassinated, when I find this sort of violence to be completely abhorrent and repugnant. And also, even from the position of self-interest, like, why would I advocate for Charlie Kirk to ever be dealt with violently if I myself was going to sit next to him in a public event? It just doesn't make sense on any which way you look at the situation. And yet so many people are currently out. The knives are out. They're looking for a target.
The knives were out with Ethan, that's for sure. Are the knives out with, in a way, it's kind of fortunate that he's at his brother's wedding right now, because yeah, he's absolutely one of the most prominent people, and yeah, the idea that he wanted this to happen is pretty ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like I don't want to get put in that defensive position of having to justify. No, Hassan Piker does not want Charlie Kirk taken from this earth. This puts him in a lot of danger too. Say this had happened 2 weeks from now, obviously he would have been on stage at the same time as this happens. That's pretty fucking dangerous. And him getting 200,000 viewers reacting to the news, the breaking news, is not some kind of proof, Ethan, that Hassan is, I don't know, cynically benefiting, feeding into, calls to violence or anything else. But I don't know. Try to get through to Ethan Klein. It's like talking to a brick wall. It's like talking to a chatter who doesn't understand the irony of the fact that Hassan would have given them a break for 1 or more days by now.
And they've put me in the crosshairs, it seems, in ways that many right-wingers always had, but it's definitely escalated a bit. But as I've said over and over again, I'm just going to wait for the temperature to cool down a little bit, and then most likely go back to doing the same things that I was doing, because, there is always going to be a threat, but we just have to keep continuing because the work continues. I think that radical change in the positive direction and the progressive direction must be presented by a true.
Sorry, the question is, do you see a way for us to steer away from more political violence like this? All right.
Keep continuing because the work continues. I think that radical change in the positive direction and the progressive direction must be presented by a truly anti-fascist party, a truly progressive party. And unfortunately, I think right now the Democrats are simply plugging their ears and closing their eyes to the realities of growing fascism in this country. And even before that, the material conditions that have created this perfect environment for fascism to grow in this country, not addressing any of the economic pain that people experience and simply offering platitudes or saying that we must defend these institutions at a time when people want these institutions to be blown up, is very clearly not the solution, and it pushes people in the opposite direction, the direction where Republicans will take advantage of that anger, that growing anger and enmity, and redirect that anger back to vulnerable populations, marginalized communities, immigrants, trans people, gay people, black people, women, and very successfully capture the attention of a lot of these people that don't really know why they're mad, successfully shift their priorities away from the systems to more vulnerable neighbors that these people have that are much easier to dominate with legislation, much easier to dominate with a militant police force, much easier to dominate than to tackle the affordability crisis, for example. And that's where we're at in our increasingly violent rhetoric. That's where we're at with our increasingly violent political system. I mean, I don't know.
So it sounds like a broken record, but material conditions really do change the conditions on the ground, right? A lot of the just ambient hatred and anger that's easy to spark, easy to stir up, just comes from the fact that people really do have a good reason to be mad. It's not trans people, it's not women, it's not black people, it's not immigrants. It's the base. It's your material conditions, which again, sounds like a broken record, but that's what's wrong. That's what's that's what's allowing space for this. I'm gonna read the question and then let him go.
No, we live in
Anything else you'd like to leave us with? So any other thoughts?
some weird times. That's all I got really, and it's been an interesting past 48 hours. Tensions are high, emotions are high. A lot of people are very frustrated. They feel like they need a pressure valve. They need to release this pressure, this anger that has fomented, and this anger that has grown. And I worry that in the absence of good leadership, good governance that seeks to at least offer something to this population, to all Americans, really, that earnestly seeks to address their material conditions deteriorating rather than redirecting their attention to marginalized populations and dominating said marginalized populations, it's only going to get worse. So we need radical empathy more than anything else right now, I think.
So, chat, something happened in Weimar, Germany, or I don't even know if it's Weimar at this point, right? Something happened in Germany prior to the ascent of Hitler. Anybody want to say in chat? Want to say it before I do? Historically, what preceded? While I readjust the window, get us back on track. Right before the ascent of Hitler, what happened in Germany? Depression? Yeah, well, I mean, World War One. Fire. What the answer I'm looking for though? There's a lot of things. There's a lot. I made a very open question there. A lot of things happened, and they all contributed to this, right? But there was an attempted revolution. The German Revolution, chat, failed right before World War II. And there's been a lot of like post-mortem, commentary on the left about how it failed and why it failed. But there's a lot to suggest that even with the terrible aftermath of World War I, had you a revolution in Germany immediately after the revolution in Russia, that history would have gone complete. Hitler went to jail. Yeah. Well, I mean, some people will. You be careful there, Heidi. Some people will make a parallel with Trump and say, yeah, that's why you shouldn't do lawfare. That's why the president should be above the law, right? Obviously, that's not the argument that Hitler flunked art school. Yeah, there we go. But no, I'm going for the Spartacists, right? What I'm pointing to is the the German Revolution, which was, unlike the Russian Revolution, was not successful. And again, I think I'm saying this to drive home the point that Hassan is making here. Also, what the fuck is that little black line above? That's driving me nuts. Oh my god, no, not that. There we go. Just go whoop. There we go. Oh, so much better, chat. So much better. I'm sorry, I got my I don't really have OCD, but I was not liking the imperfection, that slight imperfection. That's why the Nazis called themselves socialists. Well, yeah, they made their home in a party that was about labor, took it over, and then basically murked anyone who actually had any sort of real pro-worker sympathy, right? In the Night of Long Knives, not to be confused with Kristallnacht, right? Two different events that sometimes people confuse, but kind of ironic. Hitler didn't understand perspective. There's a lot of irony. And sometimes I notice. Sometimes I find myself noticing. Anyway, chat, what I'm noticing right now is that we've hit the bonus goal. We're at 107 out of 200. That means we're going to get at least the first piece of, and this is like a first, chat. I don't think I've ever had it where nobody put any of their money where their mouth is. Oh my God, it's so close too. Stabby is 1 point behind Do Not Worry podcast. Does anybody have strong opinions? I must ask. Especially anybody that donated, have strong opinions about the bonus content that we're going to get. Of course, chat, if we hit 100, if we hit 100, we get one piece of bonus content. If we hit 200, we get two. So, there is if you're asking why not both, that, I guess it's a possibility. We're a little far from that right now with 24 of your votes counted. Do Not Worry podcast debunks H3 is in first place by 3 points. So make sure you voted if you haven't already. Those votes are really going to count tonight. As will anybody that wants to that has donated or wants to donate and wants to tell me where to put that money. Heidi the Sausage says, I voted for Do Not Worry. Oh my God. Well, that's winning right now. So wait, let me add Heidi's, and again, chat, I do understand the frustration. I've even been in chats where somebody is pausing, too much and it's hard to follow the content. So I understand that. I want you to be able to comment in a, wait, Narwhal, I didn't even notice your noticing eyes in your super chat. I want you to be able to comment if you are frustrated. But more than that, I feel like I should just give you an emote. Because isn't that what happens in Hassan's chat? Like, he is Hassan Pazanabi Biker, but he will... I think there's like a Pazanabi emote, and if like too many people are posting it, I don't know. What does he do? Does he get mad? Or I think he maybe takes it as a... Even if he doesn't take it as a cue, I would take it as a cue. If a lot of people are like, if a lot of people are frustrated by the tempo, let's just say. I'm just liking all the super chats here. I didn't get a chance to earlier. Again, I'm not on my normal setup. Please forgive. Yeah, we do look like we're getting into the fun half here. And it does look like that's going to be Do Not Worry podcast. So, okay. We got 3 on 3 on Do Not Worry. So that puts it ahead by like, I don't know, what, 6 now? Starting to sort of break away. Anybody else? I'm going to do the auctioneer thing. No, I'm not going to do the auction. I tried to do the auctioneer thing last time, and I realized I can't talk. It's like a Toiger? What's that from? Either is fine with you, Splash. Anybody else who has donated or wishes to donate, and you wanna alter the course of fate, just like the a different outcome in the German Revolution would have altered the course of all of our. Oh God, we'd be different people, chat. If Rosa Luxemburg and the Spartacist had been successful in what they were attempting. You get a little bit of history, you get a little bit of theory, not too much, because this is definitely entry-level stuff, and if you want more, you can find it, right? And I think I was about to point you to the resources channel in Discord before I realized I think it's been taken over, not taken over to, I don't know, chat. I mean, look, I intended resources to be like where to go to learn about history, where to go to learn about theory, where to go, write stuff like that. But some people have used it to resources for they want to do some mutual aid, right? There's a worthy cause that they're supporting, and we don't really have any other place for that. So it's not exactly a self-promo thing if it's not yourself. Although, yeah, you can still post in self-promo if you want to support other content creators. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should have better places for people who want to take a deeper dive into theory, into history, into whatever. Because it's one thing to get spoon-fed this stuff, but it's a totally different when you start cooking your own, theory, your own history, your own curiosity and hunger for knowledge. That's a huge threat. That's a huge threat to capitalism, to fascism, and to the things that debase our material conditions to the point where this shit has room to grow. So I always like to pose a threat to that stuff. Anyway, I think we're going to go to Do Not Worry. It looks like that's where we're at. I'm not seeing anything from chat. Going once. Going twice. Do not worry. Like I said, there's some symmetry in ending on Do Not Worry, considering we start the stream always with a song that don't worry, please don't worry, paradigms align, and we are all linking.
Here in.
Okay, so yeah, this is Anthony Sargon and the DNWs.
Well, hello everyone, welcome to a brand new Do Not Worry stream on this Tuesday night. Well, Tuesday night here in Lebanon. I don't know what time it is where y'all are at. I'm wearing a hat because I got a haircut today, folks. Don't ask me anything about it. Okay, I ain't feeling too good about that haircut, so we're going to be wearing a hat for a couple of days. More than that, folks, I wanted to do a gaming stream today. Today was supposed to be a gaming channel stream. Either play some Dark Souls or some water park simulator or some trucker simulator. After yesterday's episode of H3, and I mean, look, just the way I predicted everything was just insane, folks. I mean, the usual, folks. If you want to subscribe to the channel, feel free to subscribe, like the video. If you want to support us on Patreon,
that's why right-wingers
we got
want
a couple
everybody
of awesome
homeschooled.
patrons
Exactly.
I'd like to thank. Got your patrons like Elia and Mujabber, Daniel Nechle, EU Watson, superhero patrons like Mitochondria, Claudia, Pee-wee Hernan, Coco No, Joey Daboul, abductee patrons like Jim D. Dukers, Burt Reynolds, Jess Polito, Fab and Kara, Jennifer Sage, and Vince Lasagna, and blonde patrons like Dan Ahmad, Unidentified Florida Man, Danielle Richards, Katie Did ASMR, Ghul Ahmad Al Salim, Bashar Slim, Dopamax, and Matt Giersick. We thank you guys so much for your support. If you guys do not want to support us on Patreon,
yeah, resources is still there, as well as the thing. The thing is, I just like when I linked the basics. It was, oh my god, Chad! It was 2021. Me and some mods got together and we just linked the basics of theory, right? And depending on like where you want to go with that, if you're interested in economics, you know, obviously read Capital.
You guys can support us on YouTube via YouTube memberships. You guys can also engage with in the live chat, folks. But you guys don't have to do any of that to support the channel. It is more than enough for you to simply like the video, subscribe to the channel, become a Do Not Warrior. If you're watching the replay, leave a comment. If you are watching the live stream, engage in the live chat. We have a fun community, and join them on Discord.
Although when I tell people to read Capital, it's almost a no-starter. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, that's a big book. Didn't mean that. I don't know.
As well, shit's popping on Discord. We have 113 of you right now. We also got a bunch of y'all watching. Chris Kunzler, shout out to our boy Chris Kunzler.
Wait.
Everybody's covering this.
Oh, streamed 3-4 days ago. Do they maybe put this out as a? Yeah, this is like a whole ass stream. I think they cut this out as a video too. Did they? Or are they running into the same problem as me? Oh no! Oh no, chat! They're running into the same problem as me. This is me, chat. I can't even criticize this. That feels when you only have time to live stream.
To support the channel, it is more than enough for you to simply like the video.
Let's see if we got, well, at least, like, I think maybe they got timestamps. Olivia is quitting. We went over that. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Thank God. It's right here.
So, let's get to the evidence. Ooh, Kate says just donated to the Gaza Mutual Aid Fund. Well, thank you so much, Kate. That's fucking awesome. That is fucking amazing. Thank you so much. But yeah, by the way, everyone, you guys can still all go donate. The link is in the description of the video. Theo sends another €2 and says, your Kermit Ela impersonation.
Oh my god, here's the deal. I'm trying to think. Maybe there's there's stuff on Discord that's meant for you to like be able to search a Discord channel better. I'm trying to think what you can pen stuff. Maybe I can go back to the original. There's a bunch of posts I would pen, right? Like in the very beginning of resources, me and the mods linked some basics.
It brings me a smile. Well, I'm glad. That's the one thing that makes everybody smile, is the Ela impression. Hey, everybody, I'm the raider of Ramallah. So. What has Ethan and Ela seem to be confused why people think they're Zionists, and now they want to talk to people, online to prove to them that they're not Zionists. Well, what could have Ethan and Ela have said in the past to make people think that they're Zionists? Let me just take a moment and open up a couple of links, things that I may or may not have prepared, folks. Some of this stuff was prepared a long time ago. I'm not going to lie. I dug up old videos that I'm in that first H2B video I made like fucking a year ago. I didn't have to go that far. I promise you. Did someone send me a DM? Ooh, no. Oh, Noah Sampson just got back to us for the fundraiser. Noah, we missed you, but we'll try to get you next time. much love to Noah Samson. I'm just opening up links for videos that I don't have saved.
Hopefully this is still
and these
good.
are just, so what I'm going to start with are examples that I myself think are like slam dunks, examples of Ethan and Hila being complete Zionist pieces of shit. But someone also gave me a link on Twitter for like a bunch of like someone on Reddit made a huge compilation as well. So if I missed anything, we're going to look at that list as well. But there are endless videos proving that Ethan, is a Zionist. So we're going to get to that. But first, a couple of super chats. Madness Arcade sends $5 and says, Palestinians make a guest feel like family. Israelis would kick the host out and say, it's mine now. Exactly. That's what they did to almost 1 million people. Palestine Panikin sends $5 and says, Andrew Cuomo was at a press conference standing in front of placards of Hassan saying America deserved 9/11 and hanging with Zohran Mamdani. Damn! They're using Hassan in the New York election now? What a fucking tool, bro. Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo, the man who killed your nanas in New York. Okay, so I made a list. Let me open that up. It's going to get a little bit confusing. So first of all, now, Ethan and Hila want to know why people think they're Zionists. Now, we're going to show some clips that maybe Ethan and Hila provided some context for later on. Like, for example, the Yoav Galan clip. Ethan and Hila later apologized for that, like the next day, and Hila took some time off of the podcast, or like, we didn't know what we were talking about, etc. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt when, like, okay, they claim they didn't know. Now, as two Israeli citizens, them not knowing who Yoav Galan is problematic on its own. But we're still going to include that, because if someone just saw the clip of Ethan and
not just that. Look, if you're gonna do commentary where you're talking about something like this, you got to know what you're talking about. Like, otherwise, do goofs and gaffs. Stick to what you know, right? They're the excuse that they didn't know I mean, obviously they know who Gallant is. They just didn't know what he had said, what he had done, and what they were, who exactly they were calling a good guy, right? That's a great reason not to comment on that kind of shit. So no, that's not an excuse, and Anthony's giving them way more of the benefit of the doubt than they actually deserve.
Hila praising Yoav Galan, that person has every right or reason to assume that Ethan and Hila are Zionists. So clips like that are still going to count, okay? I'm not going to shy away from that stuff, even though they clarified it later and their clarification made no sense. But if they're confused as to why does the random TikToker, or why does the random Redditor, or why does the random Twitter user who isn't aware of our podcast, why do they think we're Zionists? Them coming across this clip is going to make them think you're a Zionist. Now, we've seen that clip billions of times, but there's no harm in. By the way, have I mentioned 100 times that I'm the one who clipped this the first time? Let's fucking go.
Yeah, Bibi sure. Talk a lot, and Bibi's become a lot.
My hair is growing. Yeah, there's the Yoav Galan clip. Here, I'll roll it back. My hair is growing a lot longer since I've been in. In Vietnam? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say in Thailand. Yeah, I got it cut when I first got to Thailand, but I only took a little bit off. And yeah, I haven't cut it since. But yeah, maybe it has. Maybe I've just been eating a good diet.
Billions of times, but there's no harm in. By the way, have I mentioned 100 times that I'm the one who clipped this the first time? Let's fucking go.
Yeah, Bibi sure. Talk a lot, and Bibi's become a lot like Trump.
Yeah, Bibi's his guy. They're like homies. Bibi's celebrating last night.
Bibi sure. Talk a lot, and Bibi's become a lot like Trump.
Yeah, Bibi's his guy. They're like homies. Bibi's celebrating last night.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
A really good guy. Bibi fired a really good guy. Now, folks, this was like 9 months into the genocide. Yoav Galan had publicly called Palestinians human animals. He literally said, I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. He was basically...
I want to also point out that... the fact that everybody said, do you hear what she said? Everybody's saying that, this great guy that should have been fired, got fired by Bibi Netanyahu, right? Look, you want to know why? Maybe you're Zionist. You want to know why you're picking up, stuff and repeating it that people are calling Zionists? Hila, the people you're talking to in Israel, right? Like, you may object to calling Palestinians human animals. Again, Ethan has publicly, they've publicly objected to something like that. We don't know what their real, thoughts are, and it's shit like this that makes people wonder. But yeah, if you're plugged into a network of people that are okay with it, well, yeah, they are inhuman animals. I mean, you see what happened September 7th? 40 beheaded babies, right? Then yeah, you're gonna fucking pick that shit up. And if you don't have any scrutiny, the ability to scrutinize that and say, actually, no, you know what, Yoav Gallant, I mean, he might have been not as bad as Bibi Netanyahu, but he is not a good guy, then again, you maybe shouldn't be talking about it. And you might try to talk to different people. There are, some, I mean, it's pretty marginal, but there is left-wing politics in Israel, right? It's all dependent on if that's where your viewpoint is coming from, is people are saying that this guy's a good guy, right? Then yeah, you need to scrutinize your sources for the information, and you just scrutinize the information that you're hearing, or maybe just talk about shit you actually know instead of relaying, hey, a bunch of people in Israel told me Yoav Gallant's a really good guy, so I'm going to say he's a really good guy, so I sound like I know what I'm talking about when I don't actually know. Well, this is your problem. You're doing too much. Stay in your lane. Either actually look into this enough to know what the fuck you're talking about, or do other content.
The architect of this whole Gaza war, and Ethan and Ela are pretending that they don't know shit about Yoav Gallant. Are you fucking kidding me? And you're shocked why people think you're Zionist? Well, here's point number one. You're praising Yoav Gallant on your fucking podcast.
And he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
A moderating voice. A really good guy and moderating voice. Yoav Gallant, folks. Human animals, the Palestinians.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy. Just recognize his picture. He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No.
No.
Oh my
and
God.
By the way, these people apparently have main.
Usually that's not a good way to judge somebody, right? By their looks. You ever hear somebody saying so-and-so looks like a PDF, okay, that's not a good way to tell if somebody's a PDF or not. Or you know what I mean? Norm Finkelstein looks like an asshole. I'm not going to listen. I don't know. Usually it's not a good method, but honestly, Ethan would have been better served literally just going by his instincts. He looked like an asshole. Yeah. I guess in that case, you would have been correct to, if you had judged a book by its cover, if you saw Yoav Gallant mean mugging or whatever, in that case it is. Wow. Ethan had to do less, right? But it's only because Ela's he's a really good guy. Well, I thought he looked like an asshole, but I guess if you say so, Ela, I guess if you say so, it's not like we can independently verify anything about this guy.
Stream Israeli news in the background all day, playing on their TVs. You guys never figured out who Yoav Gallant was? So point number one, Ethan and Ela praise Yoav Gallant.
Oh, no, I think they do know who he is. They know what he looks like. They know the role that he plays in the Israeli government. They just don't know that, or they're saying they don't. Again, chat, we're giving them so much benefit of the doubt, right? They get to come around and say, I didn't know he said that. When in reality, it could have actually been, for all we know, it's I didn't know people would have a problem with that. I feel like I got away with saying shit like that right after October 7th, or maybe not Ethan, because of his audience at the time. But I feel like I heard other people saying stuff like that. They didn't get their heads bitten off. But now when hundreds of thousands of dead civilians down the road, yeah, people don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that Yoav Gallant is a good guy.
Which would make any person with any bit of moral integrity go huh? Are they praising the guy that called Palestinians human animals and who's justifying blocking them off from food, water, and electricity? Maybe they're Zionists, okay? Ethan, you could try to sue me for this video. The fact that I'm calling you a Zionist on this video and I have a thumbnail calling you a Zionist, try to take this to a judge. Try to show the judge that actually you're not a Zionist, and have them sit through all the evidence that I'm going to fucking place into this video and tell me that you're not a Zionist. Any judge would grant me fucking victory, and since you only understand lawsuits now, consider suing me for this and tell me if you can win once the judge looks at everything that I'm going to fucking play, and then make an argument that, yeah, after seeing all of this, people might think you're a Zionist. So that's the first thing. What else do I have on my little list here? Ela denying IDF atrocities. Let's bring up that video. Some of the stuff I have them on like separate videos. Where is that? Ela denies IDF atrocities.
Saying Israel does that on the daily.
There we go. Israel does that. Is it too loud? I think this is too loud.
Saying Israel.
Yes. Oh my God. Too loud.
Does that on the daily.
Oh.
Check this out.
Saying Israel does that on the daily. The IDF.
I don't.
Does that on the
that's
daily.
not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Okay. Now I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you? So are you?
So okay, in this case, Ethan is actually admitting that, yeah, the IDF burns kids on the daily. And whose voice do we hear in the background saying, I am denying that? Ela Klein. So now Ela, if someone sees this fucking clip and assumes you're a Zionist, are they wrong or are they correct in assuming you're a Zionist when you're denying that the IDF is burning kids on the daily, when we've all been watching for the last 2 years almost a live stream genocide where children are being butchered and burned on the daily? Let's watch the clip again. So, why is Ethan? Bring that up. Whoever's going to call, bring that up. Hey, Ela, you once denied IDF atrocities. You once denied that the IDF burns and kills children on the daily. Explain yourself. Doesn't that make you sound like a Zionist?
Saying Israel does that on the daily. The IDF.
I don't.
Does that on the
That's
daily.
not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Okay. Now I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you in favor of an Iraqi terror?
I'm denying it.
That on the daily. The
So
IDF
I don't. That's another point right there. Okay, that's another point. They're praising you, Abgalon, and Ela is denying IDF atrocities. That's already enough to make someone go like, maybe they're Zionists. But wait, oh wait, there's more. We all know the video of Ela talking about her raid in Ramallah, her being proud of it, her calling it a terrorist city. We don't need to watch that again. But you can bring up the terrorist raid and her justifying it. Ethan and Ela talking about getting lynched in Ramallah as Jews. Okay, so this is Ethan and Ela saying that if you, as an Israeli, take a wrong turn into Israel, you're going to get lynched in Ramallah. Let's see.
People think that I'm being like racist or something when I say that. I think if you, as an Israeli, go to Ramallah, they'll kill you.
What do you mean?
People think that I'm being like racist or something when I say that. I think if you, as an Israeli, go to Ramallah, they'll kill you.
What do you mean you think?
I think.
What do you mean you think?
What do you mean
They're
you think?
definitely
Of
going
course
to
they
kill you.
kill you.
What do you mean think? You'll get hurt if you go to Ramallah as a Jewish person. They're going to lynch you, Ethan.
And again, what does that imply? What kind of people does that imply you're going to find in Ramallah, right? I don't know. It's not beating the doesn't think that Palestinians are human animals allegations, right? We don't know, how much Ela or Ethan knew about Yoav Gallant before they made that statement, but this is not redounding to their favor here. It kind of reminds me of chat. I grew up in Indiana, at least part of the time, and I had a bunch of like you'd always hear people. Like, if you ever went to Chicago, which I occasionally did, people be like, make sure that you don't go, you don't accidentally, like, pull off on the wrong exit, right? Certain parts of, not just Chicago, but, like, the greater Chicago area, especially in the south of Chicago. People would say that kind of shit. Don't pull off there. You're going to get murdered. Not as if, like, there's, like, higher crime, there's more likelihood that something might happen to you there, but that you will not come back. You turn off the wrong exit. Honestly, chat, the implication was every white person that turns on that exit is going to get murdered, right? And people really believe this shit. And yeah, I was completely animated by racism.
Saying if you go there as
That's a fact. Let's watch this whole thing again, just real quick.
people think that I'm being like racist or something when I say that. I think if you, as an Israeli, go to Ramallah, they'll kill you.
What do you mean you think?
I think that
That's
I'm
a
saying
fact.
if you go there as
That's a fact. That's a fact, Ethan. They will kill you.
Israeli,
It's a
you
fact,
take
yeah.
the turn there, you'll be died. They'll kill you.
It's not only killed, it's like lynched.
It's not only killed, they will lynch you. Ethan, the Ramallahs, the people, the devils, the terrorists in Ramallah, because, you know, it is a terrorist city. They will lynch you, Ethan. So that right there is spreading misinformation. You are basically dehumanizing Palestinians, making it seem that if you go to Palestine, if you go to anywhere where there are Palestinians living in Israel, that they will kill you, that they will kill any Jewish person there. You are therefore justifying any violent action, any war, any bombardment against these people, because you're making it seem that they are an imminent danger to Jews in Israel. You're making it seem that they're the enemy, that they are terrorists. That means whatever military action is taken against them, you are justifying by literally fear-mongering. So
Think about this, chat. Why might she think this? Why might she think this? I'm going to say something that might be a little controversial to chat, but people do get, I don't know if lynched is the right word for it, but it's pretty close, in places in the West Bank, all right? Don't you try to tell me, chat, that doesn't happen, because it does. She's getting wrong is who's the victim of those atrocities. It's Palestinians. So why might Ela think that would happen to her or Ethan or any Jewish person that takes a wrong turn and ends up in that area, right? Because it's in some ways it's like guilt. It's in some ways it's like a knowledge that, like, well, shit, this is being done to Palestinians. If it was done to me, to my family, to my people, like, then I would, I would want some revenge. You know what I'm saying? This is like really similar to Bosch's logic in certain infamous debates where he denies the right of colonized people to self-determination, because yes, self-determination could mean something violent, and in his mind, because of this guilt that he's not quite acknowledging, not quite dealing with, right? The assumption is, yeah, you give them self-determination, they'll do to us what we do to them, right? I'm sure there's like a name. Any sociology majors out here, there's got to be like a name for this. This is a legit phenomenon here. I've seen this shit happen too many times where somebody's like worried about a group of people enacting revenge because of the in a way that's similar to shit that's happened to them, and using that as a reason to deny said people self-determination. This shit was used as an excuse to keep black people down in the the post-Civil War South.
That right there, you saying that if you go to Ramallah as a Jewish person, you're going to get lynched, which is a fucking lie, makes you a fucking Zionist.
It's a brutal death.
Yeah,
so.
I think.
It's a brutal death. So she's just trying to make it seem, literally this goes to justifying, this is justifying violent action against the Palestinians. So just another example. But wait, oh, there's more. Let me just make sure that I'm not missing it. Ethan defense. So when the IDF had bombed a hospital in Gaza, and then the IDF came out and said that no, it was actually Hamas that bombed themselves. They bombed themselves, and Ethan was believing the IDF talking points, and he was repeating the IDF talking points on his podcast, and he was making fun and shitting on anyone in his chat that was telling him, hey, Ethan, how the fuck are you believing like the IDF's talking point about the hospital? They literally bombed the hospital yesterday. They bombed another hospital 2 days ago. Israel has been bombing hospitals almost daily. Why do you believe their propaganda that Hamas bombed this hospital? And he fucking stood there and insisted that he was right. That right there, repeating IDF talking points, blaming the Palestinians for the violence that the IDF is committing on them. He's blaming it on the Palestinians. I'm sorry. That makes you a fucking Zionist.
Ethan, this is extremely painful to hear. Well, I'm sorry that it's painful to you that the IDF didn't kill a bunch of people in that hospital. My condolences to you. You're spreading propaganda, Ethan? You're a fucking moron.
He's calling people fucking morons for telling him that the IDF is spreading propaganda and that he's currently spreading propaganda.
Dude, you're stuck. You're in a propaganda hole. Like literally, you fell to Hamas propaganda. You're spreading the propaganda of a terrorist organization.
And don't forget, folks, Ethan later went on to call the IDF a terrorist organization in his debate with Hassan. So, yeah. So
he retconned that. Did you hear this, chat? When somebody brought that up, that he not only said that the IDF was a terrorist organization, on the implication, and asked him if he, like that, like, yeah, so your wife was part of the IDF. Your wife participated in terror raids, right? She wasn't like holding guns in anybody's faces. But she, it was more boring to do a desk work, I guess. So she went along for a night raid. I haven't seen this clip. Wait a minute, Rave, are you in chat? Was it you? You sent me something of it was Ethan admitting that Olivia quit. I can't talk. Ethan admitting that Olivia quit. I almost said that Olivia clipped. Yeah, I think. No, I think you put this in Discord or something, right? I did want to bring that. I did want to show that clip. Yeah, let's.
You fell for the terrorist propaganda, Ethan. Manus Arcade says, Ethan, I'm not a Zio. Also, Ethan, the fucking Arabs. Oh yeah, the time he said the fucking Arabs as well. So that was one. That moment, that was one of the moments when it had kind of just started, and that was one of the first moments where I really got fucking pissed off. And I remember leaving a big.
But chat, let me tell you. Okay, now I know this is seems like a good case that Anthony is presenting here. Seems like Hila and Ethan are pretty unambiguously in the wrong. But fret not, my Fupa Troopas. Fret not. For this man is Milhouse. The guy that gets picked on The Simpsons. As AB would say, Anthony, you don't understand power dynamics. It doesn't matter what you say, because no one will believe you. It doesn't matter that you're right, because you are Milhouse, sir. And no one wants to listen to Milhouse, I guess. Like that's literally their argument against Anthony. That's literally what they say. This guy's fucking Milhouse. I guess we don't have to pay attention to anything that he says. So yeah, Ethan and Hila, you're not Zionists. You're completely right here, because we can't ever grant the idea, chat, that Milhouse might have a point.
Go fucking comment on one of their fucking videos. Like, how the fuck are you trying to defend Israelis when they're literally bombing hospitals left and right? Why the fuck would you sit there and repeat their propaganda? That's just one other example. Him and Hila commenting on Olivia liking a tweet that said, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and then claiming that that's anti-Semitic. That is also a Zionist talking point. That is a Zionist talking point made to...
I don't want to complain about this. Oh. Okay, I will. I'll complain a little bit, but not really. You know I love you, right? All right, it's partly my fault because I don't think I even mentioned this. Oh my god. But look at this, chat. Today's stream, we did a blast off tweet. Oh my god. I should delete my Blue Sky account. What the fuck? Hey, thank you, Pandora. Yeah, thank you to the one person that liked this. Anyway, Pandori, I think is how you pronounce your name. No, but it's kind of my fault. I meant to pull this up on screen. I've now got it in my Chrome browser, so I can pull up Blue Sky thread anytime. And if you post in it, I'll see your post like live down here. But nobody posted. Did I? Maybe I didn't. Maybe you know what? I bet I didn't. Oh wait, did I even? I don't even know, chat. This is probably my fault. I don't think I even. I don't think I even posted this in chat. Let alone, yeah, look at that. There's no pen. It's my fault, chat. It's my fault. Oh well. There it is if anybody wants to go interact. I just put this up so that we could maybe bring some people in from Blue Sky that might be interested. I've noticed that the Blue Sky is, despite the fact that Blue Sky is like the refuge of the left, like the lefties that don't want to be on Twitter and shit like that. There's a lot of like not so great lefties, a lot of people that got discredited on Twitter, and then they went over to Blue Sky, and they're just getting they're getting like bombed by libs. So we gotta fight back. We gotta compete, right? It can't all be Xander Halls. No, there's no pen. There's no pen. You're right. You're exactly right. The other thing is okay, Rave sent me this. If I can get it to... Ooh. Where is this? Possible Freudian slip from Ethan. Oh my god, why is it not wanting to... I'm trying to get it to... Oh, I'm putting it in the wrong place. Okay. No. Yeah, no, this is entirely my fault. Oh my god, come on. Alright, let's watch this really quick.
Tarot cards to tell Olivia what Nicole busted out her tarot cards to tell Olivia what path to take. Yeah.
Are they laughing at him for mispronouncing tarot, or is it like an inside joke for H3?
Did she quit because of the tarot card, or did she take a sabbatical because of the?
Well, let me just say, Nicole's your.
Oops! I mean, take a sabbatical. I mean, take a break. I mean, a mental health break. I mean, a temporary mental health break that she's gonna totally come back from. Not that she quit. Oh my god! So yeah. And look at that. Look at how good the supposed snark is being, right? They don't say, this is it, smoking gun, Olivia quit, 100% confirmed. Nope, it's possible Freudian slip. Or possibly not a Freudian, or just possible, right? Maybe it's not a, maybe she's coming back, maybe she'll be back next week, Chad, who knows?
To suppress speech. It's the most fucking peaceful quote in the world. They made it seem like a genocidal quote. Let's see what they have to say about. And by the way, they're like tracking their employees' likes and talking about their likes on like a live stream. How fucking weird is that? How fucking unethical is that? No wonder she needs a mental health break.
Olivia, there's Olivia hate.
How can anybody hate Olivia?
No, actually, they're supporting her.
Okay.
But I actually need to say that this is not a good post to like. From the river to the sea literally is saying that we need all of Israel must be ours.
See, I think that's part of the problem is that people
So again, Ethan,
sorry.
Ela, someone sees this clip, someone hears you repeat.
Who's saying all of Israel must be ours? Who's saying all of Palestine and Israel must be ours, and actually it's biblical Samaria, so, get the fuck out? I don't think it's the Palestinians, chat. I think that would be a different... That word dove is obviously delivering a keyblade to Hamas. I mean, it kind of looks like... Wait, let's roll it back, see. Yeah, there's a keyblade. And you know what that means, chat? The Palestinians, they're trying to summon Kingdom Hearts. Trying to gather the Lux, right? Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Saying that we need all of Israel must be ours.
See, I think that's part of the problem is that people...
So again, Ethan, Ela, someone sees this clip, someone hears you repeating these talking points, they're going to assume you're a Zionist. They have every right to think that you're a Zionist because you have literally dug yourself into that Zionist shithole, my man.
People don't necessarily understand what some of this stuff means.
Yeah.
Like Olivia probably doesn't even know what "from the river to the sea" reference means.
Probably no.
But poor Olivia, she's probably too dumb to know. Excuse me. But poor Olivia, she doesn't know. Poor girl, you know what I mean? But we can teach her. I lived in Israel for so long. I know all the ins and outs, all the intricacies about Israeli culture and why this is a genocidal term.
I mean, no.
Okay, I gotta say this. The way that this propaganda works is that you concern troll, that you think this is about pushing all the Jewish people in Israel into the sea? Doing ethnic cleansing, forcing them to relocate, right? That's what they're saying when they're saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. But in actuality, what they're saying is that, like, these are our homes. These are our families' homes. Some of us still have keys to those homes. They were taken from us and we want it back. And even saving that, Chad, even saving like right of return as in, getting your familial home back, right? We want to be able to travel freely instead of being cooped up in a fucking... It's turning, Chad, a fucking... At this point, we can say concentration camp, right? We want to be free. But Elon Ethan would look at that as genocide. Again, because of the same thing that I was talking about before. The same idea. That if you've done something awful to a group of people and you give them self-determination, you enfranchise them in the political system. Chat, I'll be honest with you, I don't think a two-state solution is possible at this point, right? I think that Netanyahu and Israel have moved in a way to prevent that, have destroyed Gaza, and now they've split up, they're splitting up the West Bank. So even the West Bank is not contiguous with itself, which is already Swiss cheese. It's already carved up and very hard to get through if you're Palestinian, right? And there's roads that you're not allowed to use if you're Palestinian, right? So if you want to get from one place to another, it's like this whole circuitous kind of labyrinth that you gotta go through to just go like 5 miles, right? But you ask them about a one-state solution and they'll say, "Oh, you mean genocide? You mean so that all the Palestinians can massacre all the Jews? Because that's what would happen if we ever let them out of their prison, of their open-air prison. That's what would happen. That's why these human rights violations that we're committing are justified. You mean that? Yeah. They think that's genocide. They're not like what you're supposed to take from it is that they think that the Palestinians are saying that they want to, run all of the Jews out of the areas, right? But what they really think is that even if you like just, have a one-state solution, you enfranchise everybody, one person, one vote, as Norm Finkelstein likes to say, you would, that would be, tantamount to allowing a genocide to happen to the Israelis there, right? So it's really duplicitous kind of talking point. This, this demonizing of a desire for freedom by the Palestinian people. Anyway.
People who don't know what it means the Jewish people will probably die.
I hate to break it to you guys, but there's like a whole ass country there with like millions of people. And so if your analysis...
No one's telling you that the Jews need to die. They're just telling you Palestine needs to be free, that from the river to the sea.
They can't imagine Palestinians being free without that happening, Anthony. Because yes, they do on some level believe in the sentiment behind Yoav Gallant's statement about inhuman animals, and they also, they cannot imagine a people that that have had all this shit done to them not turning around and trying to do the same thing back. They can't imagine that all the Palestinians really want, not everyone, but the majority of people, is to be free. To, not be shut off from their family's land. So there you go. I mean, case is already made, Anthony. If I'm the judge, I'm deciding this case. The case is, are they Zionists? Like, I'm sorry, I've got enough information to render my verdict right here. But no, we're not even done yet, chat. We're not even done.
Palestinians need to be able to walk down every single inch that you're allowed to walk on. You should be splitting, sharing the land with them. It doesn't matter who has a majority.
An end to, I'm sorry, talking over him. I'll roll what he says back. But an end to apartheid, right? That's what that statement means. And again, they associate any end to that apartheid to, ethnic cleansing and worse. Which again, why? Because that's what's been done to the Palestinian people. Gee, oh my God, chat. We got to get past this human tendency to justify human rights violations via, a sense of guilt and fear based on the knowledge of the injustice that has gone on. We cannot let injustice to continue to be a justification for further injustice. As a species, as a human species, we need to get past this. The same scared thoughts of retaliation. Yeah, and I'll point you to those Vosh debates too. You can see Vosh do this. It's not, unique to Ethan and Ela. It's not unique to Israel. It's not unique to... only reason the fall off didn't happen sooner is because these statements were behind a paywall. Damn, I didn't know that. White South Africans carried on with apartheid on the basis that exactly. They said the same fucking thing. The same fucking thing.
Are there more Muslims, or are there more Christians, or are there more...
You never imagined that after all that war, after all that misery, after all that suffering, Palestinians might not just want peace, right?
Jewish people here, it shouldn't matter. Just share the fucking land, bro. Share the fucking land. But they don't want to share the land because they think that the Palestinians are going to kill them. And we're going to watch that clip in a second. 3F sends a 50-sec super sticker. Thank you so much, 3F.
And your solutions doesn't include realistically engaging with that population, then you're not actually looking for solutions, because the alternative is that kill everybody there and then retake the land. From the river to the sea, is a political slogan associated with Palestinian nationalism. The slogan refers to geographically the area between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea that includes all of the state of Israel, West Bank, and Gaza. I just care about, like, what are we saying? What are we doing with all the millions of people that are there right now?
I mean, preferably the ones that moved from fucking New.
No, hey, let's just assume the worst. Like, right? Why not ask them? Why not ask them? No, let's just assume the worst. Let's just assume again. What are we assuming? Are we assuming that they're inhuman animals? Is that where we're getting this? Because it seems like, you know, the kind of sentiment that a belief in you know, Yoav Gallant's statements would imply.
Of Israel, West Bank, and Gaza. I just care about, like, what are we saying? What are we doing with all the millions of people that are there right now?
I mean, preferably the ones that moved from fucking New Jersey and people like you who moved there from LA, they can go back to their fucking homes. Those that generally don't have anywhere else to go, of course they can fucking stay. Share the land. Share the land. Is it that fucking crazy of a concept to understand? Share your land with Arabs, Ethan. You're not gonna die. They're not gonna come for you, okay? Arabs are human beings, okay? Okay, Ethan?
I find it incredible that people think that Hamas is going to take over all of Israel and happily
This is a good comment. Sorry. I know I'm pausing obbying. I know it's frustrating to some people, but I gotta read this chat. One of humanity's largest hurdles we have to get over is letting our self-preservation instincts turn into paranoia that tells us that we must strike our perceived enemy down before they had a chance. Let me see if I can bring up a Leonard Cohen quote from you. Maybe there's a God above, but all I've ever learned from love is how to shoot somebody who outdrew you.
exist with Israelis.
Probably like here in America.
You see, he's already starting in this one. He's like, people think that Hamas is going to take over all of Israel and coexist with Israelis. So they think if people leave Gaza, they're all going to be like Hamas terrorists. They assume that everyone who lives in Gaza is a Hamas terrorist. And of course, they're logically going to want to murder all of us. So why would we let them out? Why would we let them out of the prison that we built for them? Why should we share the land? Because if we share the land, they're going to kill us. You are a Zionist piece of shit. Just show him this clip. Just show him this clip. That's it. He literally believes that if they share the land with Palestinians, that the Palestinians are going to go after them and kill them all. And it's not going to be a Jewish home state anymore, homeland.
Or when other people hear it, they think, oh, it just means liberation of the Palestinians, so they get behind it. I just don't think people truly understand what some people mean when they say that. And like, it's a dangerous thing to say. You cannot put yourself in our shoes.
It's a dangerous thing to say. From the river to the sea, that's so dangerous. That's so violent. You can't put yourself in my shoe as an Israeli, as a colonizer. What do you mean?
You cannot put yourself in... Either go live in Gaza or go live in Israel.
Go live in Gaza? Are people even allowed to get into Gaza? People can't get in or out of Gaza. Shoo, go live in Gaza. You want people to go live in a concentration...
Again, what is a statement like that other than wishing harm upon somebody? You want to live in Gaza? You know how tenuous your life would be? Somebody could say that to you, Elo.
Camp that you built for them? What the fuck kind of psycho point is that, bro? What the fuck kind of psycho point is that, you fucking Zionists? I got a whole bunch of more videos to prove that you're Zionists. Oh my, this is the easiest, like, bro, if Chris Kunstler goes on their show, he will eat them alive. Chris Kunstler will eat you alive. Hey, Ethan, you want some debate prep? Watch this fucking video and work on answering every single point I'm bringing up.
Chat, is this going to happen? Is this in the cards? Is this in the works? Is Chris Kunstler going to... Yeah, I do remember Ethan saying that he put out the invitation, but it sounded like he was talking about to, like, I don't know, former fans, snarkers. Like, he wants to do what Hutch did and debate the... audience, right? He wants to pitch to a fan from the stands.
Right now, work on answering these fucking things. If someone sees this fucking clip, they're going to assume you're a fucking Zionist. Are you confused as to why? Madness Arcade sends another $5 and says it was a genocidal quote and we turned it peaceful. We redeemed it. Palestinians took it from the Israel Charter from like the 60s. That's cool. I didn't know that.
and then tell me about your experience.
Return the land that was illegally taken. Okay, so that's your realistic goal, is telling the 5 million people that live in Israel to move. Okay, let's follow your logic. Where do they go? Where do they go?
Saltwater taffy? What is in his mouth? It's a weird thing to be, a weird bunch of shit to be saying while you're stuffing your mouth, while you're stuffing your face. Okay, wait. Magenta Dinosaurs has got it for me. Chris Kunstler accepted, but Ethan is a coward, so I doubt it'll happen. Yeah. Yeah, or either that, or he'll make Chris wait until, like, after he's debated, like, you know what I mean? He'll be like, oh yeah, no, you're on the list, but it's like a list of, you know, hundreds of people.
They can go back to New Jersey. Whoever went to Israel from like Europe or the US, get the fuck back. Go the fuck back to where you came from. Everyone else who can't go anywhere else, you can fucking stay. Maybe give up your home to whoever owned it before. Let them build a house near you. Just fucking live in peace with the Palestinians. That's it. Share the land. All of it. All of it. Equal rights. Share the land. Equal rights. That's it. It's not so fucking confusing, is it? You fucking racists. You fucking Jewish supremacists.
Let's follow the logic of one state. You know what I mean? Okay, let's give back the land that was stolen.
And
Sorry
also,
about the
anybody know what they're eating?
Also, thank you, everybody. Love you.
Yeah.
So that's one other example. What other examples are there? Yeah, they believe that removing borders means all Jews will die. Ethan just mentioned that in that clip, but he mentioned it again
Let everybody in Gaza
with Loner Box. So let's watch that. And remember, the fact that he brought Loner Box onto his show, it proves that he's a Zionist. The fact that he invited Ahmad Fouad al-Khatib onto his show, who is a pro-Israel Palestinian, who works for like the Gaza Humanitarian Fund that's responsible for killing people when they're trying to go get aid. That fucker, he had him on a show.
Let everybody in Gaza and the West Bank have free reign to go into Israel and basically just, you know, fully integrated from one day. Just lights are on, the borders are gone, full integration. Pragmatically, that seems like a total disaster. I mean, that would be like a
total disaster. Total disaster. If you let the people out of Gaza, you dissolve the borders, you merge them with Israelis, it's going to be disastrous. They're going to want to kill us. So Ethan Klein literally does not want to share the land with Palestinians. He does not want to allow other Palestinians to come back from other countries back into Israel because they think that the Jews are going to be outnumbered. That's literally what I wish I could find the clip where he talks about that in more detail in that same video where him and Ela were looking at Olivia's tweet. Him and Ela go into detail about Palestinians coming back to Israel and like them outnumbering Jewish people. I just couldn't find that clip. But he kind of talks about it here again. They literally have this fear that if Palestinians come back to Israel, that they're going to try to kill the Jews and they're going to kick them out and they're going to outnumber them, meaning that Israel will cease to become a Jewish majority homeland.
Pragmatically, that seems like a total disaster.
Which is basically Great Replacement.
I mean, all the governing bodies in those areas are pretty much dedicated to violence against the Israelis, and it would just, I think it'd be crazy, right? I mean, it would be fucking mad to do that. Seems to me.
It'd be crazy, right? It'd be fucking mad to do that. So according to Ethan Klein and Ela Klein, it would be crazy and mad to merge Palestinians with Israelis to share the land. What does that make you, if not a Zionist? And a Zionist propagandist? Should I play it again, or we heard it?
Let everybody in Gaza and the West Bank have free reign to go.
When everybody in Gaza and the West Bank have free reign.
Let everybody in Gaza and the West Bank have free reign to go into Israel and basically.
Great minds think alike.
Just,
Magenta.
Fully integrated from one.
To go into Israel, the way he says it, like to go into Israel as if they're like breaking a barrier, as if they're like criminals breaking into a bank. They're gonna go into Israel and like run amok. It's their fucking land. It's their fucking land, you Zionist fuck.
Just say they sleep in a race car bed. Yeah. Just call Anthony Millhouse, right? This is what they again. So when they can't win an argument, whether it's AB or Ethan or any of the H3 podcasts, right? They resort to might makes right. Oh, guess what? Do you understand power dynamics? Here's the size of my channel. And here's the size of your channel. Doesn't matter that you're right, because I've got the power. And again, maybe this whole Israel-Palestine thing, just all resolved. Any discordance is all resolved by a might makes right argument.
Dumbass, bro. Dumbass.
They just lights are on. The borders are gone. Full integration. Pragmatically, that seems like a total disaster. I mean, that would be like, all the governing bodies
turning into AI
areas are pretty much dedicated to violent.
No, Zolotto says, I don't know if it's true, but allegedly the crew gets paid $18 an hour. Really? No way, bro.
What?
$18 an hour? How much is that per month?
That's not enough.
They work 8 hours a day, so 18 times 8.
Oh, that's not enough.
5 times 4.
Yeah, like that's what I make as a server.
No way the crew makes $2,800.
Not at Denny's, but like at a slightly better place.
Bucks a month, bro. The crew makes at least like $4,000 or like $5,000 a month.
Sometimes at Denny's though.
For this piece of shit.
If I do a breakfast stretch, it's about $18 an hour.
It has to be. This is not worth it. This is not worth their reputation.
In California.
If that's all they're making, goddamn. So there's that. Here's another clip of Ethan talking about human shields.
I think of something.
What's a Zionist's favorite argument? The human shield argument, of course, folks. So he's busting out the human shield favorite with, again, our friend Lonerbox. Again, Lonerbox is half Lebanese. We do not claim him. Lonerbox, you are not Lebanese. Forget that you're Lebanese.
Wait, below minimum wage here? Yeah, that's right. There was the wait, was that law like a fast food minimum wage? Or was that like just a like food service in general? I mean, it probably has an effect, like a knock-on effect on how much you get paid waiting tables. But yeah, I'm saying California because a lot of states or some states have like a ridiculously lower minimum wage for your hourly rate if you get tips. Now, how that works out is that if your tips with your wage are under the minimum wage, then you just get the actual, they bring it up to minimum wage. But, they're able to pay you, your hourly wage becomes shit. I think California legislated against that, as did Washington State, probably other states too.
We deny your existence. I will deny, just like
didn't
Judas deny Jesus 3 times? I'm going to deny you, motherfucker.
I think something a lot of activists would say, well, actually, we deny that. I mean, I've heard Hassan say this, and it's a pretty popular perspective, that Hamas does not use human shields, quote unquote, or they don't use
that's a
buildings,
very,
and they don't fight.
We have a corroboration on that. They get paid $18 an hour. That's fucking ridiculous. Like, chat, like, I don't know.
I think what they would say is it's densely populated. Like, of course, how can you avoid being near a school or a fucking whatever it is, or near?
I feel like people that edit videos for like debate streamers and politics streamers usually get paid more than that, like a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, people will say, it's another thing where people just play with words, right? They'll say, oh, it's guerrilla warfare. Well, okay, that doesn't make it okay. Like, just you change the words to something that sounds nicer.
Don't forget, like, the Mossad and like all that shit. It's in the middle of Tel Aviv. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when Iran was hitting back at Israelis, they were hitting in like the middle of their fucking cities as well, because that's where they have all their fucking governmental buildings, bro. Like, stop projecting, you fuckers.
If you're going to get into a legal argument, people get really weird about their weird interpretations.
It was Peter, not Judas. Yeah, Peter. So Peter is the one who denied Jesus.
Of what the law on human shields is, and no one really knows
Thomas.
Exactly.
Everybody,
yeah, Judas is the one that kissed Jesus. Yeah.
You're all wrong. Mia, you're wrong too. August says it's Thomas. So Thomas was the one who denied it. So I'm Thomas, I guess.
Like what it means to have an intent to co-locate your civilians with your military, but what we know with Hamas...
wait, I think it's Peter. Oh my god, chat. Like, not that it matters. That's not really what we're... It's Peter, right? Isn't it Peter? Is it not Peter? By the time the cock crows, you will deny me 3 times. I thought that was Peter. Maybe I'm wrong. Thomas is known as Doubting Thomas, or that's where that phrase comes from, because wait, was it when he came back, when Jesus came back, he needed to like put his hand in his wounds to know it was him? Or was he the guy that, like, when Jesus was walking on water, he doubted it or something? Yeah, doubting Thomas, right? That's not the 3 times before the cock crows. Yeah, Judas sold him out. Judas gave him the kiss in Gethsemane, and I think Thomas. What was he? What was the? Where did they call him? I thought it was before the crucifixion that doubting Thomas got his nickname.
They do it for a reason, right? Like their tunnels are underneath buildings for a reason. They're dressing as civilians for a reason, and it's in large part because they don't
Did
really
they dress as civilians?
No,
no,
it's not debatable. Not all of them do, but yeah, it's
or
not.
that their headquarters are under hospitals.
So they're dressing. Oh, their headquarters are under hospitals. Ethan busting that out again.
Civilians?
No,
no,
it's not debatable. Not all of them do, but yeah, it's
or
not.
That their headquarters are under hospitals, because I see people deny that too.
So the headquarters,
because Ethan, I've seen people deny that too. I've seen people deny that their headquarters are underneath hospitals. Doesn't the IDF have a base under one of their hospitals, bro? Again, it's all projection. Every Zionist accusation.
I mean, Peter's the rock that he will build his church upon. I'm just like. Who denied Jesus 3 times? Was it Thomas? It seems like a Thomas thing to do. Peter, I was correct. It does seem like a Thomas thing to do, though. It would be very on brand for Thomas, but it was in fact Peter. Chad, this is like, wait, I'm passing the test today, right? Whether it's who wrote Ozymandias or anyway, who denied Jesus 3 times?
Is a confession.
Or then they moved. There's a speech from Sinwar in about 2019, 2020, where he was talking about complaints about the headquarters location and that they moved it. So I know that it was under Al-Shifa for a while. I don't know if I'm sure they moved it. It seems like they moved it. But Amnesty International were by no means pro-Israel. They actually really don't like Israel. They said that in 2014. And they spoke about how Hamas was using Al-Shifa to torture people that they suspected of collaboration. So, and even when the IDF raided.
Wasn't it when they went fishing? There were 3 something fishermen. Wait, is that the one? They go fishing, and there's a storm, and they're really worried. Out of nowhere, there's a storm. They're really worried about what's going to happen to them. And then I think Jesus walks on water and somehow calms he calms the storm, right? Sunday school was a while ago. Yeah, me too. Not a big Jesus person myself, but
raided Al-Shifa. It took them like a couple of weeks to quote unquote secure the hospital. I doubt they were spending 2 weeks just like fighting through patients. There's obviously a Hamas presence there.
Oh my God, bro. Yeah, Al-Shifa, isn't that where they found the schedule that said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? They tried to make it seem like it was terrorist names.
Yeah, it was a terrorist church heart, actually, Chad. It was like the one in Kingdom Hearts that Organization 13 used to determine who was supposed to take out the trash, who was supposed to do the sweeping, who was supposed to make dinner. Yeah, it's like that thing. It's like the church heart.
So we got more examples too. Ethan denying Israeli rapes. Him getting upset at Hassan for Hassan insisting that Israelis rape Palestinians. Where is that?
And this doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or it might be credible.
You have an issue with CARE or Islam.net or the
what is this?
The lack of.
Listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
CARE is
There's
no source. There's like nothing here. Like shit.
So according to Ethan, only Arabs, only the Palestinians are capable of rape. And not only are they capable of rape, it was apparently part of the plan on October 7th. Like the plan was like, let's rape as many people as possible, given how many times.
So again, this always gets confused as Hassan saying that no sex crimes happened on October 7th. Hassan has always maintained this would be an insane claim to make because in armed conflicts there almost always are events like this, right? There was a time where it hadn't been confirmed, and he just stated that because a lot of the propaganda that came out was that Hamas was ordering people to do rapes for like essentially the strategic, using rape as a weapon of war, basically, right? That was the accusation. That wasn't true. But when Hassan said that, it gets clipped out of context and portrayed as if he's denying that anything at all happened to any sort of sex crime at all happened to anyone during October 7th, which again would be a crazy thing to claim, right? That's the only person that would claim that is somebody that does not understand the nature of events in armed conflicts.
Times him and Ela and Israelis like to talk about like rape. But if you say that, hey, what if the IDF raped someone? Oh no, that's not a good source. Prove it to me. Why are you saying that, Hassan?
That's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
I think it's
there's so many horrible things happening.
I think it's one of the many things that happens under institutionalization, and it happens in America as well, regardless of the same amount of care.
And yes, the Israeli military, the IDF, Israeli prison guards use systematic rape to break the spirits of their fucking prisoners. Thousands upon thousands of Palestinian prisoners. They're out there bitching about a few hostages, bro.
No, not the only time that's happened in recent memory. Abu Ghraib, that was the scandal there as well, right? This is it happens, in prison in the United States. It happened in the confinement that the United States did in Iraq. It's AB's dad.
What about the hostages that you've been
I forgot about
holding
that.
for thousands, for fucking years and years?
Oh God! Oh my God! AB celebrating the victory, lording the power dynamic over Anissa on that stream that we watched last time. Considering that on the previous stream, he had said, like, he didn't give a fuck about Palestine. That's... Damn.
I almost said thousands of years, but for fucking years, bro. So here are some Israelis defending their right to rape. This is when some of the Israeli guards got caught raping people on camera. And then when they got arrested, Israelis took to the streets to defend the rapists and asked for the rapists to be released. So
said that it's not a rape if you do it to... the word they used was terrorist, but it's a commonly understood... if you say this word in Israel, it'll be understood as meaning Palestinians.
So Ethan, chew on that shit, motherfucker.
What?
They say Israeli soldiers should be allowed to mistreat Palestinian detainees however they want, and that includes rape, Ethan Klein. And they're not even fucking hiding it, bro. They're out there in the streets. You want Hassan to provide you with a fucking document? Just look at
the specific crime that they were accused, the soldiers were accused of committing was, very appropriate with them saying this is Sodom. Only instead of being done, with a part of their body, Chad, it was done with a hot iron rod to prisoners in Sedeteman.
Your streets in Israel, you got a bunch of fucking pro-rape motherfuckers protesting for the right to rape. شو بعد بدك sources يا خريه؟ شو بعد بدك يا قاد؟ Look at all these fucking pro-rape motherfuckers, you genocidal fucks. Dana says Lonerbox sounds like Squidward and sends $2. Thank you so much, Dana. And he does sound, and he kind of looks like him too.
A little bit.
The hair part, the top part. Five of them were released after raping people. Politicians and journalists have also defended their actions. Well, one of them became a TV personality.
The rapist?
Look, I don't give a shit what he did. I always remember, first of all, the only problem for me is that it's not a regulated policy of the state to detain, to torture prisoners because they deserve it. It's a great revenge that we should take.
This is Israeli TV.
So the journalist has since called his comments a mistake.
The journalist called his comments a mistake?
Smotrich said those who leaked that video should be prosecuted and not the soldiers. Also, his problem, he's upset that the video got leaked.
Also, he didn't know his brother
said that any action is permissible.
So that was behind the scenes.
Fucking animals, bro. Look, قايل بإسرائيل بأيدك اسمكم واحد شعب خرا بلد خرا كاسمكم واحد قايل بالصهيونية بأيدي لك يا أخوات الشرموطة.
Yeah.
الساعة يلي
Directive is saying it's often sexualized violence. Yeah, and that rapist was literally justifying it and saying it should be part of policy. That's his problem, right? That no, just make it like the rule that this is what we do to Palestinian prisoners, and it'll be super effective. It will break them. They will not want to. They right make an example of them. He's literally justifying what they fucking did. God damn.
بلد اسمه إسرائيل حدنا. Palestine Panicking sends $5 and says, Ethan's Israel-Palestine borders opinion leads me to believe he skipped Jim Crow integration in U.S. history class. Same talking points as segregationists. Of course, if we let them blacks mix with them whites, what's going to happen? The fuck? Marina Nimitz sends $2, says it was Peter who denied Jesus, but okay. Also, it was Peter. I don't know. I don't know my Bible, folks. I'm behind on my Bible reading. Madness Arcade sends another 5 and says, also, Ethan, you don't believe Israeli women with no proof? You must hate women. I mean, look, I don't look. I believe in any war scenario, there's going to be sexual violence. So I don't even need to see proof to believe that some militants, either from Hamas or whatever other group, did some sexual.
Chad. There was not. It was not just Hamas. It was not just like Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood or something like that. There were the wall was open. Anybody could come out. The wall was opened, and there was no reaction. Chat, this is the same wall from which they shot people, bragged about how many kneecaps they took out during the March of Return. And at this time, the wall was broken, and so in other words, criminal elements within Palestine got out as well, came out of that opening and enacted, potentially who knows what to people on the other side, and it's all just, it's all just used as a justification, right? Like that's like me, I don't know, cutting off your city of water and food and electricity, bombing your city, smashing all the buildings because there were some criminals from your city that came over to my city and did fucked up shit to people, right? It's just not, it's group punishment. And that's against, human rights. That's a war crime.
Committed sexual violence against women. I'm never going to doubt that, okay? But it's not at the rate that Israelis and Zionists are trying to make it seem. They're just doing that to dehumanize Arabs, to justify bombing Arabs so that you don't feel bad when you watch footage of 10 dead Arabs. You're like, oh, but look, they're all rapists. That's why they're doing it.
Collective punishment, I'm sorry.
Shame, 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 we can't rape. So that's Israeli. So that's Israel for you. So again, Ethan denying Israeli rapes, that to me adds to making him a Zionist. Someone seeing that among all these other clips and talking points might think that Ethan is a Zionist. Here's Ethan calling Jewish people tokens. I think I have that open as a Twitter link. Yeah. Basically, every pro-Palestine Jewish person is, and he just called Adam Friedland that right now, but let's watch this.
Directive says IDF women were warning about the lack of security, but it fell upon deaf ears.
Okay, so let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace, and they tour all around the country, showing up at every like pro-Palestinian protest or whatever the fuck they're doing, and they parade them around like here's one of the good Jews.
They parade them around. They parade them around, bro. He's like taking all the agency away from members of Jewish Voice for Peace. Like, they're a badass organization, bro. They're deciding where to go. No one's parading them around. Look at these good Jews we have with us, bro. They are very fucking proactive, bro. They're happy to get fucking arrested, to stand up for what they believe in, and to show the rest of the world what actually being Jewish means.
10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they try to convince everybody that this represents the Jewish majority, but it's not.
I represent the Jewish majority. Me and Ela, us, not these peaceful Jewish Voice for Peace who are standing up against genocide. Fuck them. They don't represent anything. I am the real representative. Me, who believes that Hamas bombed their own hospital. Me.
He's trying to portray like people like Adam Friedland and Jewish Voice for Peace, or anybody, Sam Cedar, anybody that disagrees with him, as if they are the Jewish equivalent of Candace Owens, right?
Me, who believes in the human shield argument. Me, who believes that from the river to the sea means that you're anti-Semitic and you want to kill all Jews. Me, who believes that if you let Palestinians outside of Gaza, they're going to murder all of the Jews. I represent the Jews. Me.
Not anyway, whatever.
Does not represent it.
Great arguments, great content. Well, I wonder why the H3 podcast shed half of their audience over the last year and a half. What do you guys think did it? That motherfucker was sitting on top of the world with one of the most fucking popular podcasts. Everybody loved him. Just couldn't condemn Israel hard enough. He just couldn't hide his love for Zionism. This one's fun. Oh, wait, did I forget to open that link? I believe I did. I do believe I did. We watched this recently, so this one as well.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents.
So someone seeing this clip, Ethan, out of context, knowing that there's a genocide happening, and apparently you're very pro-Palestine and you care about what's happening in Palestine, why the fuck would you want to go spend a vacation in Israel? First of all, he's taking his family to Israel where it's getting bombed and they're getting
principled, I don't know, like people in like bands, and this happened in South Africa too, right? Will cancel scheduled, concerts in Israel, right? Because they use a lot. I mean, look at what Saudi Arabia has done with like sports washing, right? They're kind of using the fact that they can strong arm or encourage or pay for MMA or WWE events to go on in Saudi Arabia, in order to kind of portray the hey, no, this is a fine place. I know you heard about what happened to Khashoggi and stuff like that, but it couldn't really be this bad if there's WWE going on here, if there's MMA, right? So yeah, taking a trip to fucking Israel to be like, hey, look at this, everybody. It's a great place. Here is my Palestinian friend who lives in Israel, and he looks happy. I mean, sure, he's not allowed to walk down the same streets as I am, but he looks happy, right? He's smiling. Some really ugly historical parallels there in terms of propaganda about the antebellum South.
Getting like rockets sent from Hamas and stuff. That's when he decides it's a good time to take my kids and family to fucking traumatize them. But regardless, While Israel is butchering men, women, and children every single day live streamed, Ethan decides that now's a good time to go show how nice Israel is. It's getting all this negative PR. I wonder why. Time to go do a vlog series and show people the true side of Israel, how I see Israel, my lived experience. People are going to think you're a fucking Zionist when they see that, you dumb.
It's also what they do with the media, like during the Iraq War, right? They embedded the media. In fact, I don't think there was really a good way. I mean, there were maybe a few people who covered the war, you know, by going to Iraq and being in Baghdad. But obviously, then you're in a lot of more danger, and you know, you don't have the access that they were giving the journalists who they embed. And when you bet, do you understand what that's like that, chat? Like, people, you have sympathy from like walking in someone else's shoes, so to speak, from seeing something from their perspective, right? So they embedded these journalists to show the U.S. soldiers' perspectives, to make sure that the sympathy was not for the Iraqi civilians, but no, the sympathy was for our boys, our boys and girls, our troops, right? What is Ethan going to Israel and showing us Israel through his eye? What does that do? He's essentially embedded.
Motherfucker.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip, and I'm actually really excited to go there.
For the record, I don't think this ended up happening.
I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel.
How I see. I know you guys have all been seeing the genocide. Kids.
You could watch his old videos. You remember how he saw Israel? Remember how much hatred he had for Hasids that he saw? Remember the dehumanizing way that he talked about them?
Getting their heads chopped off every single day on your Instagram feeds and your TikTok feeds. I know it sucks, but let me show you the real side of Israel. Okay, let me show you how fucking awesome. And to be fair, Ethan did sort of, when Hassan pressed him on this in their debate, Ethan did say, you know what? Yes, this was kind of stupid of me to say. This was insensitive of me to say. I feel bad for expressing how much I wanted to go to visit Israel. So he does admit that it's bad. But if someone didn't see Ethan's explanation, and if someone just saw that fucking clip, would you blame him for them thinking that you're a Zionist, Ethan? While you're literally, as a genocide is happening, it's like wanting to visit Germany while they're killing Jewish people. I mean, I want to show you guys how I see Nazi Germany.
It's zone of interest shit, isn't it?
Okay, my lived experience. Okay, I want to walk down the streets of Proust Street and show you how nice it is. I want to show you how I get my spicy kazakina. Forget about all this Holocaust stuff. Let me show you how I see Germany. That's what you fucking sound like, bro. Crazy shit. Why do people think I'm a Zionist?
Let me show you Oktoberfest in Bavaria.
Madness Arcade sends $10. Thank you so much, Madness. He said there was a video where a hostage said Hamas told them, we won't hurt you, we are Muslim, we don't do that, and they got well treated, so someone went rogue, or there was rape. Look, of course, someone's going to go rogue. Look, I'm not even... People should stop focusing on the rape fucking aspect, and like, was there rape, wasn't there rape? And pro-Palestine people who are spending so much energy to say, like, there's no evidence to prove that there was rape. It's a fucking dying hill. Don't die on the fucking rape hill, bro. I am sure there was sexual violence. I'm sure people from Hamas committed sexual violence, bro. You can't control everyone. You can't control everyone. There's going to be some fucking rogue motherfucker that wants to fucking do something. Everybody fucking does it in war. That's the fucking problem. But the fact that the Israelis and the Zionists only focus when Arabs do it, it's just to dehumanize and make us seem like rabid fucking dogs who can't wait to get their hands on a white woman and fucking, you know what I mean? That's what they fucking want. So that when you bomb us, you can justify it. You can wave it away. These fucking rapists. That's what they want. But I don't want anyone fucking defending. To me, it's and when Hassan spent like 40 minutes or 30 minutes with Ethan debating the rapes, I'm like, fucking stop this whole conversation, bro. Please fucking stop it.
Wait. What did Hassan say? I don't remember really Hassan saying anything different than what Anthony said. Like, he might have gotten stuck talking about like what he has said about that in the past, But I don't think he was there like being like, no, that never happened. No, Hamas would never do that. Right? No one in Hamas. It's impossible. It wasn't like that. And I'm guessing that's not what Anthony's trying to imply. I just like, I guess I don't remember the part that Anthony is talking about.
Really made me uncomfortable. Matt Pierogi donates £5 and says, how come it's okay to ridicule the Catholic religion? They've been making fun of the Pope, the saints, the Eucharist. What's with the anti-Catholicism? I know, right? Ethan always makes fun of Christians, bro, on his fucking podcast. I know you might be joking right now, but like they actually do. They don't give a fuck, bro. But if you say anything, I mean, no one should be making fun of any religion, or we can make fun of all religions. But you can't just pick and choose. But I mean, look, Christians are a bit more casual with this stuff, which is fine.
You don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking left, like mega lefties talking about it, like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim.
Wait, the woman from the documentary? Yeah, the thing about that was that Hassan was right. Like, this was the person that Ethan was trying to... Ethan had made a claim. I'm not sure if that's who we're talking about, right? But Ethan had made a claim that that one woman in a documentary had made claims that she experienced sexual violence, and she didn't. Ethan didn't listen to what she was saying. He just saw a woman on a documentary that, is kind of a propaganda documentary, and made the assumption that she was there to give her story of horrendous, things happening to her at the hands of Hamas. But that's not what she was there to say.
Crow style of society.
Yeah, and I agree. Like Red Cameron says, even if there was rape, it doesn't justify the killing and continued genocide. Exactly. That's what we're saying.
That's the point.
Like,
that's the
they're
point.
trying to use that, something that happens in every war, in every moment of violence, every invasion, all that sort of bullshit, bro. And it's since the dawn of fucking time. Yet they want to focus in on the Arabs doing it and making us seem all like fucking rapists and shit, and like to justify genocide. They're literally using that shit to justify genocide. That's why people who keep on harping on the rape issue, it's like, why are you so focused on that? Because they want to make it more dramatic. They want to make Hamas seem more evil than they actually are. And they're not evil at all. Like the way they're thinking, more evil than they are. I don't think they're evil.
Can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been. We're planning to go to crazy, like it's some super racist, like crazy,
like a racism theme park. Like it was some kind of a genocide, settler colonialist theme park, and it's just Israel. I mean, come on. It's just
Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural.
How beautiful, you know what I mean? Ignore the genocide. I want to show you how beautiful Israel actually is so that you guys stop shitting on us.
How, like, free it feels for people.
I was thinking of that did become a controversy between Denims and Ethan, and Denims was 100% right. Yeah, I think that's the first big segment of Denims I reacted to, because I just felt like it was so unfair what he was trying to do to her. Like, Denims was just fucking right. There's nothing else to say than nothing to say. There was nothing to say other than Denims was correct, and Ethan did not listen to the and again, this person was kidnapped and held hostage, right? They were a victim, but just not of what Ethan was like. Ethan fucking made up a story about, something that they literally said didn't happen.
Or just, it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
So that is another example of why someone might think that you're being a Zionist, Ethan, when they hear you say shit like that. But also, what about...
Denims also offered to call in. He should have said that shit to her face.
And this one's kind of fucking...
Wait, Denims offered to call in after he, issued his challenge to snarkers recently? Or back when I think you're talking about back when back when Ethan made the allegation originally. interview with a Palestinian woman, grape shredders. It's heartbreaking.
Wow, this one just recently happened. Ethan doing some race science and claiming that Jews were accidentally selectively breeding themselves, and Jewish women are only attracted to like intelligent Jewish men who read scripture and like who studied and stuff. So Jewish people are smarter than other people. So he's basically
famously, chat. You know, they're no intelligent secular Jews. They're just, you know. Right. It's like a good portion of the world's intellectuals, you know, right? Secular Jews.
Claiming that like Jewish people are better than other people. They're smarter. They've been bred to be smarter and more intelligent. That means he doesn't say that, but indirectly, what is he trying to say when he spends 3 minutes talking about race science and how Jews were bred to be more intelligent and better than everyone else? What is he trying to say? That they're better than Arabs. That they have more of a claim to the land than Arabs. That of course Jews are the good guys versus the Arabs because they're the intelligent ones. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but I mean, come on. Why the fuck would you say this? This is literally what the Nazis used to say. This is literally what the Nazis used to say. Oh, we are superior with our blonde hair and blue eyes compared to these brown, disgusting Jews with their big noses. We have been bred to look beautiful like angels. Where's my spicy Kazakrina? Where's my lager? Oh, my Führer. That's what they used to fucking say, bro.
I didn't have an answer. I said, why are Jews overrepresented in all these fields? There's all these conspiracy theories, but like there is overrepresentation. Why is that? And he says the best explanation I've heard for that was from a evolutionary biologist who said for thousands of years, 10,000 years, Jews lived in the Middle East. And at the time, all they did was study Torah. And it was in that culture, the rabbi, the scholars, the people who studied Torah were the desirables. Those were like
the rabbis, the scholars, those who studied, those who read, those were the desirables. And what happens, Ethan, when women only sleep with a smart, desirable Jewish men? Please tell us.
The leaders, the guys who cleaned up and got all the wives and all the cuties.
Mm-hmm.
And reproduced and had like a 25
I'm sorry.
kids.
Okay.
So there was the guys who are the ones in studying all day, who are prone, who appeal to more kind of cerebral, intelligent people, right?
Anybody? Why did he say the cuties? Got all the wives and all the cuties. Look, I mean, this reads different after the revelation that Ethan ran a pedo shitposting account for years and years and years on Reddit. Okay, I mean, I don't know, chat. I want to believe that at least the pedo part of it is it's all shitposting, but holy shit.
Compared to those fucking barbaric Arabs that love fucking raping women.
The cuties?
Oh yeah.
Who are doing
they got the wives and the cuties.
These analytical books, reading all day for 10,000 years, procreating.
Tens of thousands of years, folks. Tens of thousands of years.
There was over time an evolutionary result of that is some bump in IQ or aptitude or something like that, right? There was
some
like a
bump in IQ. Us Jews have better IQ than most other people because we were selectively bred to be smarter, unlike those fucking Arabs.
Selective breeding happening unintentionally over 10,000 years in the Middle East. Obviously, that's no longer happening now.
Say that that whole theory of genetically people getting smarter over time is like, that's not true.
That's what okay.
Yeah, it's
how you don't think that it's possible for. Well, you can.
So he wants to admit it first. Oh, okay, I'm okay with being wrong. But I mean, don't you think that it's possible? I mean, just theoretically.
Breed for anything, right? Like you see dogs, like how different dogs are. If you selectively breed intelligent people, the kids will become more intelligent. That's for sure true. That's just selective breeding. I mean, intelligence is inherited. We all
like dogs. Haley D sends $5 and says diverse just means white people from different places. Tel Aviv is so diverse. We have white people from Ukraine. We have white people from France. We have white people from this lovely place called the New Jersey. We have a white people from Portugal. We have a white people from the UK. We have all sorts of white people here. Did I tell you? We have a place called Cold Stone Creamery, and they don't have sizes like small, medium, and large. They have like it, love it, gotta have it. It is an American/Israeli staple here. Please, let's go to Cold Stone Creamery. Let me get my favorite with the Oreo Crunch. They crush it right there on the table. And they say, hey, you like it, you love it, gotta have it. I don't want to eat that much. I usually just want to get the like it or the love it, but I just have so much fun saying gotta have it that I end up ordering the large one. I say, gotta have it, sir. And then they give me the big one and I'm so happy, but then I have so much ice cream and my tummy hurts. And then I tell Ethan, will you share it with me? I love Tel Aviv. I love the whites.
I don't know what this voice is.
Know that, right?
I don't understand.
If you have smart parents, they're gonna have smart kids.
Sometimes.
For the most part, intelligence is inherited, right?
It's probably more about the environment, would be my guess.
I mean, it's
nature
both.
versus nurture. I think it's both.
What?
You never heard nature versus nurture?
No, dude. There's people that are just born dumb as hell.
Oh, for sure.
And you meet their parents who are dumb as hell.
Yeah. And sometimes they rise to the top, Ethan. It's called the Peter Principle. Sometimes you fail to the, what is it? What is literally the Peter Principle? I forgot the exact words. Let's see. It's a very clever phrase, the Peter Principle. The Peter Principle. Not to be it's not about Peter from the Bible, I don't think. No, just give me the quote. Give me the quote. Not me the AI. Come on, I just need the quote. People rise to the level of their own incompetence, right? It's something like that. There's like a quote, right? That's you need to, when I look up just like literally the fucking quote. Anyway, you rise to the level of your incompetence. The idea is that like you're not just when you notice a bunch of incompetent people in powerful positions in your company, right? It's not by accident. Yeah, there it is. Right. People tend to rise to the level of their level of respective incompetence. Employees are promoted based on their success in previous jobs until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent. Has skills in one job. Oh, it's a little bit more complicated than I thought, but the Pete Principle. I'm running out of energy, chat. I gotta get something to eat soon. But see how much of this we can finish.
I mean, I don't know. Listen.
I don't know, guys.
Yeah.
What's is that supposed to be Ethan's?
I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about how
he's trying to like chat GPT it now to see if he's like, yeah. Kate sends $5 Canadian and says, "I'm convinced these are conversations he has with chat GPT." He's trying to like check right now with chat GPT.
Now, he said,
that's all I'm talking about.
Sorry,
I'm not in favor.
For the record, chat, he said that he got this from a rabbi who like knew a thing or two about evolutionary biology had conveyed this to him. That like. Yeah.
Of it, I'm saying it was accident. I don't know that that's what happened. The rabbi told me, and I was like, that kind of makes sense.
The rabbi told me,
but like, obviously, I'm just explaining how fucking evolutionary biology works. Look at the variety of dogs. Some dog breeds are smarter than other dog breeds.
It's
like
evolution.
Are you comparing Israelis to
me.
dogs? I didn't say it. You did. By the way, I love dogs, so no, Israelis are nowhere near dogs, bro. So that's one more example. Now, there's also the example of him doing Nakba revisionism, telling AB that,
oh yeah,
you know
this is more
why
recent.
The Nakba happened? Do you know what happened one day before the Nakba, AB? All the Arab states decided to attack Israel and kill all the Jews. That's why the Nakba happened. So we had to do the Nakba. It was just self-defense. That, Ethan, makes you Zionist as well. Now, someone sent me a link. I think it was Rusty Shackelfold. on Twitter. Gave me a link for a Reddit post with literally every single talking point that Ethan and Hila have ever made. I just shared the ones that come to my mind directly, and I should have included a clip of Ethan and Hila, of Ethan doing Nakba revisionism. We talked about that not very long ago on the stream. There's this whole list on subreddit, folks. Let me zoom in a little bit. Just recently smeared Palestinian volunteers as Hamas stealing aid. Ethan and Hila, pedo troll, and pedo Hila are still lying about her mandatory conscription. Ethan's racist speculation about the Palestinian Hila participated in kidnapping. Yes, they're saying that like he was like a terrorist or some shit.
My God.
Let's try to open that one. Pedo troll account doing genocide denial. Let's see if we have the one. Once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Oh, they have this one. Fuck yeah. Israel's don't work like this. Hasbar for Israel blowing up at Ahli Hospital. We talked about that one. Nakba denialism. Let's check this one out. So Ethan goes on a racist speculation spree about the Palestinian victim that his war criminal wife voluntarily participated in kidnapping.
Spank on a raid because she was bored. In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster.
Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course. Yeah. What if he killed people? Of course.
What if he killed people? He's just saying, what if he killed people? And then in another live stream, him and Hila pretended that like they were sure that it was a terrorist house. Like it was an assigned terrorist home. We went there. No, it's like, bro, shut the fuck up.
If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians.
Maybe getting a terrorist who killed civilians. Maybe he was a fucking baker who made fucking cakes every day. Maybe he just came back home. He made a beautiful cake. He was like putting the cream on top of that, the cake, putting some fruit, slicing up some fucking bananas, some fucking strawberries, putting it on top of the cake. Maybe he went home and then was fucking raided by your wife.
Are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about...
They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he fucking stabbed civilians? Doesn't that happen?
Yeah, what if? There's so many what ifs, Ethan. The what ifs will never end. In that case, what if this person did that? Let's fucking raid everyone's homes. Who knows what the fuck they did? Shit, fucking raid my home. Maybe you'll find something out.
I always wondered what kind of... it feels like Ethan underwent some... I mean, I'm not going to say like training, but like here, I'm going to pull my curtains because it got to be night. But it feels like Ethan got coached. Yeah, that's the word. Anybody else think that he got coached? Because it feels like there's a certain way that Ethan is being during his debate with Hassan, or more so during the debate with Hassan, but also with Sam Cedar, that just goes against the way that he normally interacts with people, right? Like somebody told him, like, you know, whatever gets said, whatever happens, it's not a big deal. You're not perturbed by it. This is, you know, probably good advice, right? You know, if you feel like, you know, somebody got, you know, Hassan gets one over on you, just kind of, you know, act like you didn't. Act like you don't care. It just feels, it's just very different than his normal modus. And chat, obviously the obvious, you know, the obvious possibilities would be Destiny, Loner Box. Who else debates? Diorio doesn't really debate, right? Prepped by Loner Box? Oh, so he actually said he was prepped by Loner Box? Yeah, it feels like he got like a little crash course in Twitch poll. So Loner Box, yeah, completely. It's a guy whose bread and butter is because he spews such bullshit, chat. Loner Box has to do this, right? Loner Box has to pretend he doesn't care. Loner Box has to say shit like he has to come up with reasons that snipers' bullets ended up in little kids. Right? And he never shows any fucking emotion about it. It's just, yeah, anyway. I'm gonna shut the curtain.
Who knows? Let's just knock on every door and go in and see what the fuck they're doing. Look at his fucking eyes. Bro, just show them that picture, they'll know he's a Zionist.
Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under
Palestinian terrorists ever commit violence on civilians?
This fucking dumbass wants to have debates with people and wants them to explain why they think he's a Zionist. Bro, just watch this video. Watch this video. خلص خلصي.
Aren't them being arrested?
They
Give me a
are
fucking
not
break.
in the
Or getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a
Madness Arcade sends another 5. Madness, you're going mad tonight. He says dumb people have smart kids all the time and vice versa. You mean you don't buy Ethan's race science, Madness?
not
That
complicated.
if two smart people fuck, if a woman sleeps with a Gentile Jewish man, that they're not gonna have smart babies? What?
You sat in a car and didn't even leave it.
I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
they did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh,
You
different
go.
car.
There's a few cars going.
Damn.
You make your presence felt. You start your night shift patrol.
They would go every night on a raid
Right.
in Ramallah. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Break into a house, Palestinian house, of course. Not a house we have intelligence about. I'm the sergeant. I lead the patrol. I choose a random house.
I walked with them to one house.
Wake up the family, men one side, women the other side. Search the place. You can yourself imagine the dynamics, yeah?
You see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit.
Jump from one roof to another. Come out through another house. Wake up.
Just look. Does she sound like someone who knew she was looking through a terrorist's home who might have killed people? They don't give a fuck.
Family, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't stop for his hands clean hands. It's not that every soldier murders innocent Palestinians, but no Israeli soldier who served in the occupied territories, his hands are clean after that. Because at the heart of what you do, there is no way of seeing Palestinians as equal human beings to you.
They did it just because I asked, and I'm cute.
They did it just because I asked and I'm cute. So that's another good example. This whole list is fucking badass. So there it is. Once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. They have this clip, bro. This Reddit is fucking crazy. Okay, so here's the clip that I couldn't find.
I'm looking at steamed garden vegetables with sweet and spicy dipping sauce. And it's supposed to be like, I don't know, it just looks like there's not many vegetables. I want that, but it's like the equivalent of $5 for like, I don't know, a few steamed vegetables and a sweet and spicy dipping sauce anyway.
But we saw something to that effect. Him talking to Loner Box.
I know. Wait, do I sound weird saying it's like $5, Chad? I can't order that. That's fucking too rich for my blood. It's just like I usually go for something cheaper.
But let's literally hear him say once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews.
Okay. One state solution. I find it incredible that people think that Hamas is going to take over all of Israel and happily coexist with fucking Israelis.
Why does it take over? Why does he go back to this shit? Oh, sorry. This is literally that one. I thought he was going back to it. $5 for a meal would be a big treat for me. That's how much. Wait, how much pizza costs? Like a slice of pizza? It's just like, I mean, I wouldn't mind paying $5 if it was like a meal, like if it was like multiple dishes together, right? I would totally. But I can get, oh God, I can get like I can get banana flour salad with peanuts, tofu, mushroom and lotus seed soup with carrots, and stuffed tofu, 4 big chunks of stuffed tofu with forbidden rice. I can get that all for $4, right? So it's kind of like, and then I'm looking at like, well, I mean, I really like raw vegetables. With like, I mean, it's like a thing that like is popular in Thailand too, right? Raw vegetables with a sauce. And the thing is, this place is vegetarian, so it's kind of a good find, right? The reason I don't get more like vegetable with, spicy chili sauce is that, in Thailand, it'll be, with like fish in it or shrimp. And with, in Vietnam, it's usually got like dried shrimp flakes in it. So it's kind of like, I'm like, that looks really good. But except for the veggies are steamed or cooked or something, and there's just not that many of them. Like, I'm just looking at the plate, and the plate is just like, it's like some cut mango, like 4 slices of cut mango here, 4 slices of cut jicama here, some cut carrots over here, and then I can't remember what else is. It's like just 4 different vegetables, right? And it's kind of like you get a full size for 1 person pizza for $5. I think our food is like a half or a third of the price of the stuff in the U.S. Yeah, I mean, Vietnam's, if you know where to go, cost of living is fairly cheap. People complain about it still, though, because the dollar is weak against the baht. The baht is kind of strong. And so there's a lot of Americans that won't go to Thailand anymore because they don't get the prices they're used to. It still seems very cheap to me, but it was cheap. To be fair, it was cheaper when I got here in April, right? April was kind of like a high for the dollar, and then what happened on April? Oh yeah, Liberation Day, or no, sorry, March. I think it was like here in late March, sometime around like April 1st or so. Is like when the dollar was at its height, and then since then it's just been like so a lot of Americans are complaining about that right now. I still think it's my rent costs me more than I agreed to pay like the equivalent of $450 a month for rent, which even that seemed like more than I really wanted to play, but I got a chance to get a really good place. But now it's more like 500. It's kind of gone up to, way to go. This is what Americans are complaining about on Facebook right now. And then there'll be one asshole that's like, I don't care if it's more expensive. I think having Trump is worth it.
One state solution is the fucking literal.
Worth it to have Trump.
I mean, one state solution is like kind of the same thing. Because if you have a one state solution and the right to return, which I agree with, right? I mean, Israel has the right to return.
This is literally Zionism. Like this one clip, Ethan and Ela sitting there and just explaining that like if Palestinians outnumber Jewish people in Israel, war is going to break out. They're going to kill all of us. That's why we need to remain the majority ethnicity, the majority religion in Israel, or else they will take over. That is Zionism 101. That right there. You don't need any other clip. You don't need the Yoav Galant thing. You don't need anything. It's literally Israelis being paranoid and thinking that if Palestinians come back to Israel, their own land, they're going to kick them out and they will no longer be the majority. And it's all about maintaining a Jewish majority. That's all it is. It's all it's about.
If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Once the
deep fried eggplant with wild betel leaf, how is it pronounced, chat? I don't think I want that. That's the stuff that goes in, like isn't this the stuff that people chew to get like high? I don't think I want that. It's so weird. There's some shit in this menu that's like super overpriced, and then there's like fresh rolls for like $8. Let's see what is the equivalent. It's about like 27 cents a piece for fresh rolls, right? That's,
the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, anything is fair game for the Jews. So they literally don't want Palestinians to be able to return to their land. They want to maintain a Jewish homeland. They want to maintain a...
Chat, what is this place? Mung Khat cake with bean sauce? Khat? K-H-A-T? Is this what I think it is? Just, like, either the translation that I'm using is, like, completely off, or like half of this food like gets you high. Khat cake? No way that there's a khat cake. Like, don't you chew khat, right? You don't just eat it. Like, you gotta chew it to make it work. This has got to be a weird translation. I've seen this shit before. I'm guessing the beetle leaf is also a mistranslation.
Jewish majority. Or
God,
else
my
they think they're
mouth
going to
is
get
like
killed.
watering though.
And that is why you're Zionists. That is why you're a Zionist. As simple as that. As simple as that. No need to look at anything else.
And I'm sorry, but Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews.
There you have it. Ethan, that's why you're Zionists. I know you and Ela seem to have forgotten what happened, but you know, we're just reminding you. Is this where he did the Nakba revisionism?
For the Nakba? People, I don't know if people don't really talk about this. One day, you know what happened one day before the Nakba?
There it is.
I don't know if people don't really talk about this. One day before the Nakba. People don't know. What happened one day before the Nakba?
Palestinians were living at home.
What?
I said Palestinians were living at home.
Well, sure.
Yep.
And you know what else happened? Egypt, Syria.
I just wonder, does AB get paid to take the dive here? Like, does he not know how to? Because, like, you know, I mean, I think, like, a lot of people, the Kunstler debunked this. I think Do Not Worry debunked this. Hassan debunked this, I think. Like, right, you know, does AB just not know what the fucking response to what Ethan's about to say is? Or is it literally, like, his job is to put up a little resistance? Hey, Palestinians were home? No, actually, Israel was attacked from all sides by its neighboring Arab countries in a cruel attempt to add these poor people that had just experienced repression and pogroms in Europe were then visited by a just out of nowhere by a pogrom from all of the Arab countries. We're just like, we're so anti-Semitic, we have to attack. That's our we're naturally anti-Semitic. We're inhuman animals over here. We can't help ourselves. We're gonna attack them from 5 sides, right? It's just like, does AB really not know that this is bullshit, or is this his fucking pay? Is this his job? He's a jobber, chat. I don't want to see this motherfucker brag. What a pathetic, absolute bitch AB is. That's what AB stands for, by the way. Absolute bitch. Like, you know what a jobber is in wrestling? It's the wrestler that nobody likes. His whole job is to come out and challenge the wrestler that people do like and get his ass kicked. To hype up that guy. So that eventually that guy, he beats jobber and jobber and jobber and jobber, and then he fights for the title. Then people are really, yeah, this guy's a really good wrestler. Oh my gosh, he beat the Brooklyn Brawler and Bam Bam Bigelow and the, you know, like, right, all these, like, nobody wrestlers. And now he's gonna fight for the belt. That's AB. That's fucking it. That's AB's job. He's a jabroni. This is what when The Rock says jabroni, he's talking about AB. To push hot talent, exactly. That's AB. And Ethan is the hot talent. The hot talent. Oh my god, chat. Does anybody remember what Ethan's wrestler name was? I'm not going to repeat it. I don't feel like it's for me to say, but I do remember somebody on H3, you know, giving him like a moniker that's very much like a wrestling name.
Lebanon, Jordan, all invaded Israel to kill everybody there.
So he's making it seem as though the Nakba was an act of self-defense by the Israelis because these countries randomly attacked them one day before the Nakba to kill everyone there. That's how he remembers the Nakba. When the Arab nations attacked Israel, it is because they were systematically kicking out Palestinians from their homes. They were taking over the land. They were like, what the fuck? They're doing this to our Palestinians brothers and sisters. They might do it to us. We need to fucking attack. That's what fucking happened.
They unilaterally, there was 5 Arab countries that unilaterally unified to invade Israel and kill every fucking person there or remove them forcibly.
Oh, why did they unite to attack Israel? Look at his eyes, by the way. Oh my god, bro. Oh my God, Ethan. Like, you know what I mean? He ain't commenting on that. You think he's gonna talk about that?
It was the invading fucking Arab armies that told the Palestinians to leave and come back when the war was over.
The Arabs told the Palestinians to leave. It wasn't the Israelis that kicked them out by force. The Arabs were like, hey, get out of here for a little bit. We're going to fight the war. Then once we win, you guys can come back. And then because they lost, the Palestinians couldn't come back to their homes. It's all an Arab problem. It's all our fault.
As if like, I don't know, if they had just been he's painting a picture where if the Palestinians had just been like, oh no, these Jewish people should be able to stay, right? It's always been a country for Arabs, for Jews, for Christians, for Druze, for whoever's here, right? And if they'd just been like, yeah, no, we're cool with you, that they wouldn't have had the Nakba happen to them, but they threw in their lot with the the evil Arab countries, the evil Arab invaders, and therefore, they couldn't be trusted. They couldn't be trusted. They had no other choice. They had no other choice, right? We don't want to kick you out of your homes, but it's just not. You've shown it's not safe for you to live around us. So, I mean, this is such gross revisionism, and I believe, if I remember correctly, this veers into some Kahanist talking points as well. If it has, this is, yeah. Oh my God, chat! I'm so hungry I can't even think. And looking at this food is making me even hungrier.
I thought they were going to steamroll all the Jews living there.
I kind of want
They didn't. They lost the war.
Like a
and a lot of the Palestinians who were told to
hide the sausages. There was no Israel. I'm sorry. Keep calling it Israel anytime. There still is no Israel.
To leave and come back. Never got to come back home. Now a lot of
they did it one day before the Nakba. That's why we had to go do the Nakba. The Arabs tried to kill all of us.
Wait, I'm mispronouncing it, right? It's not pronounced Bond.
I'm just an innocent.
Looks like it says Bond.
Man from New Jersey.
A lot of Palestinians did stay in Israel, and those people are citizens today. 2 million plus of them live in Israel proper, which I think is the correct term. Not Greater Israel, which is something else.
I'm tired, folks. I've been streaming for... It's been over 2 hours? It's been almost 3 hours.
There's what I think I'm going to do. Me for $1.
This is why Ethan and Eli are Zionists. Let's go back to that list really quickly. We don't need to watch any more because honestly, guys, what else is there to say? This list is endless. Look at all of this. And I'm sure I might have some videos here that help, like these people, whoever compiled this list. Crazy Spirit 4297 did a great job. There's no need to get on the H3 podcast. There's no need for anyone to debase themselves, to lower yourselves to these Zionist standards. They know what they said. They know what they've been doing for the past 2 years. They know why their view count has dropped. And if they don't, they're fucking idiots. They're fucking stupid. And if their crew can't fucking open their eyes and tell them, you don't need to fucking call a bunch of random Redditors to understand why your show is fucking dying. Drop the fucking lawsuits. Stop going after pro-Palestinian creators. Stop obsessing over Hassan. Stop obsessing over IDUB. Stop obsessing over Anissa. Stop obsessing over Denims and Frogan and Casey Tron. Stop obsessing over your haters on Reddit. Focus on getting your community back. Focus on making a fun, comfort show that your fans used to enjoy. And reckon with your past. Ela, reckon with your service in the IDF. Reckon with your raid of Ramallah. You can no longer ignore that shit. Okay? Excuse me, I'm getting a call. How do I?
It's Ethan Klein.
Oopsie.
It's AB. It's Jimmy Lee.
Okay, folks. So, that's what's happening to your show. That's what's happening to your podcast. No one should call in, I think. And if someone does want to call in, please do your fucking research. And it's not even that much.
Because that's what he wants. He wants the same shit. He saw Hutch debate a fan. Right? Like, Hutch would get chewed up and spit out like a beetle nut, chat. Is it a beetle nut? Is it a betel nut? I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, right? By Hassan, right? Yeah, no, sorry. Let's do for Hassan. Let's say chewed up and spit out like a Zen. Hutch would be like a spent Zen by the time that Hassan got done with him, right? But no, he's gonna instead like let me talk to a Hassan fan, or even let me talk to a person who doesn't even claim to be a Hassan fan, but let me just say that that's what he's hiding. He's a little bit evasive about who he's a fan of, so it must be Hassan. So yeah, I defeated a Hassan fan, which is pretty much the same thing as defeating Hassan. I'm great. I'm a great debater. I'm Hutch, right? We've seen Hutch pick fights with, like try to pick on people in debates before. It's kind of gross. Somebody that's just like, yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know. This is like, yeah, he would rather have his debates be like the Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, prove me wrongs, right? Like the Turning Point USA debates, right? Not the ones that where their guy gets owned, but the ones where their guy wins and posts a clip on YouTube to show you like no college student can defeat our champion. Would do questionable things to be able to buy a ticket to pay-per-view event like Creator Clash where Ethan and Hassan are in the ring. Okay, that would not even be close. Ethan, wait, who could Ethan take? Chat, who could Ethan take? Anyone? What would be a fair fight? Ethan versus Mike? I think Denims would kick the shit out of Ethan in the ring. Like I feel like Ethan might come at Denims, like try to hit her hard, but she would just kind of like block and dodge because she would actually like listen to her coach, unlike Ethan, and then he'd run out of gas and she would come in there and just finish his ass. Ethan versus Hila? Oh no, that sounds messy. I mean, I'm sure they could get out some. Yeah, no matter who wins, we all win. Anyway, chat, that's gonna do it for me today. I am gonna have to figure out what the fuck I want to eat a sandwich. You know what I might do is like make myself like some noodles here. I don't have any tofu left, but I could make myself some noodles, and then I could and then I won't be hungry when I order. Because right now I can't even decide what I want to eat because I'm too hungry. But I should just get something. And it's going to be easier to do 3 seagulls in a trench coat would win against Ethan, says Kraken. Denims would kick his ass. Yeah, I think that Ethan could probably punch harder, but I think that Denims would have more precision. She'd actually, take her time to like learn the sweet science, whereas Ethan, there's no way that he would do that. And it would be her cardio at the end of the day, chat. Denims would win with cardio. That's my prediction. But anyway, think about that. Let me know who you think would be a good match for Ethan in the ring, in the octagon, and wherever. I am gonna Oliver Tree, special referee. I thought you were gonna say, actually, I don't know. Would Oliver Tree be a good opponent? Rich Lux would destroy Ethan. No, I'm trying to think of any of the other H3, like, the H3 Cinematic Universe characters versus Stabby. Oh no, Stabby would rock him. Stabby would rock him. Denims would rock him. I can't think of a good opponent for Ethan. But anyway, yeah, he wants to debate people. But he should debate some creators. That's the whole thing. He wants to debate like Noah Samson's fans. Noah Samson may be in a debate, right? Because Noah Samson's not necessarily trying to be a good debater. And we saw what happened with Vosh, right? It wasn't pretty. So yeah, maybe Ethan could at least, win by optics against Noah Samson, even though he's wrong on the substance. Like he would just win through denial. Like Noah Samson would hit him up with some real history, and Ethan would be like, "Nah, nah, you got those talking points from Hamas. You are Hamas." Ethan admired, perhaps he did sound like he, had some. Anyway, I'm gonna get myself in trouble if I talk too much about that guy. Noah would not crack a sweat. Yeah, Noah's way younger. Noah's way younger than Ethan. To come to think of it, like in a boxing match, Noah would win. I'm not sure in a debate. Again, Noah's not like he doesn't really. I don't think Noah really does. He's done like one debate, and I don't think he liked it. So I don't see him doing more debates. Ethan likes to debate. He's bad at it. Well, maybe I shouldn't say he's bad at it. He's wrong about a lot of his sides that the sides that he takes, but I don't know. Considering how wrong he is, I guess I can't really say that he's a bad debater. That's not the problem. The problem is he's just wrong on history. He's Anyway, I'm gonna get to sleep. Thank you, mods. Oh my gosh, you know what I just realized, chat? I did not thank my Patreon at the beginning of this stream. That is an important thing that I gotta do. Let me do it now. Let me pull up the Patreon chat. We got a new list. We got a new list of weasels. I want to reload it to make sure that I'm getting everybody here. I mean, not just that we do have some new, some fairly recent additions, but we also have. It's like giving me a different order now. It gave me the same order for the longest time. I don't know what changed, but it's changed the order. So I want to read them in order. So if you support me at the $5 level or above on Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentcheck, I give you a fancy shout out every stream. Let me go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out Big Al of the Cake Mix, I assume. Shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zera Xerix. There we go, chat. That's the Patreons. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe today. I know you had some level of stuff to deal with for sure today, and yeah, sorry chat, I'm like, oh, I'm crashing here, I'm crashing. What else do I need to say? Thank you, Thumb Gang, thank you for liking the stream. Thank you to also the Blue Sky crew. Apologies, chat. I didn't actually put the Blue Sky in. Oh my god, well, it didn't matter, I guess. It did not matter. Yeah, we got no more likes on the. Oh well, I tried to put it up to try to bring some attention to it, but yeah, thank you. If after this you go to the Blue Sky thread, which is pinned, if you want to do it, if you're on Blue Sky, you can do it. If you go to the Blue Sky thread and interact with it anyway, even after the fact, thank you for that. I appreciate that as well. Also, I've got like one more person to doing a no longer forced on the list, unsubscribed and thrown in the trash. Thank you for that, or else ellipsis. Yeah, it did change the order of things, didn't it? See if there's anybody that I missed thanking, and then with that, chat, I believe I will figure out what the fuck I'm gonna eat so that I don't, I don't know, disappear or something. Whatever happens if you don't eat for too long. Much love, everybody. I'll probably see you again tomorrow. I gotta put a, tentative thing on that, right? Because if I get the second that I get the word from the Thai embassy, they're gonna say, "Come on down." I hope. Come on down and get your visa. And when that happens, if I start stream and then I look up my email and they say that, I'm gonna have to be like, "All right, bye everybody. We talked for 30 minutes," but right, yeah, that would kind of suck. But yeah, so I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow or for the next few days. I will be back in Thailand on Thursday, and probably, assuming I'm not too tired to do it, give you a stream from there. I'll probably hit you with a stream in between now and then. But again, no promises because I don't know what's going to happen. They could call in and say, "You got to come in here and interview." They could say, you got to submit more documents, and then like I might have to stay here longer, so maybe I won't be back in Thailand on Thursday. But I'll figure something else. Your body goes into hibernation mode? Yeah, pretty much. Wait, it retains stuff in areas you don't want if you don't eat? What? Oh, you're saying your metabolism goes down? Either way, chat, I'm gonna have to get off here and get something to eat. I've loved hanging out with you, even the ones of you that got frustrated about the fact that I that I paused too much. The only thing that was frustrating about that, chat, is I don't think at that moment I wasn't really I do pause too much in general, but that time I wasn't doing it. We were watching Hassan, who's like known to pause, and yeah, I was being very gentle in a situation where I know Hassan would have told the chatter to take a day off, if not take 3 days off, if not take a week off. But I sort of understood where they were coming from, given that they're a Twitch refugee, and on Twitch they'd be able to just hit me with the pause and obby. It might not come, it would come through. I'd see the pause and obby. I think I'd see the pause. The TLDR, chat, is we need to get our own version of the pause and obby. So if you've got ideas for a emote that would be good to signify she is pausing too much, I do want you to be able to give that feedback. I don't want it to be disruptive to chat, and I don't want it to start a fight. So I think we need to make it into an emote so that people can just, it's like you vote with your emotes, right? And if enough people are saying, you're pausing too much, I'll take the hint. So yeah. Anyway, much love, everybody, and I will see you again, hopefully very soon. Until then, bye-bye.